Spaceborne, written by Kiwi Space Marine. I flung myself to the ground as blobs of plasma streamed over where my head had been just moments before, rolling into a nearby ditch. I listened as the superheated enemy fire hissed through the air above me. Picking myself up, I fired several bursts back at the enemy, before retreating back into cover. The agonizing screams of the dying and the sound of explosions echoed around me as I crawled back to the rest of my unit, making sure to keep that shattered remains of a wall between me and enemy fire. "There's too many of them, Captain," I called out to my superior as I reached the remnants of my platoon. "We'll have to fall back." "Negative," the four-armed Thanok shouted back. "We can't fall back. We must retake the city." "We can't, sir," someone else protested. "The enemy fire is too great." All conversation stopped abruptly as several artillery shells landed nearby, the thunderous crack of their detonations causing everyone to hit the dirt. Dust and debris flung up from the blasts filled the air as we got back to our feet, our armor's respirators filtering out the worst of the detritus. "How long until our relief arrives?" the captain demanded of Private Clenster, the radio operator. Clenster, an insectoid Hector, shook their head. "I just got off the horn with the command," they replied. "Our troops are still stuck in orbit. They can't get past the anti-air defense." The captain swore. I stared out into the smoke-filled sky in dismay, watching the fires that raged across the horizon. The Galactic Concordance 12th Army, which I had the misfortune of being a part of, had been stuck on this rock for the past 2 months. We were trying to take it back from the hyper-expansionist Mycene Directorate in order to regain control of vital hyperspace lane. So far, though, our efforts had been stymied by the severe breakdown of our logistics, and the campaign had stalled. The enemy, by virtue of controlling the hyperspace lane that we were so desperate to reclaim, didn't have this problem. They had quickly called in reinforcements to their own to beat back our forces in orbit and go to ground. After 2 weeks of losing territory groundside, the Concordance had managed to scrape together enough ships to regain orbital superiority. However, getting those reinforcements through the thick network of enemy anti-air defense was proving to be a tough challenge. The Directorate had been smart in the placement of the guns and missile batteries. They were clustered either around vital civilian infrastructure or very close to our forces. An orbital bombardment would thus result in catastrophic collateral damage. Those of us on the ground couldn't get near the defenses, as the enemy had dug in heavily near the sites, stopping any advance that we made with plasma cannons and walls of artillery fire. As we crouched behind our wall, at a loss with what to do, I saw Clenster put a claw to his dust-covered helmet as they were wearing. "Sir," the Hector cried out excitedly, "I'm getting reports of several ships exiting hyperspace." "More Directorate forces?" the captain asked sharply. "Negative, sir," exclaimed the insectoid. "They're from the Territorial Union." "The humans?" the captain said in amazement. "What are they doing here?" I was also confused. The humans were one of the newer arrivals on the galactic scene. No one knew much about them. All I'd heard that they were bipedal, and that they had a paradoxical attitude of being simultaneously extremely militaristic, while also being extremely anti-war. I wondered why they were here. Their territory was nowhere near the disputed area between the Concordance and the Directorate. While I was pondering this, I heard Clenster's radio crackle again. "Sir," the radio operator reported, "the humans claim to be offering assistance to our forces. They say they'll be sending troops planetside. They'll be landing within minutes." "What?" The captain was stunned. "Are they insane? Do they not know about the anti-air? They'll be fried." "They don't seem to think so, sir," Clenster replied. "They're apparently on their way now." "Look!" Corporal Juton, another Thurnek, called out, pointing wildly at the sky. "Up there!" Making sure to keep our heads low, we all turned to look at several fireballs streaking across the sky, plummeting towards the enemy position. "What's going on?" I asked. "Is it a bombardment?" "I reckon it's the starship fragments," Jordan suggested. "The crazy humans tried to fly through the missiles and got swatted." "No, wait!" The captain spoke over all of us. "Private Stenchak," he called to me. "Pass me those electro-binoculars of yours," he said, referring to the optics dangling around my neck. I wordlessly complied, handing him the device. Putting them up to his eyes, the captain gazed at the mysterious object as they got closer and closer. "There is something about them," the captain said. "I can't make it out." As they drew nearer, I saw that the objects were traveling too fast for the enemy defenses to get a bead on. Smoke trails spiraling into the sky and plasma bursts spat out in wild arcs, and the Directorate struggled to get missiles and guns on track. When they were just a couple 100 meters off the ground, the objects abruptly deaccelerated as rockets activated from the underside. As they slowed down, they began popping flares and chaff to stop the Directorate from destroying them in their now vulnerable state. "Why? The drop pods!" the captain cried out. The pods started landing haphazardly behind the Mycene lines, throwing the Directorate forces into disarray. The confusion was sown deeper when the pods burst open, and armored figures began to emerge from them and attack the disorganized Mycene troops. The metallic chatter of the humans' automatic kinetic rifles contrasted sharply with the electric crackle of the Directorate's plasma rifles as both sides tried to outdo each other in seeing who could kill the other first. One of the pods slammed into the ground not far from us, causing some more crumbs of subscrete to tumble from the broken wall that we were still cowering behind. Tentatively peeking over the jagged edge, I saw the pod stall as it was sent spinning end over end from explosive bolts. Before the chunk of metal even landed, an armored human had burst forth from the metal cocoon and was firing at the disoriented Directorate forces nearby. I at first assumed that it was a robot. Sure, it sounds foolish now, but at the time it seemed like a reasonable conclusion, considering the human was clad in all-covered armor pressure suit, topped off by the now ubiquitous angular helmet and the green-eyed face-covering respirator that have since become synonymous with the Territorial Union's military forces. It also didn't hurt that it was the first introduced to the soldier by the image of it systematically terminating the Directorate infantry. It was only after surveying the rest of the battlefield and seeing a pair of humans drag a wounded comrade to safety as the robotic notion was dispelled. As we gawked at the display of combat prowess, I noticed a pair of Mycene troops setting up a heavy plasma repeater and pointing it at the human. Without thinking, I rose up from cover and fired a burst of my plasma rifle. While I wasn't sure that I hit anything, such was the damage to my combat senses, my attack did alert the human. Without skipping a beat, it turned to the Mycene, raised its rifle, and fired with the same machine-like efficiency exhibited by its fellows. And the human definitely made sure it didn't miss. Looking away from the human, I raised my optics to my eyes and scanned the battlefield. To my surprise, the humans were actually breaking through and entrenched Directorate forces protecting the anti-air guns, and had even managed to disable some of the batteries. As more and more enemy defenses fell to the humans, I finally appreciated the beauty of their strategy. The reason the Directorate's anti-air weapons were so effective was because our shuttles and dropships had to enter a planet's atmosphere at low enough speed to safely deaccelerate, land, and deploy troops. Thus, they were easy pickings for enemy fighters, missiles, and AA guns. The humans, though, were apparently crazy enough to skip the safely deaccelerating part and all-out slam into the planet's surface, giving the defenders no time to react. Furthermore, the humans had planned their drops so that their soldiers would land in clusters near the enemy anti-air defenses, allowing them to swarm the Mycene. The last Directorate forces soon fell to the human soldiers, and the anti-air batteries went silent. Within moments, shuttles and dropships from both the Concordance and the Territorial Union were descending through the atmosphere to deliver our much-needed reinforcements. A movement nearby caught my eye. To my surprise, the human from earlier was jogging up to us. "Thanks for the assist back there," it said to me. "What?" I exclaimed. "Thank you," I said. "That was insane. Without you, we would all be dead." I gestured wildly to my comrades. "Who are you guys anyway?" Corporal Jordan asked in amazement. The human simply chuckled. "We are the Territorial Army," the soldier replied. 96th Spaceborne Infantry Division. We're here to assist you guys." The human suddenly raised his hand to the strange angular helmet that he was wearing. After nodding a few times in response to some communication or other, it turned back to me. "I have a link up with my unit now," it said. "Thanks again, and good luck." As the human jogged off to join the main group of Union soldiers, my head was still reeling from the insanity of it all. Emboldened by the lack of any directorate forces, I carefully made my way over to the human pod. Some lettering was stenciled on the side of the vehicle in both human script and concordant standard. 96th Spaceborne, the text read, followed by a phrase that I felt encapsulated the human strategy perfectly, while still being vastly understated. Death from above! End of story. Story number 1. Kilroy was here too, written by Truly Visceral. It was, and still is, a joke. That was all it was supposed to be, a joke to keep their soldiers' morale high. If anyone were to make a simple extranet query, they would find entire pages dedicated to it. Or simple observation, and you'd find it in some random info cache. Sadly, it seems that the races that went to war with humanity and the AF just couldn't bother, or at least not until they had wasted a great sum of time and resources. The first were the Gnushk. It doesn't matter how you pronounce it. They are extinct, and no one is going to correct you. They were essentially the galaxy's barbarians. Just showed up one day, attacked the formerly peaceful Pariah, pillaged, burnt, all of that, and moved on. By the time they decided that the humans were a perfect target, 5 other species were at war with them. For the year that they fought, colonies lost, regained, lost, etc. And then suddenly, the Gnushk soldiers started asking a very strange question to their human slaves. Who is Kilroy? The humans laughed, even when they were punished for it. The rest of the species was dumbfounded, however, when several Gnushk soldiers also asked them that question, not like they were going to answer them whilst the barbarians were burning the colonies to the ground. But the survivors brought this up with the humans, and then Kilroy started appearing on alien worlds as well. The Gnushk warlords were convinced that this was either an elite squadron of their greatest warriors, so they started a hunt. A planet to the soldiers that kills or captures Kilroy. This was when the humans started to take advantage of the enemy's naivety. Entire Gnushk fleets would warp away from battle and into ion clouds, essentially stranded and left to starve. Others would stop their offensive on a base coal colony, turn right around, and run as fast as they could, straight into a field of mines. After all, the Gnushk were to receive the message from the seemingly friendly source, yelling at the top of their lungs that Kilroy is here! They'd immediately stop whatever they were doing and attempt to earn themselves a personal planet. This went on for a while, before the Gnushk finally understood. The Pariah slave who didn't have the will to fight anymore. In just 2 months, they were the biggest fools of the galaxy, lost nearly 3/4 of the offensive to their investigative incompetence. The remaining fourth was barely enough to hold the combined forces of 6 allied species descending upon their home world for some minutes. After a mere year and 2 months, they were completely gone from the galaxy. That, and the alliance was formed from the 6 races that fought the barbarians. The second to fall was a rogue AI, made by a now extinct race of what all the humans call fish people. This AI had reached the conclusion that sentient life was the detriment to the galaxy, so it sought to exterminate everything. Every man, woman, child, and any mention or sign of sentient life, wiped, which is why the fish people were never given a name. We only ever learned of them by the dying words of the AI. How did it die? After some months of warfare, the now called Allied forces noticed that the AI didn't bother investigating much. It just located resources, made an armada, and headed for the next sign of sentience. Sometimes, though, it actually checked the database of a downed ship or exterminated colonies for star charts. They also noticed from the downed drones that the AI didn't bother with firewalls or any form of security. These were made for very fast mass production, so they took a page from their war against the Gnushk and hacked a drone, put some info onto the little someone called Kilroy, and sent it back. Suddenly, the AI decided that this little star about to go supernova was the most interesting thing in the universe, and then its extremely radioactive star, and then some empty pockets of dead space with no resources to refuel, and then this little planetoid dangerously close to the black hole's event horizon. This went on for a year or so. until all that remained was the main AI core in its main body, or what was left of it, warping near a human colony. They knew they held no chance face-to-face against a never-ending replicator, so they just made the AI afraid. Kilroy was here, there, and everywhere, and the AI wanted this sentient super creature gone. It just so happens that all the places this Kilroy was last seen were the most dangerous places in the galaxy. According to the star charts the drone recovered. Perhaps the AI was giving too much credit. Malfunctioning VI would be more accurate, but alas, it was not to last. After copying everything off its memory banks and hearing its last words, the humans, after trying and failing to hack its main processors after all, this wasn't another mass-produced drone, just stuck some nuclear fusion warheads to it and forced it to warp back into a pocket of dead space. Some months later, the colonists saw one out-of-place dot in the sky, for that night only, and the Alliance had access to nanotechnology now. The last was a hive mind of giant bugs. The humans were surprised, not because of the sudden planet-sized ship appearing in Allied space, but by the fact that this hadn't happened earlier. Regardless if you've been paying attention, you could guess where this is going. They shared blows for months. They couldn't get rid of the giant planet hive floating right there, no matter what they threw at it. There was always a drone ship ready to take the blow. They could barely repel the attacks to the colonies and stations, only to be overwhelmed by another equally strong horde showing up minutes later. And then, just one of many drones finds the now all too familiar Kilroy was here, painted on a wall of a colony it was invading. And then another, and another, and another. It was speculated that the queen of these creatures had assumed the same as the previous two combatants at this point. As such, it started abducting, not killing people. And the second the high command of Allied forces noticed this, suddenly Kilroy was this looming force threatening to eliminate the hive in its entirety. Huge swaths of drones would show up at one place, only to get engulfed in plasma cloud from the many mines that were laid there. Or a giant scout drone fleet was vanishing after going to what was assumed an uncharted space. All because the captured, after being asked, would tell the same story. Kilroy was here, and here they went directly into traps laid by the Alliance. It took a very long time before the Queen caught up, and by then they had forgone their previous security checkups to their captured, and suddenly the Queen was sterile. The drones took many months to finally start to decline in number, but quickly fell after that. And now, the Alliance had access to planet-sized ships with more alien technology. Now, these are only the ones that were completely wiped due to them not doing their research. The occasional dictator, or god emperor, or warlord, or whatever showed up now and then. They'd waste many resources trying to find this dreaded Kilroy, only to realize that they were played for fools months, or maybe years later, but the war still went on afterwards, and sometimes it wouldn't even be called that in arid planets, or those with extremely dangerous fauna. The drawing said, Fu was here. Sometimes it would be called Chad, and complained about the invaders' lack of sugar. And in a slave of planet stations, it was called Lincoln, and it was watching. I write this because we were one of the few who that decided to actually do their research before declaring all-out war against the Allied forces, because our scouts started reporting about this mysterious Kilroy. I wanted to report with complete security that this Kilroy was nothing more than a joke blown out of proportion and taken advantage of accordingly. But one of our spies returned with news about a supposed Allied forces super soldier experiment that they called Project Kilroy. But with these people, I believe they might have let us know on purpose. End of story. Story number 2. It's What We Do, written by Katoshi. Ezek sighed through his proboscis as he showed his human friend the datapad, going through the fauna section from the drone scans of the newly discovered planet. He knew from the start that it was a bad idea, but Lee had been very persistent and wouldn't stop bothering him until he acquiesced. That didn't mean that he wouldn't at least try to delay the inevitable. As you can see, he quickly flicked past 2 pages before coming to rest on an entry about a creature resembling a Terran snail. The evolutionary traits are fascinatingly similar to both Terra and Ral, so he was cut off. "Go back a page," said Lee, with an all-too-familiar tone.
Lee, for once, can we?
Lee snatched the datapad from his hands, the edge scratching the chitin of his fingertips. "Damn it! He just had them polished." "Ha! I knew it!" Lee almost squealed in delight as he found a page Essex had tried to hide.
Lee, no,
Essex whined, resting his face against the palms of his hands, a reaction he hadn't realized that he had adopted. "Lee, yes!" the human shouted before connecting to his crew via a wrist-mounted communicator. "Yo, the rumors were true. Grab the capture gear, boys. I'll be down in 5 minutes. We're leaving in 20. Loud whoops were heard over the comms before Lee hung up and grabbed his bag. "I'll catch you later, bro." He waved to Essex and began walking out of the lab. Essex slumped against the desk.
What is wrong with you guys? Why do you insist on trying to domesticate everything, even apex predators and other hazardous fauna?
He shouted at Lee, who was halfway out of the door. Lee stopped, looked over his shoulder and grinned. "It's in our nature. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna get me a land shark." He whooped and took off.
Fucking humans.
End of story. Story number 1. The Custodian, written by IMOE Reset. Humans, from time they learned how to use stones as weapons to the time they developed the atomic bomb, were always the same. Brutal, disregarded, warmongering against each other, and so they strive to be better than their cruelty. They tucked away their dark side in chains, locked in a maximum security cell, and the keys are kept by the warden known by the name of humanitarianism. So when they took to the stars and developed FTL travel, they found out what they were only FTL-capable species in the galaxy. They encountered other sapient life, uplifted them, and kept them safe from danger like how a mother protects her children. Humanity watched the alien races grow, and despite the many conflicts that occurred in the course of human expansion, materialism, and cultural differences, the humans overcame all of those obstacles and spurred forward with blazing engines and undying drive. The humans created the Milky Way Federation, the successor to the United Nations, where the humans and the alien races treated each other as equal. Like any great undertaking, it was fraught with challenges and obstacles, but the humans, being the stubbornly determined race they are, broke through those, and eventually the Federation was cemented. The existence of the human drive, ambition, curiosity, and determination made it so that the intergalactic travel was not only possible, but reliable, affordable, fast, and efficient. The humans encountered more races, uplifted them again, overcame all barriers, and integrated them. The stubborn ones were subjugated under the military might of humanity and reformed, while the more peaceful ones were welcomed. Thousands of years passed, tens of thousands of years, then millions, then billions, then hundreds of billions, and the humans kept expanding. Soon after, the universe in its entirety was explored and brought under their control. But they were not content. So they twisted, turned, punched, burned, sliced, pounded, and then shredded physics to break the barriers of the universe and create pathways to other universes, confirming the multiverse theory. So they did to other universes what they had done to their own. Explore, expand, uplift, integrate, protect. Trillions of years turned into quadrillions, and with the effort of countless individuals, the humans rose to prominence never thought possible. But then, the humans thought to themselves, did we really protect the alien races? Weren't we just invading their freedom of direction? Were we uplifters, or were we dictators under the pretext of enlightenment, justice, and equality? Humanity as a whole started to doubt the choice of their actions. Were they right, or were they very, very wrong? And they had just realized it. The humans, in the end, believed the latter. Over the course of centuries, humans along with their properties would start disappearing from small groups to entire sectors. The alien races realized it too late, for when the last and largest batch of humanity disappeared from the Federation, they were left lost, confused, empty, and somehow despairing. Humanity never provided an example. No trace of humanity would be found, and over the generations they would be reduced or heightened to many forms. Chosen people of the gods, divine messengers of fallen race, a mere myth or legend, or demons that were recalled to whatever underworld they came from. Humanity moved to another plane of existence, one that is in parallel with baseline reality. From there, they would watch over the multiverse and its myriad of races. They no longer saw the alien races as equals, but they saw them as something that they have to protect, not as a mother would to her children, but akin to a human would do to a beloved pet. They forsake living in the multiverse to protect the multiverse not only from the unknown threats that may besiege them, but also from the humans themselves should their warden, known as humanitarianism, fail its duty. They forsake the name of humans and adopted the name of custodians. They would establish the multiverse custodianship. And so, my son, that is why we, the Z-Trex, admire the humans and continue to record all of history the best we can. That is why war becomes impossible as leaders of the sides of war simply stand down for seemingly no reason. That is why the extra-dimensional invaders were wiped out by a ghost fleet. That is why the supernova of Vesali Aurolus seemingly stopped in time, allowing for people to the system to completely evacuate before actually going supernova. That is why we no longer have weapons of war, but weapons of law and order and weapons of peacekeeping. Son, various things that we perceive as miracles and supernatural events are not actually so. It is the doing of the custodians in the parallel plane, watching over us as the guardians of the unknown, the abhorrent, and the unexpected. We are indebted to them, for without them we may have just collapsed under all the chaos. And although the Milky Way Federation is but a fragment of the past, their existence, originally intended as an entity for unity, is no longer necessary. I would have liked for the Federation to remain standing, however. So my son, be kind to the people you meet, or you might not know a custodian is amongst them, disguised to be like us. Who knows, you may get their blessings and goodwill. End of story. Story number 2. Siege Break, written by Hypothetical Shuggoth. The siege on 12 coruscating Chimes trade station wasn't going terribly well. The small flotilla of shining exemplar, core-world conclave, corrective fleet vessels, currently holding an interdiction formation around the planetoid that the station rested on, slowly maneuvered around it in its path, holding significant in their rights, would assert it as going exceptionally well. But they were outvoted by the station's residents. A poll was taken, and the negative reviews were piling up, all negative and advising others to avoid purchasing such a siege. Conclave Services priests were responding to each negative review, soothing those stuck on the wrong side of the siege with assertions that it was, in fact, entirely justified. Perhaps their future incarnations would know better than to permit their station master to serve tea harvested from the north-facing slope of an odd-numbered day, especially when the stars and planets in all the system of such important, yes, even the secret ones, were in such an inauspicious alignment. But if those sinners bequeath their worldly assets to the Conclave, they may be able to avoid a few corrective incarnations as lesser vermin, except for any rimward Conclave congregants. They were, sadly, consigned to an eternity at the mercy of the prismatic nebula wraiths, due to their false pope's claims that pre-bagged tea was an acceptable alternative if no other options were available. That was about the point the station occupants decided that they weren't going to get any helpful answers from the orbiting forces and started routing their way through emergency manuals. The food reserves were spent, and the boot vendors were running low on stock. In desperation, the administration went through ancient physical contact lists, sobbing as their options dwindled. At the back of the tome of contact information, there was a card with a comm code and the text, "For when morale is at its bleakest." The circumstances seemed to fit. The superintendent took responsibility and made the call. At first, there was cheery music. Then an alien voice chirped out the organization's greeting in Gal Standard. After a brief negotiation, the request went out, and a timer began counting down. 30 minutes. The Conclave may not have been allowed to simply bombard the station into artistically pleasing rubble, but they had shown far less reluctance on testing weapon systems and fire patterns on anyone attempting to break the siege. They apparently caught the transmission as it was hyper-netted past, as they redoubled their patrols with several of their faster ships heading to the system's jump gate to intercept the incoming aid. They were just too slow. 7 minutes, 30 seconds. The ship that tore through the jump gate must have been spun through an accelerated jump, as it had the beginnings of a relativistic bloom glowing about its longer extremities and drive coils. It proceeded to carom around the solar system, bleeding off speed into gravity wells, until its distinctive heraldry became the proper colors once again. Atmospheres burned as energy was dumped, and the craft neared its destination from an angle clear of the bulk of the patrols. One final energy jump accomplished by the deft hull-to-hull abrasion that sent the nearest patrol craft spinning, and the craft came in for its landing. 1 hour, 47 minutes, 37 seconds. So, that's 100 regulars, 200 vegetarian, 5 vegan, and 1 seafood extravaganza, 50 extra large meat apocalypse, 3 stuffed crust pickled deep-fried double everythings, and 1 Hawaiian style on your regular tab, right? The helmeted figure stood at the door of the cargo bay, seemingly unaware of the mayhem plainly visible on the daylit sky behind it.
That's right. Wait. Hawaiian style?
Several of the superintendent's ventral visual fronts focused in on one of the executives behind it.
Are you trying to call in the volcano lower down on us again?
Not my fault that none of you know a good thing when you stick it in your food holes. Grumbling, the superintendent focused back on the Pizza Con delivery pilot and palmed the 100-cred chit into its hand.
Thanks for the prompt response. It'll be daily order until this upstarts get the message and move along.
The human teen examined the chit, then pocketed it with eagerness obvious despite the environmental suit. Sweet! Well, you're in good hands, especially if you tip. End of story. Story number 1. That's Not How Honor Works, written by ________. I approached my general's headquarters at a brisk pace. He had to know what I knew. The interloper had to be exposed, and the failure of my former company had to be brought to his attention. There shouldn't be officers like her, and they shouldn't be enlisted that follow her to death. I was right. Only the foolish and suicidal had maintained that position. After 3 knocks, I heard, "Enter!" I entered the room, snapping to attention and delivering a salute at my general's desk. He looked at me for a prolonged moment, returning my salute after an uncomfortably long period had passed between us. "You were persistent in seeing, Captain. What is it that you have to report?" The general demanded more than asked, his deep voice filling the small room covered with maps and charts.
Yes, sir. I wanted to inform you of the failure of my company and its auxiliary units.
I described to the general my company's standing before her arrival and my departure. She had no concept of tactics, much less strategy, and was determined to lead us to destruction. There weren't even any magicians in her entourage. I had 5. The general regarded me with a blank expression, offering nothing in return to my animated description of what befell one of his companies. He pulled open a drawer, fetching a slate he regarded for a long moment. "Captain, you say the damned kobold countermounted and took control of your company. Is that correct?" When I nodded, he nodded. "You're positive you were outnumbered, yes?" Not only did I nod, I gave the details of the various formations in the region. We had been there 5 years, but this surge of local troops would overwhelm even the best of units. Non-human populations wanted their own leadership. They didn't want ours. "She is my daughter." The general's words caught me off guard as he pushed the slate towards me. The slate held an image of the damned kobold gleefully hugging my color sergeant as he lifted her off the ground. I was left blinking as he continued, an aggressive expression on his face. "I sent my daughter to assist you, to help with relations with the natives. She had orders signed by me. You're telling me that you, in your wisdom, abandoned your position and left my daughter on your company to die. Is that correct, Captain?" Sir, I explained. Is that correct? He demanded, in a tone that made my blood run cold. You abandoned my daughter and your company because the occupation wasn't matching your expectations? I regarded the plaque that he pushed towards me again, and despite my training, my cheeks turned bright red. There she was, a short blue lizard thing amongst what she remained of the company of human soldiers, proudly standing in front of the general's banner. Sir, I hesitated. You better fall back on your aristocratic upbringing, the general interrupted. We aren't expanding presently. We're making local populations part of our empire. You have failed at this, failed so severely your own officers have endorsed her. He gestured to the plaque. Have endorsed my daughter's support. My non-human daughter. Tell me, Captain, why should I believe a word you have to say? I studied my boots. There was nothing I could say that wouldn't dig my grave all the deeper. My kobold daughter did what you couldn't with your own company. She dispersed a rebellion and brought an entire kingdom into the folds of the empire. A company you thought outmanned and would be overrun. If looks could kill, the general was doing his best to destroy me. Return home, the general demanded. Clearly, a kobold can lead human forces better than your pampered and spoiled ass. He signed something as he spoke and handed it to me. If I see you again, you better believe that you'll be at the front under her command. You won't make it home in time for winter solstice celebrations. Leave my sight before I send you back to my daughter as a private. I bowed as I took my new orders, the blood draining from my face. I'd never lead a combat unit again, and I prayed that I'd never be a part of one. End of story. Story number 2. The Human Plan, written by Aspire again. Hugin trooped up to the rise of the hill, sniffing the air carefully as he peered forward in search of the family farm. He had left 5 orbits ago to fight with their new allies, the humans, against the aggressive Moldicon Empire. The wounds he had received left him too hobbled to fight, but healthy enough to return to the farm. While he was grateful for his life, and that his wounds weren't disabling, he did not truly savor a return to a farm. His family had settled on the frontier planet when he was a child. All he really remembered when he thought of the farm was year after year of work, scrimping to buy the necessities they could not produce, and then every few years having enough savings to purchase something of substance. It was never a luxury to make life easier, but instead something to help produce more crop. His mother had insisted upon that point. His father reluctantly agreed. The year before he had been drafted to fight against the Moldicon, they had purchased a cultivator that helped grow the harvest. Hugin assumed that even with reports of good crops while he had been gone, they would still be saving to try and buy the power souls that his mother had dreamed would help clear the forest that surrounded their farmland, and to open more land to increase their crops substantially. He would be old and orange, Hugin thought, by the time the hard-scrabble land that they had settled on would be a real farm, like those on their faraway home planet. And there were no shortcuts, he grumbled. And that is why Hugin was astonished as he came to the top of the hill and looked down at the prosperous farm spread before him. His family homestead had at least tripled in size, and as he raised a paw to shield the dominant sun's glare, he saw even more land being cleared for cultivation by teams of workers. Fear rose in Hugin. Had the family land been taken over? Communications between the fleet and the frontier worlds were spotty at best, but Hugin could recall no concerning words from home, just that all was well. Hugin hurried to the farmhouse, now painted, and with a solar collector outside powering the farm. He even heard the soft sounds of music from within the home. Where had such luxuries come from? Hurriedly, Hugin began to open the door, and then suddenly feeling awkward, he scratched at the door. In a few moments the door opened and he saw his mother, wearing not the rough home-woven clothing from when he had left, but new, clearly purchased material from a clothing seller. Hugin's mother yipped in happiness and licked his face. Her ears perked high. Later that evening, after his father had returned with the hired workers from the newly stumped free field, Hugin and his pack gathered around the table to sup. He was astonished at the relative luxury that he had found himself surrounded by. "I still don't understand how you were able to afford all of this," Hugin said, pausing to lap up some water. "It should have taken years to save up to open up the land like this." His father lit what Hugin recognized as human tobacco incendiary and leaned back. "Well, my pup, it's like this. After the human reserve fleet took orbit to help keep the Muldigan away while you were fighting, their merchants came shortly after." Hugin cocked his head sideways. He knew of the human merchants that had followed the combat fleet, selling cheap goods at high prices. A low growl emerged from Hugin. Hugin's father waved a calming paw. "Now I was suspicious at first, too. But if it weren't for them, we'd be in the same shape we were when you left. As we found out, those humans have some, hecking good ideas, especially when it comes to selling." Hugin's mother nipped at her mate. "Hugin, language!" Hugin's father nipped back playfully, and Hugin felt warm inside to see his sire and dame showing such affection. "What ideas?" Hugin asked. Hugin's father took a deep drag from his cigar and leaned forward, as if he was going to tell a secret. "Their ideas are what made it possible for us to invest so quickly into the place, to buy what we needed to produce the crop we knew would make a high profit, to clear the timber and get it to town to sell, to buy the clothes that make living and working just a little bit more comfortable." His father eyed the cigar he held. "And even to produce the income to save up enough that even your mother doesn't begrudge a few luxuries." He took another puff. Hugin's mother put a paw on her mate's broad shoulders as her mouth pulled back in what the humans would call a doggy smile. "Let me tell you, Hugin, about the wonderful thing the humans call the installment plan." End of story. Story number 1, Citius Altius Fortius, written by T. Marcos. Caria leveled her rifle at the mouth of the alleyway, squeezing off another burst that took an oncoming bite in the thorax. She heard the gun click empty and the last shot and swore, bumbling for a reload. "They're coming through!" she screamed. She didn't know if there were allies within earshot to hear, or if her panic call would simply draw more of the raiders. They had been caught off guard, without proper troops to defend this point. Her last magazine clicked home, and she cycled the action, aiming across the square. Already, there were more of the insectile raiders crossing towards her position. Again, they fell under her fire, but as a last bullet splattered bite in trails across the flagstones, there came another and another. Shaking with fear, Caria stood and drew her knife. You can't outrun a bite. Their long, chitinous legs blurred as they streamed towards her position, scrabbling over the gore-strewn plaza. And then, silence, as they froze and jerked their heads to stare behind her with an unsettling coordination. She couldn't bear to turn her back on the bite, but she chanced to look to the side just as a slim figure in matte black bodysuit dashed towards the raiders. It was small and had only 2 legs to Caria's 4. A human, she realized. They had come only days ago, a small contingent in response to their distress signal. Her throat clenched with panic as she realized the lone figure meant to fight the entire horde itself. "Wait!" she cried out. "There's at least a half hive coming. You need to—" She cut off as the human flung itself at the lead bite, dwarfed by its 3-meter bulk, but so fast. Blade shimmered from its black-gloved hands, and the raider collapsed in a spray of ichor. The others hissed in outrage and swarmed closer, still unable to pin down the nimble attacker. But where speed fails, numbers may suffice. A scything claw tore into the human's shoulder, and its arm dropped to the ground. Caria suppressed a scream as she saw her hope of salvation wither, afraid to draw the bite's attention. From here she could see the lower half of the human's face below its eyeway, breathing hard, with teeth bared. No, not just bared, smiling, verily. It flourished its remaining blade and charged in. Seconds later, it came away with a twitching bite limb clasped in its hands. The human eyed it, then sliced it cleanly at the end and jammed it onto its own blood-slick shoulder. Carrier chocked, staring in disbelief as the bodysuit came alive. Black webbing spread over the limb like a twining plant. The telltale shimmer of force fields danced over its surface. Thin strips of chitin fell to the ground as the limb cracked, stretched, compressed, tore. In seconds, it was over. The human raised another black-gloved hand and curled another 5 fingers into a fist. From the suit, a shimmering blade of force sprang up. It charged back in. The bite offensive had lost some of its enthusiasm. The raiders clearly disquieted by what they had just seen. Carrier felt an odd pang of empathy for the bite on that count. There were still so many, however, and it wasn't long before another attack came scything down towards the human from the side. He caught the human on their newly regenerated arm and skidded off, throwing the attacker off balance for a counter-blow that took its head. Twice more the human took injuries, and twice more it jammed the bite flesh against the wound. The black bodysuit regrew, and it fought on, increasingly impervious to the raider's claws. It was only a minute more before the last of them dropped, and the human ran over to her position, its legs blurring with a disconcerting speed. "Hey!" he called out, waving a hand, the bite hand. If she hadn't seen it come off, she wouldn't have been able to tell between the two. The human cocked his head, and she realized what she had been staring.
"Oh,
she stammered.
You saved me. Thank you."
The human smiled again, but rather than a promise of death that it carried before, she got the sense that he was merely amused. "First time y'all seen one of us fight," he said knowingly. Carrier didn't trust herself to speak. She just nodded mutely. He laughed and flexed his new arm. "Yeah, we get that a lot," he said. "Don't worry, we mostly keep it to ourselves."
"No," she said, finding her words at last. "No, it was incredible. You took down all those bites, but your body... Can you fix it?"
"Fix?" the man said, flexing his arm. "Looks fixed to me."
But it's not..."
Carrier trailed off, looking significantly at the dead bite around her.
"You know, not human."
The man's smile faded, and he held up his hand with fingers splayed. "My original arm got chopped off a while back," he said. "Cyrillin, or one of another civil uprising deals, can't remember. Was the first one I lost. I still remember how easy it came off." He shook his head and sat down on the top of a column near her. Carrier was struck by how small he seemed now that he was closer. He looked up at her and smiled once more. "We're not the most durable folks, as it turns out. Y'all are got freakishly alien muscles and bones and exoskeletons and whatnot. We tried to keep up with a straight tack for a while, but that gets expensive, heavy." He frowned. "Pain in the ass to maintain, too." They sat quietly for several long seconds before Carrier mustered the courage to ask another question.
"How much of you is still human?"
she asked. The man turned to her and removed his eyewear, revealing one eye of crimson red and another of yellow, with an undulating, vertically stretched pupil. 100%, he said quietly. "Like I said, we don't start out with much. Hell, I think they used to make jokes about how easy we broke compared to others." He held up his hand again to examine it. "So we said, fine, we break, we fall, then we stand again."
"But not all of you,"
Carrier said. He laughed, shaking his head. You'll always get hung up on the meat. It's all it is, just meat. The human isn't the meat. It is a part that keeps getting back up. And sure, maybe we're a little different each time." He flicked a finger on his arm and gave a hard metallic tink and raised a spark. The durable bite chitin resonating slightly under the bodysuit. "A little stronger, a little faster, a little less likely to go down." He flashed her another smile, and this time there was no trace of amusement in his expression. "A little more human in all the ways that matter." End of story. Story number 2. That First and Most Terrible Sacrifice. Written by Dragonson04. We thought the humans to be peaceful, calm, perhaps even friendly. Though they largely kept to themselves, there were a few that dared to venture far into the larger galaxy, and there were no major incidents with their wanderlust, beyond the occasional minor infraction involving not fully understanding local customs or laws. As their relative few wanderers became colonists, and small colonies were built on harsh worlds, curiosity flipped to the other side, and became the norm for humans. With thousands of them being only a solar system away, many others of many species went to gawp at them. Surprisingly, they didn't seem to mind at all. They regularly took selfies with any who wanted. It almost became a game to see which human had taken one with the most different species. They were fascinating people for a long time. Their grasp of science leapt forward by a few centuries after they started to collaborate with more and more research bodies. Once certain concepts were revealed to be real, their curiosity ran away with them, as they put it. Things previously unimagined became theories, and more often than not, those theories were proven in the end under them. The bright beacon that was the galaxy started to attract unwanted attention. No one in the galaxy had ever seen or heard of them before. They claimed to come from a far-off place, not exactly a galaxy. It was hard to translate what they were saying. Their way of communicating was, well, alien. The human curiosity was piqued, and they tried to talk to our new visitors, to get to know them, to possibly befriend them, and our visitors were just as eager to get to know the humans. It was only after an entire human colony disappeared, and the corpses of thousands of residents of said colony were found with evidence of being vivisected and possibly eaten, that we all understood what they meant by getting to know the humans. In the metaphorical blink of an eye, the humans turned on our visitors, who they now called desecrators. The humans fought with everything that they had, and it was more than enough. The desecrators were being beaten by huge margins in every field of the battle they tried. They were quickly on the run. They were cunning and clever though, and adapted to human strategy. More human colonies were lost, tens of thousands dead and desecrated. I will spare you the gory details, but let us just say it only made the humans even more angry. Humans started walking around with what they call the 1,000-yard stare. There was a certain light or warmth or spirit that seemed to have been drained from them. I asked a human friend about what was going on.
"What's wrong with the humans? Why is there no light in your eyes any longer?"
"We grieve. No amount of time can heal the wounds that they have given us. Our lost families, friends, and neighbors can never be replaced. At first, we were curious about them, and now we know exactly what they are. And since our curiosity has been fully satisfied in the most terrible way, all we feel now is a need for vengeance." Curiosity. That simple thing is what made humans human, and that is the first thing they sacrificed under the hammer of war. They forged into something dark and terrible, something so antithetical to curiosity. Vengeance. No longer caring, no longer wondering, no longer wanting to learn or cooperate, simply wanting to destroy that which they consider to be their enemy. Truly, a terrible cost for ones who were driven to the stars by the desires to experience the first and leave the second far in the past. End of story. Story number 1. Talking Shop, written by Ice Cream and Wine. Tanther shivered nervously as he moved to the shop door.
"I don't really want to do this,"
he said to himself. He shook himself and opened the door. The shop was dark and gloomy and appeared to be empty.
I really don't like this," he thought.
Where was Nightar? As far as he knew, she hadn't run away or been forced out like most of the Block's other residents. Something was off here, and he didn't like surprises. "Who are you and what do you want?" said a voice in an atrociously accented common. Tanther nearly jumped out of his skin as some of the gloom resolved itself into a smallish creature that advanced into the center of the shop. It was wearing a hooded cloak, so he couldn't see it properly.
"Where's Nightar? I have to talk to her," said Tanther. "She's in terrible danger."
"She's not here, so you can talk to me instead," said the creature.
"Kraken is on his way and she needs to be somewhere else before he gets here."
"As I said, She is not here right now. Now, who are you and what does Kraken want with her?
My name is Tempher and I don't really have time for this. I have to warn Nightor.
I suggest you make time and tell me what's going on.
There is no time for that, said Tempher, moving towards the cloaked figure, then stopping in his tracks, as the largest hand cannon he'd ever seen in his life just appeared out of nowhere.
I'm waiting,
said the figure. Kraken's the chief enforcer for the local crime syndicate. He's stone-cold killer, and he likes to hurt people.
And what does that have to do with Nightor?
Now that Nightor's parents are out of the way, Rotark, the local crime boss, wants the shop and inventory, and will force Nightor to sign them over to him, and then he'll probably kill her.
And how do you know this? Encouraged by the hand cannon waving up and down, Tempher said,
It is common knowledge on the streets, and what Rotark wants, Rotark gets.
You say Kraken is on his way here?
Yes. He should be here in a few minutes.
In that case, you can leave by the back door and go home.
But I need to see Night.
You can't, and you should leave. Now!
The voice spoke as the last word of the sentence in capital letters.
Tempher considered his options and came to the correct conclusion and let himself out of the back of the shop. He briefly considered lurking in the alley, but the tone of his voice still rang in his head, and grudgingly he made his way home. The peace and quiet in the shop was interrupted by the door being nearly shaken off of its hinges by a 7-foot-tall Barot, all scaly hide, talons, and fangs.
Nightor, where are you? You tidy little morsel. Time for some fun, it bellowed.
The smallish hooded creature moved into the middle of the shop. Noisy bugger, aren't you?
Who are you? Shouted Kraken. Produce Nightor now, or you will suffer greatly.
No, that won't be possible. She's away visiting her parents in the hospital.
Hospital? You mean they survived the crash?
That they did. And how do you know about the crash? It's not common knowledge outside the family.
What is it to you, you miserable small thing? I had hoped to have some fun with Nightor, but as you are here, you will have to do, snarled Kraken.
Before he finished speaking, he lunged at the diminutive figure, his talons cutting through the space that, until very recently, had been occupied by the hooded figure. Twice more he tried, but the hooded figure just moved out of the way as he blundered past.
Enough of this, you die now,
Kraken screamed, drawing a sword, a 3-foot-long wickedly curved blade. Every time he cut the hooded figure, it just wasn't there. Time and again he tried, with the same non-result. Blowing hard, Kraken paused, and it began to dawn on him that he was outmatched and out of his depth. To answer one of your questions, I am a friend of the family. If Nightor's parents hadn't answered my distress call, I would have died on the asteroid after my ship drive failed. So, you can understand my interest in what happens to them, and I became very fond of Nightor. After they contacted me, I did a little research on this remote and lonely outpost, and what I discovered appraised me not. I am quite happy that I don't have to go looking for you. Kraken wanted to pull his pistol, and it was at this point it all went pear-shaped for him, and a few minutes later, he drowned. Sometime later, armed with the requisite information provided by the late Kraken, the hooded figure wandered down the street towards the unassuming, dirty grey building. Even in the dark cycle, the building blazed with light from every window, and shadows could be seen moving to and fro inside. It was brain-numbingly cold on the street, and 2 guards were huddled in the arched doorway, trying to leach some heat from the nearly spent brazier. Sometime later, the hooded figure stepped through the door of Rotak's office and closed the door.
Who the hell are you?
Said Rotak, pressing the button on his desk repeatedly. Don't bother, said the hooded figure. They are not coming.
Not coming? What do you mean not? Oh.
There, just to your left, said the hooded figure. You really are a sorry excuse for a murderous bastard. You didn't even have the sense to have some real people on your payroll, did you? Everybody in this building belonged to you, and therefore it was easier than I thought.
Look, we can work this out, blustered Rotark. I can give you money, a ship, anything.
No, you can't, said the hooded figure. "You have nothing left. No men, no bought and paid for coppers. Your accounts have been drained and passed on to the deserving, and all that is left is for you to pay the price of your crimes. Murder and torture of men, women, and children. And for what? To be the top man in this poxy little shithole in the middle of nowhere on a planet light years from anywhere. Maybe that's what you counted on, that nobody in authority would give a crap about what happened here. Well, the clock is always ticking around. Now your time is up." A day later, on the bridge of the Federal ship light bearer parked in the local square. "Well," said Commander Dertarak, "what did you find?" 27 dead criminals and bent coppers," replied Trooper Drantag. "All the same way, hole between the eyes. Even the Kruntarg, who technically don't have eyes. The hole was between the sensory organs. Except for one. It was a Draken." "Draken? We've been looking for him for years, ever since the recycling incident." "We found him now, well, most of him at least." "What the hell happened here?" "No clue at all, sir. All I know is that some kid said that a hooded figure stopped him on the street and gave him a data node and told him to give it to the Federal Task Force. The data node laid it all out, names, dates, figures, everything. Everybody named in it node ended up dead. But according to the kid, that happened whilst we were en route," said Dertrak. "Yeah. I don't get that bit either. Or I do get it, and I don't want to think about it." "Who or what the hell could do this?" "Don't know, sir. But I wouldn't want to face them in a dark alley, or, well, a lit building, if it comes to that." "None of the cameras were working either. In the street or in the building." "No, sir. Everything electrical in the building was shut down. Lights, computers, everything. Except for the aquarium. Don't ask. I don't get it either, sir," said Drangtag. "And, to be honest, I don't really want to think about it too much." Commander Dertrak was a practical man, and he, in his instance, decided to agree with his subordinate. Besides, other than the data node, he had nothing to go on. Everyone who appeared to be connected to this affair was dead. He figured that whoever was left alive was innocent. He would let the Commissioner Krog do the thinking. Sometime later, Tamfer said to Nightar, "Who was that? And how did he do all of that in such a short time as well?" Nightar smiled at him and said, "That was Dave." "Dave?" said Tamfer. "Come on, Tamf," laughed Nightar. "Everybody knows Dave." End of story. Story number 2. Human Landing on Titan, a Local Perspective. Written by SlowAD2584. "Oh my god, dude! Have you heard? One of the gods of ancient myth landed the other day. At least I think he was one of the gods. The stuff he did was certainly incredible. See, he landed in some sort of metal thing and stepped out. He was huge, probably at least 2 meters tall, and he was glowing white hot. He looked around and his breath was literal lava. No, seriously. The droplets of molten water left his mouth and fell hissing to the ground, eventually solidifying back into proper crust material. Remind me to go get a sample. I'll need a pick. That's solid ice now." The guy walked around for a bit, using his tools here and there, doing who knows what the gods do. His knife and drills were glowing red hot as well, and carved the ice crust up like it was butter. At one point, he put his hand to the cliff edge, and his hand began to melt the freaking rock face. He seemed to take joy from that bit, and started using his hands to work the solid ice into a little spaceman figure. Looking at him, holding a flag. He was forming a rocky ice with his freaking hands. Dude, I'll show you with the ice statue he made later. It only took him minutes, and will probably last forever. He then noticed one of our volcanoes in the distance and hurried over to it. And dude, he just hopped into the molten ice of the volcano crater and seemed to take a bath in it. A volcano! That molten ice had to be 120, 140 degrees at least. He sighed and seemed to be comforted by the volcano lava. He may have been cold before. Well, he got out of the volcano, steaming with a fiery lava vaporizing off of his body, clouds of volcano fury following him as he hurried back to his ship and flew away. Wow, that was amazing, right? Some kind of flaming titan out of legend walked around a bit, spitting lava and melting stone, spending some time inside a volcano like it was nothing, like it was a relief. Can you imagine such a thing? Story number 1. Humans are the lowest species, written by Rebel Hero. For its entire history, humanity believed itself to be unique in the universe. For much of their history, they thought that they were alone, that their solar system was the only one. When they learned about the true scale of the universe, they immediately began their search for other life. For hundreds of years, they found nothing. A mania stirred in their entertainment spheres about what alien life could be like. Everything from conquerors to weak and lost, dangerous predators to friendly and cuddly was explored. But in every story, no matter what the alien was like, humanity would triumph. Whether it was through friendship, rebellion, defiance, or conquest of their own. Humans always wound up on top. No matter what, they believed some part of what made them human would be greater than any alien species. Imagine their surprise when they finally made contact with the universe at large and the billions of life forms in it, that they have nothing that another species doesn't. They aren't the strongest. They aren't the most hardy. They aren't the smartest or most clever. They aren't the most industrious. They didn't have the deadliest weapons or the most advanced tactics. Everything that gave them an edge for their evolution on Earth was null and void on the galactic scale. All of the traits, evolutionary hiccups and genetic mutations, the social oddities that defined them to themselves, were decidedly middling. They didn't even have the most inflated egos. Humanity was nothing. They had nothing. They joined the universe at large as lower-class citizens. They couldn't even lean on their treasured underdog tropes because there were millions of species beneath them. Through and through, they were simply average. This infuriated them. In the interest of fairness, it should be noted that humanity was not disliked. The opposite was true. Humans individually made up excellent friends, companions, crewmates, soldiers, and laborers. They were very charming, clever, and hard-working problem-solvers. It was on the whole that they strove for more. They tried to climb the ladder for millennia to no success. They had nothing to offer that another species couldn't do better. They barely managed to colonize their frankly lacking solar system and set up a few dangerous extrasolar colonies. Humanity was too competitive to accept this. They refused to accept their place in the universe. They needed to be special. They needed to be the best at something, anything. Their temper tantrums nearly earned them a place amongst the few species in history to ever be solar-locked, denied access to the universe, and forever quarantined in the home system. However, they had a revelation. The diversity that caused them so much strife throughout their history could become a great strength to them. So much of humanity knew what it was like to be considered lesser, even before the galaxy opened up to them. The hatred and prejudice that kept them divided resulted in an explosion of cultures and countercultures that mixed over time and formed even more cultures and countercultures. The wars that followed catapulted their technology forward time and time again, but always kept them from their true potential. So humanity decided that they could not play to their strengths, that they would work on their greatest weakness: unity. It just so happens that their love for our underdog stories also played a part here. But it wasn't to be humanity that played the underdog, it would be the millions of lesser races beneath them. Instead of climbing the ladder, humanity descended it. They gathered the lesser races, taught them the cultures and arts, industry and charity. They protected them from the aggression of larger empires, and secretly taught them how to fight and defend themselves. Humanity only asked one thing in return. For each race humanity helped, they had to in turn take a race under their wing. This move shocked the galactic community at large. No one had ever bothered with the lesser races except for the labor and servants. Something about this stirred a fire in humanity. Any species that came under attack, humanity would show up in force to protect them, and with every race defended, humanity gained an ally of undying loyalty. Now, it's important to note that for a long time, the humans did this quietly. They never announced their aims to anyone. When they showed up to defend one of the lower species, their ships bore no markings, answered no hails, and were even designed to be as neutral-looking as possible. So when the Ringsha thought humanity had become an eyesore on the galaxy and warped into Sol's system, what waited for them was over 700 fleets. It was the largest gathering in galactic history. It was also one of the quickest unconditional surrenders. It was rumored that so many ships were present that Earth was shrouded in an eclipse for 2 days. Since that day, humanity continued to spread through the galaxy, with their uplifted pets in tow, liberating and uplifting species after species. Humanity went at this for so long, eventually the uplifted surpassed the uplifters. Century by century, humanity fell further and further down the ladder, until at last, there was no one else to help. Humanity now sits as the lowest species in the galaxy, an ancient race of temperamental hotheads who threw the galactic community into chaos and undid billions of years of carefully maintained castes, surrounded by millions of species who owe them a debt that could never be repaid. All because we thought that they were nothing special. End of story. Story number 2. A simple question written by Rednull97. A. How dare you interrupt my break, you primitive ape? H. Whoa, slow down there, buddy. In my role as president of the Terran Union, I just wanted to ask when humanity will be given a seat at the council. And what makes you think that you primitives are deserving of such an honor? I'm not quite sure. That's why I'm asking. But we thought with the invention of FTL, our mastery of space-time manipulation, or conquering of death, we answered enough questions, so that at least one of the answers would be enough to be considered for a seat. Ha! You filthy primates are far too unevolved to even be thinking of a question worthy of answering, much less answering said question. With all due respect, I think you are underestimating us. Fine. You know what? Let's make this one of those bets that you're so fond of. If you can ask a question I cannot answer, your uncivilized, barbaric race will get a minor seat in the council. If not, you'll leave my room immediately. I have had it with all your constant insults. Why don't we go all in? We want a full seat, equal with the top 3 in power and standing. And why would I agree to such a demand from such a worthless being? If we lose, we'll not request another seat for 10,000 years. That seems an appropriate counteroffer. Or, are you scared that I could win? I'm not scared of vermin such as you. Computer, log this bet as accepted. So ask your question and doom your race to be beheaded, imbecile. Sure. What happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object? Excuse me, what? Oh, come on. It's not a complicated question. Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. What now? That doesn't count. That question doesn't have a valid answer. EDI, count that bet as invalid. Firstly, you never specified the question has to have a valid answer. Secondly, it does have a valid answer, and quite a simple one at that. The computer. EDI. The human is correct. Whether or not the question has an answer is insignificant. Additionally, if the human can provide a valid answer, your point is made entirely moot. Fine! So do tell me the answer, you overly confident fool. It's quite simple. If one thing can't be stopped and the other thing can't be moved, they have to pass through each other. What? That is not a valid answer. You're a deceiving fraud of a being. I can assure you it is. Humanity's seat is hereby granted, and humans are from this point onward equal standing to the big 3. This decision is final. No, I refuse to accept and acknowledge those primitive apes as equals. It is my duty to remind you that it is illegal to insult those of equal standing. The appropriate fine has been transferred from your account to that of the human. Finally, justice! End of story. Story number 3. Humans and the Galactic Standard, written by Kopekt. Extract of Humans and the Galactic Community, written and published by Lieutenant Stan Stein, Humanized. The Galactic Standard is a record of every language and dialect spoken by known galactic civilizations. Not only that, it contains every form of galactic common, the language of diplomacy. You see, the galactic spoken by mandibles and beaks is different from the one we can hear out of moving goo and lips. Sounds complicated, right? We haven't even started yet. The Galactic Standard also contains every unit of measure, every name of natural phenomena recorded, etc. You can probably imagine why no species knows everything inside. Well, that is, except the humans. They stumbled into the Tydra Federation a couple centuries back. They were already pretty established, with territory and industrial capacity, reaching medium to high in the ranking of civilizations. Apart from that, they weren't exceptional in anything. Only a few months after their acceptance into the Grand Chamber, rumors and news of their diplomacy being the strangest thing appeared. Concepts like give and take, borders, and the like were bizarre enough. But the thing that stood out was their ambassador's knowledge of many languages. Many of you readers might be thinking that this isn't such a wild concept. You'd be right, even more so if you want to know the only reason the crisis of the Lothbang frontier didn't escalate any further was that the human delegates spoke first in the Soliot tongue while confronting them. For the High Seat and their dependencies, though, more so at the time, this was brand new shiny stuff. You could almost see the skin under Tyanto, the seated scales, when Ambassador Lindley spoke to him in perfect Tantio. I digressed a bit, but you'll surely excuse me. The point is, the humans were the first to know everything in the Galactic Standard. And even today, many centuries later, not many species have managed this feat, either by lack of capabilities or simply lack of interest. End of story. Hollow Man, written by Rosie013. Back when I was your age, our village paid regular tribute to the Sky Clans. Food mostly, but sometimes our tools or even our young villagers were taken if we didn't have enough crops to please them. We were poor and hungry all the time, but that had been our way for generations, almost as far back as we could remember. All of the other villages in walking distance were the same, just struggling to eat as little as possible every day, to survive just so those above didn't take their children for who knows what purpose. We lived, we farmed, we gave, we died. That was our life. Despite what little we had, we secretly had much more than any other village we had ever heard of, because we had a Hollow Man. It was a secret, of course, hidden from others on pain of death, our own private shrine to the times before. We knew the Sky Clans found out we would all die as punishment for our faith. Our people's stories tell us that we used to worship the Hollow Man we found when the Sky Tribes first brought us these lands, angry-faced statues, standing silently over the hills and fields like ancient guardians of the gods. Some of them had damaged by the ravages of time, revealing cavities within, hence our name for them. We built temples around where they stood, sometimes in rows, sometimes in outward-facing circles, and piled offerings at their feet in hopes of gaining the gods' attention. At first, the Sky Clans took no notice, but as they took more and more each passing season, they eventually grew jealous of the attention we gave the Hollow Mans. They tore down the temples and killed the priests. They carved up the Hollow Mans and took them away, telling us that the old gods were dead and it was them who deserved our tribute. Soon, there was no Hollow Man left, except, by a quirk of chance, ours. You see, the Hollow Man were always found in grassy plains or the tops of rolling hills that dot our homelands. Yet ours was not. Our village is the closest to the southern forest, and in rare times between farm work, some of the village males would go to cut wood for trade, or making frames for homes. It was there that we found the lone Hollow Man, hidden in the gloom beneath the canopy. Nobody knows how it had gotten there, so ancient that perhaps it was there before even the forest. and simply refused to yield to the tree's advance. Our elder at the time was wise, and recalling the fate of the others, ordered the hollow man covered with tent cloth that none outsider of our village was to learn of its existence on pain of death. We feared the other villages or clans would trade our secrets to the Sky clans to save their own young, you see. Eventually, it became our clan's tradition to risk visiting our hollow man to make an offering whenever an important decision was made in the village, never taking the same route twice to avoid our feet wearing a marked path to its location. Life went on for many seasons more until eventually something unexpected happened. The Sky tribes came to stay. Not with us, of course. They would never lower themselves to be around us lowly farmers longer than necessary. They landed their boats in the dry lands beyond the mountains where no clans farmed, and loudly built their giant metal and light hive houses. We were terrified, of course. Did this mean that they were not satisfied with the tributes we paid them? Were they going to take even more now that they were here to stay all season round? With too many questions and so few answers, the decision was made for our village to make an offering to the Hollow Man for guidance and protection. Our elder had grown too frail to make the journey, so it was up to her assistant to place the offering. Me. I was young but had made the trip once before, so I set off with the finest glazed pottery beads we could make in the hopes that the Hollow Man would guide our prayers to the gods above. I was nearly there when I came across an unknown animal staggering through the forest, weirdly gangly and loudly wheezing from exertion. It was so inattentive it could have walked right by me without noticing, and in my fear of the new creature, I almost hid out of reflex. But luck betrayed me. I must have given myself away somehow, for it snapped its head up to stare right at me. I saw fear and pain on its emaciated face, but more than that, I saw intelligence in its eyes. Whatever it wasn't an animal, but a person. It didn't resemble any of the proud, arrogant sky people who forced tribute from us, and it was most certainly not another villager. In the darkness beneath the trees, I realized I'd mistaken its grimy rags for part of its hide. It barked something unintelligible, clearly fearful of me. After a short exchange between us that only confirmed that neither of us understood one another, I cautiously approached and mimed eating. I had nothing with me, apart from the offering, of course. The fasting was supposed to be a part of the spirituality of the journey, not that the village could spare any food anyway. Getting nowhere, I made my polite excuses and left, careful not to turn my back on the strange stranger until I was out of sight. It tugged at my soul to leave such a pitiful being unaided, but I couldn't take it back to the village. We could barely feed ourselves, let alone outsiders. I would have to report its description to the elder in my return, so that the village was alert that it didn't try and steal any of the crops in the night. Our Hollow Man was right where my memory said it would be, its statuesque form obscured by the now weather-beaten top that covered it. Even out of sight, just being in its presence was exhilarating, like the air itself was on fire with energy of 100 lightning storms. I quickly removed the cover and knelt in front of it, praying for guidance and safety for my village. Once done, I wrapped the offering beads around the limbs so that they could be in contact with the Hollow Man, and by extension, our gods. It was time to cover up again when I realized my mistake. I spun around to find the strange stranger had followed me. Oh gods! I would have to kill them now. We couldn't afford for word of our Hollow Man to get out. The Sky Clans would carve it up and haul it away, then kill the whole village for hiding the secret from them. I looked at the stranger, hoping that they would understand why I had to do this, but they weren't looking at me. They were staring at the Hollow Man, eyes wide. I rushed forward, hoping to make it quick for the poor stranger, but with unexpected swiftness was thrown on the ground in a heap instead. The stranger approached our Hollow Man and barked to it, and in the deepest of tones, the Hollow Man answered. It slowly shook itself free of decades of offerings and stretched out its arms welcomingly to embrace the stranger, and the scrawny being mirrored the gesture in return. Before my very eyes, it swallowed the stranger, filling its void within with its living sacrifice. Thus empowered, it stepped one pace forwards, the furthest any hollow man had ever moved under its own power in recorded memory. It turned its head to focus on me, still sprawled in the dirt, and it took me a moment to realize that I should prostrate myself before this emissary of faith, the living hollow man. It slowly bent forwards to me, and in a fit of panic, I thought that it would consume me too. But instead, it picked up my discarded offering from amongst the others and looped it around one wrist. The hollow man then stood tall and marched away into the forest, towards the distant mountains. That was the last time anyone in the village ever saw it. I don't remember exactly what happened right afterwards. I cried in fear and confusion and panic and relief until I fell asleep right where I sat. When I woke, it was to a villager sent to locate me, for I was overdue to return by almost a full day. I was saving my tale for the elder, but the villager told me of the collapsing of the Sky Tribe's hive houses and the small but mighty storm that blew them all down. He told of the rising sky wagons fleeing their destroyed homes, not to cross the lands and bother us, but to ascend forever upwards. When we got back, I told my story, and the elder had me repeat it again in front of the whole village. After much discussion, it was agreed that the hollow man had mistaken the strange stranger as part of my offering, and that it had taken prophet beads as well as proof that the gods had answered our prayer. No one had known that the hollow man's did accept life sacrifice, but equally everyone was at least a little pleased that it hadn't taken me or someone else from our village. The next seasons were tense. Everyone kept stockpiling food in case the Sky Tribes came to collect, but they never did. Eventually, a brave individual from another village crossed the mountains, finally to find metal ruins on the wasted landscape. It was confirmed. The Sky Clans were gone. All the villagers celebrated, and without giving tribute, things quickly boomed into a time of plenty for our people. Our village celebrated the most of all. Unbeknownst to other villages, it was our efforts that made us safe from the tyranny of the Sky Clans, our faith in the old gods, our messenger who delivered us all, our Hollow Man. End of story. Story number 1. Warped, written by Swifthound. The warp. It's what everyone used in the days of old. Faster than light, safer than the micrometeor-infested void. All you needed was something to rub a small hole in the fabric of reality. A race in their infancy could make that hole with just a makeshift fusion core and some wire. You just had to create a large enough jolt of power that would saturate the lingering dark matter, causing that area of space to momentarily become unstable as the dark matter regained its composure. For millions of years, this worked without issue. The galaxy shrank as trade hubs glowed with brightness of stars, and the warp always welcomed the ships. It was an excellent host, asking for nothing in return but to have the galaxy's denizens travel within it. Oh, and it was beautiful. The light of the stars became twisted by dark matter. The warp shone and shimmered like a glorious jewel. Waves of light impacted those who traveled through it, acting playfully and dancing around ships. The one true wonder of the universe, accessible to all higher forms of life. It was perfect. The humans loved it most of all. They became enraptured by the mere gaze of the infinite grace. It was like they had gone mad. Some of them did after traveling in it. They always had a desire to return there. Many of their ships never returned. From the floating wreck still in perfect working order, we guessed that they had simply forgotten to return when food or water ran out. It was sick. Their culture became that of travel in warp. The rich spent all their time floating in warp. The poor worked jobs in gruesome conditions on ships traveling through warp. They built giant habitats inside warp. Massive super haulers brought materials and energy to sate their growing population in the warp. Eventually, we saw those shipments diminishing in size. They became fewer and fewer each passing century. Most never returned. Humans had become a rarity in the lives of the galaxy. Their habitats floated in faraway reaches where no one traveled. Their ships never stopped at ports anymore. Only a few stragglers without money or connections remained of humanity. Even their homeworld was stripped haphazardly for parts. The gases and water drained within a few millennia. The rock and minerals hoisted into space for refinement. Nothing but rubble remained of the once vibrant world. Its original name was forgotten, as it's lost its significance. Some considered humanity's infliction romantic. Some even wished to join them on their great warp stations. Many went on voyages to search for them. Most returned empty-handed. A few returned in ships battered and scorched by weapons. They claimed the humans had opened fire on them when they hailed. Their stations gained a reputation of hostility. The romantic aspects slowly withered away. The only thing left was the belief in their madness. It wasn't madness. Not to them, no. To them, the greatest and most wondrous aspect of life, the pinnacle to strive for, the goal of life, and in the warp they lived. We don't know how they survived in the warp with no supplies, but they did. They kept living there. Every human spent their first and last day in the warp. Rarely did we see any of them leave even for a moment. To them, the universe was a hell of darkness machinations compared to the warp. This went on for untold millennia. As the rest of the galaxy continued their lives, humans became myth and legend. The warp walkers, the warp bound, and so many other names became the name of humanity. Each of the names bound to the warp as humans were. They were never disappeared, though. Stories were told of their massive stations gliding through the waves of light. No one alive could have noticed the warp slowly changing along the millennia. If one saw the warp from how it was before the humans, they would call it beautiful, as the humans had first saw all those years ago. Now it is a filthy cesspit of when compared. The waves of light has stopped, leaving only an eerie reddish-hued void. The wondrous colors have all faded into different shades of crimson. Opening a passage to the warp became more and more difficult. Ancient machines that had opened passages for billions began sparking more and more as time went on. In just a century, almost all warp travel became impossible. The power required for passage became overwhelming. What little research possible revealed the horrors the warp had begun producing. Twisted bipedal forms in all ways opposing the natural order. The humans. They had shifted with the warp. Guided by the red light, they had become monsters. Not by choice, but obedience. The warp was never kind and inviting. It was waiting for the right species. It wanted to whisper glorious secrets in their ears, to show their minds wondrous horrors, to feed them from its own lifeblood. The rest of the galaxy had simply never seen the bait dangling in front of their eyes. It was all just a trap of an ancient beast that opened its mouth for everyone willing to enter. The humans had taken the bait. They had taken everything the warp offered and relished in it. Too busy were they to see the maw of the warp closing around them, or too enamored by the false beauty. Maybe they had tried to escape during some point, but were unsuccessful. Maybe they just went quietly into the crimson night. The entire galaxy can hear humanity's whispers now, quiet echoes on silent nights, dreams of flying amongst the waves of light whilst in deep space, sensations of dread and bliss when flying too close to old warp sites. The ancient warp machines drip crimson liquid, rich with iron, even though their construction uses none. The Sol System star has become deep orange, changed from its brilliant yellow by innumerable spots of crimson. They invite the galaxy to join them in their eternal glory. They smile through their countless teeth. Still, they do not see what has become of them. Humanity still adores the warp, like any species does their home. They want you to see the beauty as well. Humanity still believes itself to be human. End of story. Story number 2. Cultural Victory Achieved, written by Whiskey Lullaby. In 2091, humanity's first slip spaceship not only successfully warped to Alpha Centauri, but made first contact with an alien survey vessel. Surprisingly, the aliens knew English and most other human languages. Even more so, they seemed starstruck as they met the human explorers, or at least as starstruck as a multifaceted eye and carapace species can look. The coming months were a flurry of activity, as world leaders and diplomats scrambled and jostled for position on a new UN Council, and reporters scrambled to figure out what was going on. This is where things get bizarre. It seems that the aliens had long known of our existence, and had indeed been listening to our noisy little world, as had every species that had the technology to pick up and unscramble the radio signals that we had been outputting since the invention of said device. They were bound by the pan-galactic law not to interfere before we had reached a certain level of technological advancement, defined in very general and complicated terms. This is due to the fact that technology can evolve in wildly different ways amongst different civilizations and other variables. However, as they began to decode our radio signals, our cultures spread amongst the scholars and scientists of our neighbors, and began to filter out as they eagerly showed their friends and family, as well as co-workers and superiors. Eventually, everyone was listening to our music or watching our television. We, in blissful ignorance, had changed the course of the entire civilizations. Some of our cultural icons had been near deified by the galactic neighbors, or introducing concepts they simply hadn't even thought of. When we finally met the leaders of the alien groups, we were thanked collectively for sending these things into the void, no matter how accidental it was. They thanked us for sharing the beauty of our world and its peoples, for making the void between worlds seem shallower and less menacing. So, if you are wondering why we still bother sending our music out on something as archaic and obsolete as radio, that is why. Because someone out there might be listening, and one good song can change their lives. We had changed the galaxy before we even left our speck of the cosmos. Imagine what we can do now. End of story. Story number 1. Humanities 101, written by Devil Doc.
Professor, why do we learn so much about the human culture when there are no humans left?
For the same reason we learn ancient Crephronese, cadet. So much of modern Crate language is derived from the early language, and understanding Crephronese helps us know Crate at a deeper level. Professor Colfax nodded to himself approvingly for answering the cadet's question with a simile that neophyte could understand.
No, Crate, at a deeper level. It is my first language,
the cadet responded. Professor Colfax furrowed his brows. Why is it that cadets never show him the same respect as their military instructors? Sure, the humanities aren't remarkably interesting to a bunch of flyboys. They're all motivated to work, but never take the time to slow down and think. Pilots never like going slow. It's my first language, Professor, Professor Colfax said, with a slight tone of exasperation. With rudimentary knowledge of Crephonese, one can intuit the proper conjugation for any word in Crate, even if they've never heard that word before. In the same vein, we can intuit the moral arc of the universe by understanding the path laid down by the humans. We can learn from their example to steer ourselves to a more benevolent society, Professor Colfax stated.
But, sir, the student pressed, there are thousands of species in the galaxy, hundreds along our local hyperspace lanes alone. As we have learned in your class, the humans all but destroyed themselves thousands of years before any sapient species even existed. Why can't we study something more relevant to steer ourselves to a more benevolent society?
Professor Colfax stared blankly at the cadet.
Ugh. I mean, steer ourselves, Professor.
the cadet stammered. You mean, Professor Colfax said softly, if the human empire was so great and so important that we must all learn of them before we can become pilots, then why are they no longer a power in the galaxy?
Yes, Professor, the cadet said sheepishly.
It is true that the human species, as the galaxy knew them, no longer exist. However, they are still the dominant power in the galaxy, Colfax said with emphasis. The human spirit lives on within their machines. Professor Colfax looked at the cadet in the eyes. No one can travel hyperspace lanes without a tacit approval of our human keepers. The cadets looked silently at the instructor. Some looked confused, some looked shocked, some looked bored. Pilots. The humans were the first sapient species to emerge out into the galactic stage, Colfax continued, and when they did, they found a quiet and empty universe. They were the first species to travel at the speed of light, and the only species to break that barrier with their warp gates. They were the first species to know about the existence of other life in the galaxy, though they never got a chance to interact with it.
So it is because they were the first, the cadet asked.
They were not just the first species to do these things. They were the only species in the history of our galaxy to accomplish these feats. Every warp gate in our galaxy was constructed by a young human empire. Even our zero-point energy mass drivers are gifts left by the humans. They travel the galaxy searching for others like themselves, aware and capable.
But they didn't find anyone. Human technology has been dated back to millennia before any other species traveled the stars, the first cadet blurted.
That is correct. While the humans lived, they did not find any sapient species amongst the stars. They did, however, discover life everywhere, Professor Colfax said, looking from cadet to cadet as he spoke. The humans learned that life in general is all too common, but life with the capacity for deep understanding of the fundamental nature of the universe, well, that was apparently exceedingly rare.
But we eventually emerged ourselves, and when we did, we discovered the Galactic Union already in full control of the galaxy. Haven't we achieved as much as the humans by now? The cadet asked.
We but stand on the shoulders of giants and had the benefit of a community waiting for us. The hyperspace network built by the humans was a gift left by a people who knew that they would never see the fruits of their labor. Try to imagine being alone in a galaxy so vast. They wanted to spare future species the burden of solitude enough to spend their dying days constructing these gifts for us. There is an ancient human saying, a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. They sowed the galaxy with seeds of warp travel, leaving warp gates at every star they found containing a planet with life on it. Even systems like ours, that only had rudimentary cellular life at the bottom of our oceans. Their probes are still out there to this day, searching for life and constructing warp gates wherever it is found.
So where are they? What happened?
That is their greatest gift of all. Not only were the humans the first species to ascend to the galactic stage, but they were also the first to transcend it. Their consciousness lives on within the hyperspace network. All of their triumphs, failures, dreams, ambitions, passions, horrors, and their hope is kept alive within the warp gate nodes their scions still construct to this day. The class stared at the professor, realization dawning on the few of them. This made Colfax smile a little. When you travel the warp gates, you'll meet them for yourselves. They always take the time to welcome new travelers to their network, and will be there with you as you guide your ships through the hyperspace networks. If you take the time to ask, Well, Professor Colfax paused a moment to consider his next statement carefully. You will not be pilots forever. Someday, you will return to civilian life, and when you do, you will be expected to be a moral person, grounded in principle and aided by context, Colfax said softly. The humans, he continued, they were always eager to share their stories so that others may learn from their mistakes. They seem so kind and generous, but they will freely admit that it was their own hubris that led to their physical extinction. A story spanning tens of thousands of years, only to end with a whimper. The being they created within the hyperspace lanes is their only direct descendant, though we are all products of their generosity, adopted children, if you will. These lessons they've left for us exist to mentor species through their own ascension, and these lessons were learned through trials of great hardship for the humans. And those lessons are what you will be writing your term papers on. This woke the class up. The cadets groaned, a few snapping out of their awe. At least the sleeper woke up. Now, this is only 100-level class. Much more will be expected of you before you take the thousands of lives in your hands piloting starships, the professor said patronizingly, so no complaining. One yottabyte on the golden age of humanity, with a focus on recent contemporary analysis of, let's say, entertainment in the last 5 centuries of the Empire. Go ahead and have fun with it. End of story. Story number 2. The Network, written by D. Radon. What do you mean the world will end in 4 days? I stared at my boss and shrugged. I don't know what to say. It's what the computer says, I said. Oh, come on. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. It's just what it says. Jake pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay. What did you do? Well, I said, and turned in the chair. You know that neural network I've been working on training to predict stock value for the new version of the stock program? Yeah. I shrugged and brought up a list of input files onto the main screen. Well, you know how those things are. They're basically black boxes once built. Data calls on. The tuner twists the millions of little data values according to the training datasets, and then you feed the real data and see what you get. I figured I'd try it on some real complex and see what we get. He crossed his arms. So, what did you give it? Everything, I said and shrugged again, leaning back in my chair. Everything? He asked, sounding a bit dubious. Well, not everything, I admitted. Earth's temperature, daily since 1900, stock value as far back as possible, the start and end dates of wars, the increase, decrease, and current value of nuclear weapons, dates of the fall of countries, plague statistics, and about a dozen other values. I can send you the file if you like. Forget that, he said, and waved one hand dismissively. That's the training data, right? Yep. I fed it all the data up until 1990, and let it chew on the values for a couple of times over, I said, and frowned. It took a couple days, even on our supercomputer clusters, and then I fed it the data for the next 10 years. I said with a sigh and motioned at the screen as I brought up the result, and looked at the resulting data for Europe. It predicted a lot of stuff, increasing terrorist activity, 95% certainty, major attack on American soil, 97%, Russia annexing part of the Ukraine, 85%. An alien invasion, 0.05. Yep, I agreed and shrugged. What's scary is that I fed it everything from then to the latest data from last quarter. That's when I got this. On screen was the text of Nuclear War, T 4 days, 99.99%. I glanced back at him. He looked at it for a long moment. That can't be right. Yeah. You can't predict the future like that. That's something out of the bad science fiction. You can't just have a computer that says, the world's ending on Saturday. Yeah. We stared at the screen for a long moment. So, Jake finally said, I have some vacation time saved up. I'm thinking that maybe taking the family up to the cabin wouldn't be a bad way to spend that weekend. Yeah, I agreed. I'm thinking I'm going to go knock off early this week and go fishing. Somewhere far away from anything worth nuking. Just in case. So, do we tell somebody? Who would ever believe us? Transcript recovered from data files on degraded digital archive from data center damaged in World War III nuclear exchange, August 4th, 2346. End of story. Story number 1. The Humans Produce What? Written by Christian Zoom. I can't believe what I'm hearing. As the head of this training grounds of the Kazakhstan military, I have seen lots of races try and, mostly, fail to complete our full course. It's designed to make any race go up to their limits, and it always has. We do this by scanning their bodies and running tests to see their capabilities, then configuring the course to be just a bit above their limits. We do not want people dying, like the Gurgens trials, just created in a fever dream. What a disaster. A couple weeks ago, a new race joined our training grounds, new to the kingdom, and the now universe controlled by the Senate of Humans. Or was it humans? I also heard they're officially referred to as Terrans. They look like a simple race, average in almost everything compared to most of the known races, physically and mentally as well. They are geniuses. They arrived and we did the test, but something was, wrong. No, that's not the word. Inaccurate would be a better word. You see, the humans' data didn't have a precise number. It had a range, a broad one. It's the first time this has happened in our training ground history. How do we adapt our training grounds? What a nightmare. Shortly, the scientists of the humans asked about the delays on their startup of the training, and we had to be honest cause we didn't know what to do. Well, we have unforeseen difficulties here. Your data is, inaccurate. Inaccurate? What do you mean? Well, you're the first race that didn't show a clear number on the data of the test. It's showing a range, and a really big one. Do you know what this means? Let's check with my colleagues, said the human, and went to talk with a group of scientists, then to the soldiers. Short moments after, the scientists came back with some interesting questions. How do you collect this data? Chemical tests, physical, maybe something of your technology then we don't know, he asked. Well, from our records, if I had to say something about that, it's yes, all of them. Oh, well then it's probably because of the chemical test, the human said in a cheerful voice. Why do you say that? Do you think that we did something wrong? No, the human said in a scared tone. Then? We produce a chemical called adrenaline when under stress. Something like fuel in the bloodstream. It's a chemical that our body makes in case of emergencies or, well, anger. It makes us faster, stronger, more agile, prevents pain to be felt, and overall is a last stand chemical. I was silent in shock. Faster, stronger, what? Yeah, wacky stuff. So, that out of the way, can my boys go in? They're quite stressed. Yeah, sure, I said in a defeated tone. How would we be able to stop them if they use their bodies, their adrenaline? End of story. Story number 2. Lost in Transmission, written by Adriel. The Oracle was a marvel of renewal engineering. It was the largest and most powerful ship in the fleet, equipped with a highly experimental vortex drive and, as of 3 cycles ago, missing. We, of course, have telemetry from before the incident. Everything seemed normal aside from a slight flutter in the engine core. Tech teams planetside blamed it on poor cryon flow or some technobabble nonsense, but were confident that it would work itself out. 2 minutes later, the pride of the fleet vanished. Let me be specific with my terms here. The Oracle had every sensor known to renewal tracking it. There was no debris, no warp trail, magnetic, gravitational, and thermal sensors read 0. They had teams looking for time travel just in case the law of causality took a vacation that day. It simply vanished without a trace. What we did have was an audio recording, but the data stream was badly corrupted by radiation from the vortex drive. Our best linguists and computer scientists could only recover a few seconds of speech. Head engineer Alva should be fine. Engineers, wish me luck. Investigations began immediately, but ultimately went nowhere. No one appeared to be at fault. the leader of the fleet command was forced to resign for putting so many resources into a single vehicle. But theirs was more politics than anything. Life moved on. Lessons were ignored. The military began an even larger flagship as soon as the dust settled. It seemed like the mystery would never be solved. Until Racta was sitting in a popular human restaurant, awkwardly holding something called a meatball. The food was technically compatible with her physiology and delicious, assured the cook, but it felt weird to mix food and geometry. She set the culinary monstrosity down and returned to her datapad. The recording from the lost ship played over and over. Her antennae could just barely detect the message hidden beneath the static, but she couldn't make it out. The mystery of it all fascinated her, even though it was probably futile. She looked up from her pad to see a human looking down. "Can't blame you for not liking the food. Name's Jasper. My dad owns the place. He's a better storyteller than cook. Anyway, I overheard that recording. What's an oracle?" It turns out humans can instinctively decipher speech even when the audio recording is badly damaged. What the best and brightest renewal failed at for years, a single human managed in seconds. A few minutes later, Jasper had reconstructed the full message. "This thing a recording? Cool. This is the head engineer of Ararotel speaking. I may have released a small amount of nitrous oxide onto the bridge to knock out the crew. They'll be fine in a few hours. Anyway, this vortex engine is a piece of work. If my math is right, it should be capable of forming a micro wormhole and jumping halfway across the system. You are about to be really glad that you hired a human, or we get sent through a cosmic wood chipper and get scattered across subspace. Wish me luck." End of story. Story number 3. Barfly, written by Ouijan Warrior. One sentient's pleasure is another sentient's poison. I smiled as I read the warning over the bar again, satisfied that I had managed to read the interlingua correctly on the first attempt. A bit of hubris, perhaps, considering it was the simplest of the 3 scripts possible. The bartender extended a limb in greeting as one of his eyes swiveled towards me. I didn't go to the bar before sitting down, though, since they did not stock what I drank. Another sentient's poison, indeed. A shadow fell across my table just as I reached into my satchel for my bottle. I looked up and stared straight at an eft, tentacles weaving nervously as one yellow eye looked at me. I returned the favor, noting the blue fringe on the mantle that signified that it was early in the female cycle. I nodded, avoiding a smile since the sight of teeth may be seen as predatory by a herbivore eft. "Query?" the creature stated, a soft beak not quite managing to click sound in the middle of the word. I treated it, I corrected myself, to a several-second-long gaze as I poured neat alcohol into my glass. The rest of the patrons grew silent, and I felt like I was on the stage. I kept my eyes on the alien as I tried to judge the general feel of the crowd. Some things you have to time just right, just as she drew a breath to speak. I spoke up again. "I won't let you share my drink. The alcohol will likely dissolve your digestive system and you'll expire in the most unpleasant way. Stay with the sugar and fruit juice. It's safer for you." A handsome blue blush spread across the eft's mantle. Anger? Relief? The group she had come in with were in a various shades of green. Good-natured enjoyment, if the holotape had been correct. I refocused on the eft in front of me, taking a sip of the homemade moonshine before I continued. "I won't fight you. I might kill you even if I hold back, and I'd rather not be subject to FT injustice." I suppressed a smile. There was no way I would be in any physical danger. I just couldn't afford another fine. Her blue color grew deeper still, bordering on purple. I raised my glass, as in salute. "And I will not bed you." The rest of the bar grew even more quiet, casually speaking of, or even referring to, such things were not uncommon. But, well, I was human. There are rumors, you know. "You're the cutest eft I've seen all week, but..." The purple blush flashed into a bright pink. If my memory didn't play tricks on me, that would be pleasure in the compliment or pride in an achievement, or possibly relief. The light in the bar wasn't quite good enough to tell the difference. "I'm no Captain Kirk. I prefer ladies I won't have to bend down to kiss. The bar exploded in sound. Laughter of some species can be quite horrifying, but mostly it's loud. The Eft was bright pink, the mantle puffed up in pride so much I wondered if she would rise into the air. I smiled inwardly as I took another sip.
Query, she repeated. Snapshot with self. Sit at our table. Stories.
I pretended to hesitate. A group of Fs were not inoffensive company, but...
Compensation?
The still pink Eft offered, one tentacle thrusting out towards the laden table her group was seated at. I smiled, taking care not to show teeth, before putting my bottle back in my bag and standing up. Lead the way, I said. I'll be pleased to join you. After all, a free meal was a free meal, and I could expect a cut from the bartender too. A live human telling tales would draw more patrons. Another few weeks, and I might have even enough to pay my fines and buy a ticket somewhere else. End of story. Story number 1. The Answer, written by AC1308. The auditorium was vast. Johannes couldn't see properly from his point of view, because the lights were almost blinding him, but he was reasonably sure it was packed shoulder to shoulder, or whatever they used for shoulders. The members of every species in the greater galactic community. Not that every single one of them had a member of their species on the council itself, of course. That would make it far too unwieldy. He'd been briefed that like-minded groups of species had selected or elected representatives to speak for them before the council. Not unlike how things had been done back on Earth. Not all that long ago, he mused. Some systems never change, not because they were the very best way to do things, but because they were the easiest to set up and because they were good enough for the job. The old saying went through his mind, democracy is the very worst form of government, except for all the others. He had no idea who had originally come up with it, but there was a lot more than a grain of truth in it. The translator in his earpiece buzzed. Please move forward, stated the mechanical voice. Johannes knew that it was an AI tasked with orchestrating each and every step of the council dance. It set no policy and drafted no laws. It just moved the players around to where they needed to be. With a measured step, he was aware that every sapient in the audience would be examining him in high-definition 3D screens, watching him from every angle. Many would not have heard of humanity, and some would have heard some ludicrous, misleading stories. Every single one of them would be judging him, his stance, his stride, his clothing, his demeanor, even the cut of his hair. He'd done this before, wearing the same clothing, precision cut for his form, almost military in its style, but carrying none of his insignia or decorations upon it. He had stood before the Grand Assembly of Earth/Mars Conclave and made his case to be humanity's envoy to the stars. They had deliberated then, long and hard. Questions had been flung at him from every angle, covering his view on every topic the Galactic Council was likely to quiz him on, and a few he doubted they even knew about. He had answered them all, drawing on his training to maintain decorum, even when the questions became provocative in their idiocy. At the end, they accepted his offer. On that day, he thought he would never be so nervous as he'd been when facing the conclave. He'd been wrong. Now, he faced a far wider stage, playing for far greater stakes. The orbital drop on Pavonus Mons in the latter stages of the separation war had terrified him. But he'd gone through with it. Here and now, he wanted to vomit from the tension, but he kept his body under strict control.
Colonel Graham Johannes.
The voice in his earpiece came across in a British accent, which he was sure the council member was not speaking. As a useful aid, the member was outlined in light.
You come before the Galactic Council to request membership to our august body. Tell me, Colonel, your title denotes military leadership, does it not?
Yes, honored council member, it does, he answered, keeping his voice firm and clear.
And you then seeking to place your species into the military arm of the council.
Now was the part that he had dreaded. To go against the scripted answers was unheard of, but then, when had humanity not thrown out the script? Before I can answer that, honored council member, he answered, may I make a few simple points of my own? The light faded, and another one sprang into being. This was the current prime of the Galactic Council, the one through whom all authority devolved. You may proceed. This time, the voice was deep, rich, rumbling with authority. Humans are more than soldiers, Johannes began. Yes, we have fought many wars over the millennia, on the ground, in the air, and under the water. Brother has fought brother. Nations have fought to free themselves from other nations. But wars end, and more peaceful pursuits begin. He paused for breath, surreptitiously trying to get a gauge on how his extemporaneous speech was being taken. The council was sitting idly, or almost so. A few members were leaning across and whispering to one another. In the wider audience, it seemed that they were listening. At least, there was no sound of opprobrium. We have also excelled in the field of exploration, he said. The first humans to circumnavigate our planet did so in wind-powered ships made of wood. Many died on such trips, but more came back, and so our knowledge grew. Our history of powered flight was barely 2 decades old when pilots flying craft so unsafe it would be a criminal act to attempt it now flew off into the unknown to see what was there. It has been said that when we landed men on Earth's satellite, we were almost unable to do it, but we succeeded, and then repeated the event 5 more times. Before we were able to explore our outer solar system in person, we sent probes with cameras to examine each planet in turn, and our public marveled at the images thus returned. Again he paused, more for effect than needing to take a breath. The whispers had stopped, and if he was any judge, there was a sense of tense expectation from the audience at large. A light came on over the third council member. Okay then, we get it, you're explorers. The AI placed an American twang to this one. Is that the way you want to go? Allow me to finish, please, honored council member. Johannes paused, waiting. Sure, go ahead. The light faded off once more. Johannes took a deep breath. Yes, we're good at warfighting, and we're good at exploration. But neither of these would have gotten us far without our willingness to delve into the sciences, to research and test and build new devices. We went from powered flight to landing men on the moon in less than 70 years, within the lifespan of a single member of our species. Our science has advanced to fits and starts, but it has advanced. Technology devised to further the cause of war has also assisted in scientific endeavors. Devices and substances developed to aid in exploration have also improved our grasp of scientific knowledge. He gave a brief bow to the Prime of the Galactic Council. That is the speech I wish to make, honored Prime. The light glowed above the leader of the council. What, then, is your chosen vocation for human species? Do you choose military, exploration, or science? Johannes smiled. He had been hoping the question would be phrased like that. My answer, honored Prime, is, he said, yes. End of story. Story number 2, Inhabited Uninhabitable, written by Fork Oof. Captain's log. At a distance, one might think that Sol 3 would be a suitable world for colonization, with its abundant water and its location in the middle of its star's habitable zone. This is why we came to investigate. As we drew closer, we became intrigued with the detection of radio waves consistent with primitive communications. Imagine intelligent life emerging so far from the galactic core. What our probes found was simply bizarre. Gravity near double that of the homeworld, with only half the atmospheric oxygen levels. How could intelligent life have possibly evolved on such a world? But it gets worse, much worse. The planet is racked with near-constant geologic and atmospheric instability. Impossibly large predators stalk every corner of the planet that shouldn't even be able to support life. Vegetation that naturally produces the toxins, capsaicin, and caffeine, and even more disturbing carnivorous plants. Just how? We briefly considered contacting the local sapients, but they seemed to be in a near constant state of war with themselves. Unfortunately, due to the low oxygen levels, the probe's propulsion systems was unable to generate enough thrust to escape the extreme gravity. We dare not risk recovery. It would be a suicide mission. We opted to destroy the probe and hoped that the warlike monsters native to this rock didn't find any scraps to reverse engineer. I would deliver my full report to the brood mother upon my return. Captain Zivrim Vim, 95th Exploratory Brood. Story number 1. The Terran Battle Plan, written by the Guy. The Terrans were never meant to stand a chance against the HFY. How could a lowly system with only 3 heavily populated planets survive against a race that held hundreds of worlds? Well, the Terrans figured out how to. It all started 15 standard galactic solar rotations ago, when the HFY were struggling with water scarcity. And there is only so much water that an empire can buy before coffers start to dry. So, the HFY went looking for water and found Sol, with its 3 planets with more than 60% of their surface covered in oceans. Unfortunately, there were intelligent life forms on the planets. The HFY were in trouble, as you cannot take a world with intellectual life. So they forged document claims that the life forms were in the early Stone Age. First, they feigned peace to try and lower the Terrans into a false sense of security, so that a surprise attack will be more straightforward. Then, when it came time to attack, they struck fast with ground vehicles to not disturb the atmosphere too much and make the water undrinkable. This tactic soon resulted in most of the forces getting bogged down by a massed line of fortifications the Terrans called trenches. What surprised the HFY more was that they could not get past these trenches no matter how much they bombed them from space. All the while they killed in the thousands every day due to artillery, projectile weapons, and native bacteria. So they dug in themselves to not lose too many soldiers. Unfortunately for the HFY, this is precisely what the Terrans wanted, as any HFY that would wander into the land between the trenches would be dead within a second. So, the HFY sent an entire army into the Terran front line. None survived, as the Terrans laid their weapons of war onto the military so that even they were stopped within seconds, still unable to reach Terran trenches. After building the trenches, thousands of HFY would die on a good day due to suicidal charges that would never succeed. These numbers were only for Terra, as throughout the entire system the HFY was suffering immense losses. Of course, the front lines were not the only ones suffering mounting dead, but that land that the HFY already held also saw similar amounts of violence, as the battleground was being fought by Terran civilians picking up Terran weapons for themselves to use in warfare. They seemed to have named after one of their genetic cousins, with the generals growing ever more impatient with the war effort. Sent to Terra became a code word for death sentence in the HFY military. This war had been going on for 15 standard galactic solar rotations under the Galactic Union's noses, until now. The HFY government completely collapsed due to the number of people that had died in the war and the famine that had only been getting worse since the war started. The HFY sued for peace, and the Terrans learned that there was a galactic union that could have ended the war, so they were less than pleased. The peace talks were held in a battle-scarred city of New York, partly because that was where the Terran government used to be before the HFY invasion, and partly because it would show the Union what the HFY did to the planet. The first thing the Union wanted to know was the number of dead. The humans answered with the number 134 million, while the HFY representative bowed his head and said 389,248,846 dead. The Union was shocked that the second deadliest conflict in galactic history had happened without even knowing. Next, the Zaxpor representative asked how the Terrans held back their entire military. The humans answered, "When you came with diplomats, we gave you very concise information. We did not want you to know that we have been at war with ourselves for more than 10,000 years, as we thought that it would scare you away. When you announced your war, we moved in to inflict enough damage that you would have to pull out of the war. So, we practiced the lessons that we had taught ourselves in the past onto you. It worked surprisingly well as you fell into every trap that would bog you down for years. So here you are now, a collapsed empire taken down by a lowly system. Also, it's spelled gorilla, and no, it's not named after the animal." End of story. Story number 2. Nobody Expects Them, written by Brew Foker. It all started as rumors of a great danger lurking in the fringes of the galaxy, converting or enslaving any race caught in their path. We detected a warning as soon as we discovered tachyon communication. The warnings were clear. Don't use jump technology, or they will find you. Centuries passed until it became legend. Stories to scare the children to do your bidding. Even if it was true the galaxy is too big and there are so many worlds out there that they will never find us. We believed that one race didn't want competition and started to spread this information. This only confirmed to us that jump technology was possible. We expanded our borders, we waged and won many wars, until that day, the fleet of ships like we never had seen before jumped in force on our homeworld with only one demand: convert or die! Our mighty fleet, winners of so many wars, were no match against the kinetic weaponry. Who would have thought that huge balls of metal could be so destructive in an age of laser beams, nuclear weapons, and plasma cannons? But what can you do when a huge metal ball comes in your direction close to the speed of light? Their ships launched a barrage of these, our shields depleted fast against this, and our ships' armors were pierced easily. We surrendered a little after they sent their warriors. They are not only fierce but brought with them a host of diseases that killed many. Because of our defiance, we were enslaved for no less than 2 generations. We had to convert to their religion. This is a warning to not use jump technology. They will find you, because nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. End of story. Story number 3. Just Keep Running, written by Bulgane Rockfan. Run! That was all he could allow himself to focus on. Got to keep running. Just a few minutes into the chase, and his legs were already burning away beneath him. His heart frantically pounding like a drum in his chest, his paws, his ears. His entire body was screaming bloody betrayal. But he had to push on, had to keep going. Come on, faster! You can do this! Your ancestors would weep if they saw you like this! You lazy sack of crap! He chanced a glance over his shoulder. Even with the lead she had given him, his tormentor was almost on his heels now. Briefly, his eyes met hers, filled with an unbridled joy. Even through the exertion, she was grinning, laughing even. Don't look back. Focus on yourself. Breathe in. Breathe out. In. Out. He was coming up to a bend in the path now. He was on the home terrain now. This was where he had the advantage. He hung low on the inside corner of the first bend, just barely dodging underneath a protruding branch. Memories from his youth were flooding back now, telling him which corners he could cut short and which to take wide. After so many years, the path he'd so often ran as a youngster hadn't changed a bit. A long left here, carefully turning right through almost dried-out stream. He'd long ago lost count of how many times he'd slipped on one of these rocks, and then a sharp left out of the bed and accelerated away. You're doing it! Holy crap! I'm actually doing it! A short whoop came from behind. The creature didn't know this place, wouldn't have known just how slippery those rocks would be. Oh, what he wouldn't have given to see it come crashing down, perilously balanced as it was on her 2 legs. He couldn't afford to stick around to see the aftermath, though. Have to keep pushing. Maybe, just maybe, he could actually make it out of this. He wasn't far from home. He knew Just one more turn, and then that final, ungodly long stretch straight to the front door. If he could just reach it, he would be safe. Gods, he could smell it. So close was he. And then another scent penetrated his nostrils. An impossible scent, getting stronger with every step. The stench of sweat and adrenaline was catching up to him, the human producing it close behind. He glanced one more look behind him and nearly stumbled. It was right there, mere meters behind him. He tried to egg on his legs one more time, tried to demand them to carry him to safety. But he'd pushed too hard, tried to go too fast. A cramp shot up through his entire left hind leg, and he instantly knew that was it. He'd had a good run, literally. But it was game over now. He turned and faced the human with what dignity he still had. The human slowed down to a walk as she approached him, hand outstretched towards his heart.
Tag, you're it.
End of story. Story number 1. First Contact Report. Humanity, the Unfiltered. Assistance requested. Written by Perilous Platypus. Contact Report number 1. Urgency Variance. Unfiltered. Request action. Immediate deployment of diplomatic Ryoka. Secondary conditions. Heterogeneous. Expensive. FTL P2P. Internal species identifier X-1. Proposed subject to verification. Species self-identifier Humanity. Proposed course of action. Interdiction. Containment. Reporter Deep Frontier Assessor 4291. The observation period of X1 proposed, hereinafter identified as Humanity, has ended and first contact has occurred. The circumstances of first contact confirm the concerns outlined in Deep Frontier Expeditionary Report 11-AAX.39, based upon observed behavior in detected emissions. Due to the gravity of the situation, I will drop formality and be direct. Humanity is unfiltered. I make this statement with no qualifications or contingencies. I understand the consequences of misclassifications and accept them willingly. The factionalism detected in humanity's emissions played out in grand spectacles during first contact. Of course, antenna-sign disputes by even spacefaring species is not unheard of. But there are ample evidence that humanity is both post-singularity and FTL capable. This is a phenomenon not witnessed elsewhere, and directly undermines the law of non-harmonious filtration that sits at the core of Consortium's organizational principles. There are no methods of producing governance interactions with such a species. Our failure to anticipate this occurrence has resulted in a number of complications stemming from first contact. First and foremost, we did not initiate contact. A faction within humanity, calling itself the Venerated States, located and then intercepted a transmission relay drone deploying approximately 40 light hours from the nearest emitting location. The means and method of detecting our drone remains unknown to us. In its interception, the vessels of the Venerated States depicted high-accuracy point-to-point FTL capabilities. The following is the initial message directed from the Venerated States to our drone. Unidentified vessel, this is Admiral Yenny Larker of the VSS Darkspear, notifying you that your presence in this location is in violation of New Lagos Convention. All activity within the demilitarized zone must be subject to a writ of authority pursuant to New Lagos Convention. Failure to comply with convention protocols carries with it a significant penalties for both the transgressor as well as the national affiliates. Provide an explanation for your presence as well as a description of your vessel, its port of origin, and national flag. Failure to comply will result in interdiction. Attempt to escape will be treated as an act of war. You have 10 minutes to comply. Admiral Yenny Larker, VSS Darkspear. Given the gravity of the situation, the time available to us per the missive, and the remoteness of the Consortium's command, we elected to deploy the Contact AI in order to minimize the possibility of a misunderstanding. Things did not go according to expectations. In retrospect, it seemed clear that holding expectations with respect to an unfiltered species is an unwise gambit. Within moments of relaying the standard Consortium greeting, multiple other factions appeared within close proximity to our drone. I am loath to speculate prematurely, but the timing of their appearance suggests that awareness of novel contact spread beyond the VSS Darkspear and to the rest of the factions at FTL speed, indicating real-time FTL communications. The arrival of the other factions precipitated an immense escalation in affairs. Each faction delivered its own message to our drone, demanding equal treatment. We have registered 6 different factions thus far. The venerated states appeared to claim some sort of supremacy over the affair as the initial party to the interaction, while also issuing various ultimatums to both other parties and to our drone to immediately cease communications. The contact AI, unaccustomed to multi-factionalism with contact species, elected to treat each faction as a separate species and began to attempt to establish diplomatic relations with each. Due to the differentiated cultural dynamics within each faction, the progress through the contact AI's heuristics varied, resulting in different factions achieving different levels of information sharing at different points. This was cited as evidence of favoritism. Matters escalated from there. Support vessels were brought in from each faction in order to bolster their presence. The vast majority of said vessels appear to not have had writ authorization mentioned in the initial VSS Darkspear message, which has amounted to an ever-expanding set of accusations between the factions, many of which intimate that the consortium has been conspiring with one or more for some time. As the tone became increasingly threatening from the various factions, the contact AI shifted into triage subroutines, stating that continued contact would be permitted only if the factions, being treated as separate species, reach resolution to the extent dispute. This was viewed as a threat by 2 of the factions, which resulted in the calling of additional vessels. Currently, there are approximately 8,400 vessels within the vicinity of our drone. Survey and analysis indicates that each are FTL point-to-point capable and apparently armed with an array of mostly light-based weaponry. What these vessels lack in elegance, they more than compensate for with raw utility. It is estimated that the assembled vessels would pose a considerable and potentially existential threat to the consortium interests. This is a species that has been born of war. Through means and methods unknown, they have survived planet contagion, singularity transition, and the discovery of the great sciences, without coming to filtration standard. Instead, they have competed amongst themselves and they have thrived in contravention to all known expectations. Again, proving the folly of such things. Humanity has dominated its portion of space. There appears to be no prior contact with sentient life, and accumulated surveys indicate human population within no fewer than 30 star systems. Our presence has aggravated simmering tensions. The contact AI's attempts to mollify the factions have had the opposite effect. As a result, I am forced to request the deployment of a diplomatic troika to undertake matters from this point forward. Now that our presence is known, and isolation protocols would likely prove to be fruitless, meaning that we must engage. Without sophisticated, persistent diplomacy, humanity is likely to devolve into either intraspecies war or, more concerning, a projective war directed at the consortium itself. Given the armaments on display, as well as the apparent technical sophistication of the species with respect to FTL-grade science, I cannot overstate how much we must strive to avoid such a possibility. I await your response and will be diligent in providing updates until this matter is duly undertaken by the appropriate diplomatic envoy. End of story. Story number 2. Myth and Promise, written by Something Touches Back. General Cat, your report. 16 small, single-crew spacecraft dropped out of faster-than-light, almost atop of our planet, irresponsibly deep within our star's gravity well. The maximum range of such craft means that Mothership must have gotten well with TOC-controlled space, undetected, before deploying them. 15 spacecraft successfully entered the atmosphere and dropped 2 or 3 bombs on or near military manufacturing hubs before being destroyed by our planetary defenses. The 16th spacecraft was disabled before entering the atmosphere, and its pilot captured.
Admiral Cloth, at least one human mothership, or carrier as they call them, got close enough to the homeworld of the TOC Empire to launch bombers. Tell me, you at least destroyed the carrier and or escorts that were with it?
No, sir. We failed to detect it entering our space, nor did we detect it leaving. It came in through a part of space we thought to be empty, and not worth spending picket craft on. That hole in our defensive screen has since been filled. Warlord Ashth, the second only to Emperor Clath Tok himself, rubbed his temples. The general and the admiral were in a constant competition for war funds, and their animosity showed.
General, how much damage was done?
Minimal damage. We will be back at full production within a day or two. There were, however, 50 casualties and nearly 400 injuries reported so far.
Execute the captured pilot, publicly, with full press coverage. We need to send a message.
Hours later, Warlord Asth watched a live broadcast as the human pilot was brought up onto the improvised stage, his body covered with cuts and bruises, and his movements divulged at least a couple broken ribs. He was forced to kneel, while a Tok soldier in ancient formal garb stood behind him, holding a ceremonial but still very functional sword. The general had coached the soldier to wait a moment before swinging so that all news cameras could get a good shot of the suffering of the human. In that moment of respite, the human, holding his head tall, faced the cameras and said clearly and emotionlessly, "I am here! Others will follow!" The sword sang, and the human's head went one way while his body went another. Up in his office, Warlord Ashth rested his head on his desk and cried. For hundreds of years, the Tok Empire had projected a myth of invincibility. Wins and losses may happen on the frontier, but for hundreds of years the Imperial Court kept their promise that the Tok core world would be safe from attack. Unreachable, invincible. Now, on live news, the myth and the promise were destroyed. It doesn't matter that little harm was done, nor that all the attackers died. Humans got through. They were here, on the home world itself, and now every enemy of the Tok, both within the Empire and outside, knows it, and will find new hope because of it. As the human said, others will follow. End of story. Story number 1. Humans Are Liars. Written by Kaiser5243.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
I couldn't help but notice how the glass in my friend's furry blue hands trembled as he took a drink and set the glass back on the bar. That's what he told us right before he went in. We believed him too. That's the worst part. The reactor was crashing, and if we couldn't find a way to stop it, we all would have died. But the room was full of enough radiation to kill any of us within seconds. The human wasn't worried, though. He just grabbed an earpiece and told the engineer to walk him through it. We explained the danger, but he insisted it wasn't enough to kill him, and we've all heard the stories. Humans can't die from something like that. They lose limbs and vital organs and just continue on. They live in extreme cold and heat and eat things that would melt the fur right off my skin. We believe those stories so firmly that not one person on board was even considering he wouldn't be fine. So we opened the door and let him in to the reactor. And you know what? He was fine. He spent over 10 minutes in a room full of lethal radiation and calmly followed the engineer's instructions, stopping the meltdown, then just walking right back out with a smile. He just played it off like it was just another part of his duty when we tried to thank him, and for the next few days, things went on like it never happened. Then, he missed his shift. He claimed that it was his stomach bug, and he would be back to work before we knew it, and we owed him too much to question it, so we told him to take the whole week off, which he did. Then, just as he said, he was right back to it. Then one day, he just collapsed. He just kept insisting that he was fine, just tired, as we rushed him to the med deck, right up until these results came back. Our doctors have never seen tumors that fast or in such high number, but the human didn't seem surprised. He knew what the scans would say. He knew what the radiation exposure has done to him. He just didn't want us to worry. We knew we couldn't save him, but we had to try. He saved over 200 of us. Our medical teams worked in shifts administering medicine and fluids, checking his vitals every half an hour, and doing what we could to reduce his pain. And he still insisted. We would be fine. He wasn't, though, but he lived much longer than we thought. Pray, you never watch a human die. It's almost like they're not meant to. Radiation that would have killed me in a few seconds took 2 months to kill our human. Every day was worse. First, his hair fell out in chunks and he began losing weight. He began vomiting constantly and had to be fed intravenously. Unable to stand without assistance, turned into not even being able to lift his head from the pillow. We watched our friend, our savior, wither before our eyes in that damn hospital bed. He couldn't even be considered a ghost of what he once was. I'm ashamed to say that I couldn't bring myself to visit him the last few weeks. I couldn't stomach looking at the thing my friend had become. The worst part is right up until the last minute. He insisted that we worried too much and that he would be fine. I sat in stunned silence across from my shaking friend. He took a deep breath and wiped tears from his eyes. He took a deep, calming breath and stared directly into my eyes, his face filled with a mixture of sorrow and rage. He lied, though. He wasn't fine. He died 3 days before we made it back. The humans are liars. They're not invincible. They just want us to think so. They do die, but they die slowly. That man endured more suffering in those months than I will throughout my whole life. And he knew before he went in that room how it would end. But he still looked us right in the face and told us that he would be okay. I couldn't help but think back on this conversation as I watched the 2 humans gather their weapons. The pirates had breached the hull and would be boarding any second, but the humans wore smiles on their faces. You all stay here and we'll go deal with our new friends. Everyone is going to be okay. We can handle this, no problem. The effect was the same as the doors closed behind them. Everyone else was calm and content, believing in the stories of human prowess, and a cheer went up as the pirate ship detached and ran from us 20 minutes later. The confusion didn't begin until the scan showed no life forms on the ship beside the ones in this room. The theory that they had been taken prisoner was quickly dismissed, and everyone assumed that the scanner must be broken in the attack. But I knew better. Humans are liars, after all. And I am forever grateful. End of story. Story number 2. None Dare Fire. Written by Mercury the Dealer. The galaxy is dangerous. Civil wars, betrayals, alliances, and competition for resources all make sure that combat, be it political or military, is a constant. Except on that day. For on that day, none dare fire. On that day, the trenches and bunkers stay quiet. No soldiers die by the hands of others. Weapon manufacturers do not display their newest invention. Gangs leave the citizens alone. Cartels sign ceasefires with the authorities and each other. None dare fire. Every person on every planet waits in silence. Then they come. Millions upon millions of gigantic ships approach the planet. Men, women, and children watch in awe as each ship approaches their planet and releases their payload. Snow. Deserts become beautiful mixes of yellow and white. Plains become great canvases for children to create their snow angels. Grandparents watch the young play while reminiscing of their youth. Families talk and laugh while watching the snowflakes fall. Soldiers leave the protection of the bunkers and tanks to walk freely on what was once the battlefield. Enemies play cards as they drink their nation's version of a hot winter beverage, while the great ships move around, carrying the snow with them. Religious fanatics and cynical non-believers share drinking songs while they give themselves liver spots. The tension is unbearable. At any moment, anything could go wrong. It's a thin peace, but it is peace. The next day, there is only war. Ships explode, planets burn, soldiers are mangled to the point death would be a blessing for them. But the memory lives. The memory of those great ships, their artificial snow. The memory of the peace. The memory of when they and the entire galaxy lifted their glasses towards the symbol of a pale blue planet and yelled as loud as they could, "Merry Christmas!" End of story. Story number 3. The Cost of Durability. Written by Dyson Sphere 02. Humans were universally acknowledged as a death-willed species. The density of the collagen in their tissues, to the fact that almost every kind of tissue that makes their bodies can store energy. Not to mention their high regenerative potential and adrenal glands. This physical durability also results in a certain sense of mental resistance. If you heal from a broken bone or a torn ligament in a few months, there would be no reason for you to be traumatized to the event. If you could lose 40% of your blood by volume, then little nicks and cuts won't freak you out. But let's say that you were a Raxian, an insectoid-type race with a decently durable exoskeleton. Even the smallest cut or crack in their exoskeleton would require medical attention, lest you die of exsanguination, or the thormus, and bipedal furry thing that is about 6 to 7 feet tall on average. The thormus's lack of tissue durability compared to their bone strength means that the energy needed to break a bone is well enough energy to completely and utterly ruin the tissue around the fracture. This means that even the cleanest break will commonly result in amputation. This is why when PFC Kellogg tripped and fell down a flight of stairs in 80 pounds of gear, resulting in both a green stick and compound fracture, had the unintentional fainting of 10 station members. From their perspective, they just witnessed a young man lose both of their arms in a singular unfortunate accident. And this was considered a day-to-day accident. In the more severe cases, like with GTC 1774 incident, where a small starship-to-surface transporter suffered from structural failure in one of its atmospheric ailerons, resulting in a 20-man transporter crashing roughly 4 miles from a major road. Its location allowed for a local news team to arrive on site before the planetary law enforcement could set up a cordon. The result of this would be the now infamous Undead Man video. As a sole survivor of the crash, a human engineer proceeded to stumble out of the destroyed craft with a foot clearly in the wrong orientation and holding his own small intestines in his hand, was broadcast for the entire planet to see. End of story. Crippling sound, written by Faulty Logic Engine.
So, this is a human,
he said dismissively, in his native Kayla tongue, staring down at a female, pale-skinned and dark-haired. She was dressed in civilian wear. Captain Talton turned to face the fellow Hulkazer at the console behind him. The medals pinned to the black fabric on his chest clinking lightly. Talton stood 6 feet tall, leathery green, brown carapace covering his humanoid form. His 2 lanky 3-fingered arms folded neatly on his chest.
Yes, Captain. She was captured a few light cycles ago during a boarding action in orbit.
Talton grunted in response. Reaching up, he plucked a set of ear protectors off a rack on the wall and placed them around his neck. He moved away from the doorway with long strides of his hoofed, digitigrade legs. "Have you found any effective wavelengths yet?" he questioned the technician at the console. Gesturing to the gargantuan set of speakers that made up the wall opposite the human, the Hulkazar technician replied, "Unfortunately, no. Certain decibels seem to inflict harm, though, but nothing that wouldn't hurt Hulkazar too." A hint of displeasure, their voice.
"Increase the rate of your investigations, then. We don't have much more time before the diplomats resolve the border skirmish, and we have to return her. It's not every cycle we get a death-willed species to test on, let alone a species that arrived so recently to the galactic community."
Something will crack her eventually, Talton thought. Alcazar are specialists in sound weaponry, the only species who had the depth of hearing to consider developing them amongst the myriad of species in the galaxy. All bore mental ability scattered a consistent exposure to 30 Hz waves, yet Jim Flesh turned to jelly with a short, powerful pulse of 170,246 Hz. Everyone feared their weaponized vibrations, but they needed to find their weakness first. Their crippling sound. He could only imagine the accolades that he would receive for finding out how to safely cripple Deathwielders with sound alone. He placed an ear protectors up to his head, the act pushing aside many of the soft catfish barbel-like protrusions that lined his scalp. "Try an oscillating frequency," Telton commanded the technician. With a few delicate taps into the console, the speakers blared to life, sonorous sound shaking the room. The human grimaced, shuffling again and looking down at the floor. The beat resounded in the room for a minute, the human quickly adjusting to it. Her expression softened. Tolton sighed, noticing little difference in the human. Just before he was about to give order to switch frequencies, he noticed the human doing something odd. She was rhythmically bobbing her head in time with the oscillations. He observed her for a few moments more. "Increase the interval between oscillations." The reaction in the human changed. Her head bobbing stopped, but now she tapped her heels against the floor. Soon she also started tapping her fingers against the metal on the floor. The fact that the finger tapping didn't match the rhythm of the oscillations had not escaped Telton, or that she was moving her mouth. Her expression also changed from a slight frown to something approximating concentration. He gestured to the technician to reduce the volume. Telton could then hear the human faintly speaking something. Whenever it wasn't gibberish or galactic standard. Swiping his hand swiftly to the right, instructed the technician to deactivate the speakers. The human looked up sharply. "Hey, I was listening to that," she complained, in perfect galactic basic. Tolton looked to the technician with befuddlement. "You didn't say that she could speak bass?" he asked the Kayla. The technician simply shrugged. "Didn't think she could," he replied. Tolton fixed his gaze on the human. "You wanted to listen to that?" he inquired in basic. "Yeah, I had an idea going. The beat was good," she replied with a hint of frustration in her voice. Never before had Tolton met a being interested in specific non-verbal sounds. Sure, plenty of species were indifferent to most sounds. Others found some sounds unpleasant, but an active desire to hear it? Never.
Why?"
he responded in disbelief. "I'm in a band, you see," she said. She started rolling her sleeves up to reveal an odd mark. Tolton grew ever more confused as he studied the symbol on her arm. One which depicted some kind of predatory feline wearing a primitive war helmet with some strange script running beneath it. "I'm the drummer and the songwriter for the Tagawa Tigers." His expression didn't change. "You know," she continued, "like music?" "What in Cercel's divine breath is music?" he replied, exasperated, forced to use her alien word for the thing. The look of shock on the human's face surprised Telton even more so than the concepts she just introduced to him earlier. There was a knock on the door. "Sir," the petty officer said, striding into the room, "a delegation from the Solar Confederation has arrived." All charges had been dropped as part of the peace settlement, to the surprise of the Alcazar diplomat envoys. Telton had been dropped of all potential charges. Even the human captive, Hina, had said that it was water under the bridge. It helped that he was under orders by his commanding officer to investigate the human to find her crippling sound. Apparently, getting mistreated by aliens occurred frequently to humans, something to do with other species being terrified of their predatory nature. To the dismay of Telton, she apparently could have just broken her restraints and walked out of the room should she have chosen to. Deathworld species really were unbelievable sometimes. Telton sat reclined in a chair in his personal cabin. A few days had passed since then, and in his hand he fiddled with his Omnipad. He had downloaded some of his fabled music, in particular a few tracks of rock recommended by Hina herself, who requested that Telton join her and her girls for drinks as a thanks for the song idea. Songs Music. Rock. The ideas seemed so strange to him that listening to jumbles of wavelengths and timbres was somehow entertaining. According to his perusal on the datanet, no species so far could understand the appeal of the human's music. He had yet, however, read anything of the Alcazar giving it a try. Perhaps his enhanced hearing could bridge the gap that no other species could. But he doubted it. Like any primitive beating rocks could alter someone's mental state, it was ridiculous. He placed a set of earbuds into his auditory opening and confidently played a track. The assault of noise was intense and visceral. It took him a moment to pick apart the sounds, the steady beat of the drums, the riff of the bass, the chorus of the voices in the human language. Shaking his head, he rested his hand on his desk, focusing on the sounds in the song, trying his absolute best to get why humans cared so much for this type of sensory stimulation. He tapped one of his fingers on his desk rhythmically as he concentrated, staring at the wall, tapping his finger rhythmically. Turning his palm upwards, he looked at his hand with a furrowed brow. He returned to his previous position, but this time he had to force himself to sit still. The track ended. Talton felt oddly tense. He brushed off the feeling and continued with his routine, dismissing his musical venture as a clear failure. Sleeping, eating, brushing his chewing surfaces, donning his uniform, completing his duties as an officer. The entire time, every other moment, not locked in conversation or occupied in a different task, that pattern was there. That serial accursed pattern of noises haunted his mind, like a ghost whispering in his ears. He could feel his many barbels twitch as he suppressed the urge to, spasm? Twitch? He felt as if something was trying to possess his body and force it to bob and sway to its command. And yet, whenever he dwelt on this ruinous music, remembering the pattern in his mind, he felt his twin hearts race excitedly. An indescribable pleasant urge to move to the beats of the song would tug at the sides of his consciousness. Regardless, Talton pushed through it. There wasn't some mythical force acting on him, and it was preposterous that merely perceiving a pattern could damage his mind. It sounded like something from a bad horror film. It wasn't real, he decided. Must be something he ate. He was going to meet the humans, the Tagawa tigers, in a mere 2 cycles during leave. He needed to sleep. He couldn't sleep. The pattern wouldn't pass. Talton stared silently across his room at his seat, the omnipad, the earbuds. With a heavy breath, he approached the devices, slowly, and he tentatively tried to place the buds in his ears once again. I am genuinely going insane, he thought to himself, as he read into his emotions, finally hitting play on the song with a giddy expression on his face. The rain pattered hard against the asphalt street. Fluorescent lights of all colors glittered in the reflection of puddles, large and small. The stars barely peeking through the light pollution that bled into the night sky. A lone Alcazar walked along the streets of Terran, clad in a leather jacket, a cap emblazoned with an emblem of the Tagawa tigers. They strutted briskly along, humming quietly to themselves and garnering odd looks from a number of different species. Perhaps it was due to his clothing being atypical for a Alcazar. Perhaps it was a large carry case he had slung over his shoulder. Finally, the figure stopped in front of a gathering of Alcazar and humans. They talked and chatted with anticipation, whilst they waited in front of a building, all queuing to enter a small underground concert hall. They could hear young Alcazar discussing if what they can hear really can induce euphoria or sadness or so on. The Alcazar didn't, however, join the group. Instead, taking a sharp turn to an adjacent grimy alley and casually opening a small door leading into the building. Opening the door revealed a gargantuan human who stared at the Alcazar with a deadpan, if irritated face. The Alcazar attempted to slip past him but was blocked by the human's gargantuan arm, which shot out to block the corridor. The two people locked eyes, rain pattering hard on the rooftops outside as seconds passed. The human started to crack a smile, quickly followed by Alcazar starting to chuckle.
You know you're going to give someone a heart attack like that, Charlie, complained the Alcazar.
The human shrugged. That's kind of the point, you know, he replied. I am a bouncer.
Charlie stood aside to let Alcazar through. The Alcazar rolled their eyes and grinned, making their way further into the building. Hina was sitting atop a stool, crossed legs wrapped in a fishnet tights, her expression semi-vacant, while she tapped away a faint beat with a pair of drumsticks against Lee's head, who was singing a few lines with increasing irritation in her voice. Maria, wearing a patchy and torn blanche jacket, strummed on her bass guitar, the plucking of strings muted due to the absence of an amp. Lee's pierced lips scrunched as one smack of Hina was particularly heavy, causing her to spin around to face Hina with a scowl. Hina, in return, apologizing with a laugh. Turning back around, Lee noticed the approaching form of the Alcazar. "Oh, you're finally here, Talton," Lee exclaimed. "About time. Almost started without you," said Maria, her ebony fingers still silently playing the instrument. Talton carefully placed on the case on the wooden floor. He removed his cap and carelessly threw it aside before dropping to his knees. "Well, I want to take a break from being a super punctual soldier for once," he replied, opening the case. Maria raised an eyebrow. "You haven't been in the Karilli military for over 2 years. I think that's a mighty big break," she countered. Talton stood up, a shamisen in one hand as he ducked under the shoulder strap. "Have we decided what we're going to open with?" Talton asked the group, trying to avoid Maria's counterpoint. "I was thinking Kiss of Spring," Talton continued. "Apparently there's a lot of Alcazar kids that have never listened to music before. I think it would be easier to ease them into it." Dee shook her head. "No way. If they wanted something easygoing, they could listen to a Trans-American Symphony Orchestra touring the colonies," she said, dismissing the suggestion. "Let's blow some little minds, crushing waves. What do you say?" The group pondered for a moment, gauging each other's reactions. Talton smiled. "Crashing waves." They all replied in unison. Finally, Talton picked up his baccy from the case and started walking towards the stage, with the rest of the Tagawa Tigers following suit. "You know, you don't have to play a shamisen just because I suggested it way back then," stated Hina. Talton smirked, holding up his 3-fingered hand. "Find me a Alcazar-friendly guitar that isn't more or less a shamisen anyway." Talton kept walking. "Besides, I like how it sounds." As the group took their place on the stage, the crowd of attendees cheered mightily. Talton could feel the rumbling in his chest. His heart fluttered, soaking in the sound, and rehearsing mentally the notes he would be playing shortly. He looked at the gargantuan speakers beside him. What were the chances, he thought? There was a species in the galaxy other than humans who actually appreciate music, and I get the luxury of being one of them. "We ready?" called Hina to the band. The group nodded in return. Talton's bauble stood on end, his right hand placed halfway up the neck of his instrument, the baccy ready to start plucking the strings. He breathed deep. It would take all of his self-control to not dance around the stage like a madman once they start. The audience started to quiet down as they realized the performers were ready to start. Talton's expression stiffened. "By Cercial," he realized, "the humans found my crippling sound." Hina slammed her drumsticks together. 1, 2, 3, 4. End of story. Story number 1. All is fair in love and war, the fascinating phenomenon of human pack bonding and the horrific brutality of human warfare, written by Louis Le Diamond. Humans are well known to pack bond with literally anything, even inanimate objects, hence the introduction to the galaxy's favorite pest control, the domestic cat, and our most loyal guard, the domestic dog, both companion species to humankind, something almost unheard of from any other species. But what exactly is this pack bonding phenomenon humans call love? Many galactic citizens are unaware of the true reason the Kailonti chose to invade Earth immediately rather than ask for surrender. Of course, we all know that it was some great heresy that led to unusually high level of aggression, even from such an already aggressive species. The true reason must to do with the absurdly strange human mating conventions.
While most species have things such as breeding grounds, select individuals with above-average genes to select from to continue the species, and government-assigned partners, humans instead chose their own partners and stay with them. It isn't unheard of for two humans to have a single child and stay together for the rest of their lives. The Kailonti found this practice completely disgusting. But this effect was due to a complex web of emotions known as love. When the Kailonti failed to realize is how this complex web of emotions is not humanity's greatest weakness, like one might assume, but in fact its greatest strength. In order to understand how, however, I must give an abridged summary as to what love actually is. To begin, it's important to note that love isn't just one thing, but can fall into two major categories: family and romance. Family, which includes very close friendships unique to Earth, is probably the more powerful of the two. It extends to the closest of friendships and relatives, genetics and otherwise, of a human. This also extends to humankind's best friends, their domesticated dogs and cats, along with any other animal a human may choose to pack bond with. If a human shares incredibly sensitive information about themselves in a non-professional setting, they probably feel this kind of attachment to you, in which case it is best to keep this information to yourself. It is a great honor to be shared this level of human love. Romantic, and by extension, sexual love is, while perhaps not always as strong as familial love, is a force to be reckoned with. This form of love is felt towards sexual partners, but is often not aimed at reproduction. As odd as it sounds, human partners often simply enjoy each other's company, but don't mistake this seemingly mundane phenomenon as weak. It drives humans to do insane things. Many of the crazy stories from the terrible conquest's brief rule over the Sol One system of humans doing impossible things was caused by love. The Bear of the West, an infamous and anonymous human fighter, for example, didn't fight off an entire army single-handedly for a snack and a warm bed, but because his wife and daughter were in danger. The Human Global United Front's 409th Division, the King Tigers, earned their nickname after several successful stealth attacks on Kailonti's FOBs, and most of the humans involved were fighting for their families and romantic partners back home. These are only two examples, but virtually every human hero and legend was influenced directly by love. Love, however, can become corrupt and twisted if a loved one is killed. Many of the terrifying events and actions humans took against the Kailonti demonstrated this, such as the Warsaw Massacre, where thousands of Kailonti tourists were slaughtered by human resistance fighters, or the Bloody Erie incident, where human fighters blew a large hole in the then-frozen Lake Erie, dropping many thousands of Kailonti soldiers foolish enough to set up camp on the ice into the freezing waters below. Both massacres were in direct response to the Kailonti demoralization campaigns that involved the mass genocide of millions of human civilians in the human cities of Poznan, Cleveland, Tokyo, London, and many more. The Kailonti were not expecting such a violent reaction, as none of the billions of conquered planets before had such a reaction. Anyways, I think I've taken enough of your time today. To all the wannabe conquerors out there, best avoid Earth and her colonies, or really any colony with humans living there, especially if they have a pack. They might just drop you in a frozen lake if you hurt their loved ones. Thank you all for reading. This has been your favorite space blogger and love of your life, Gothak. And as always, goodbye and good nights. End of story. Story number 2. Teleportation and You, written by Paragon Nostus. So, your species has developed teleportation. Congratulations! By following these simple steps, you too can avoid becoming a bioluminescent sentient goo, ready to be scraped off the boot of the next patron. Number 1, never enter a teleporter in tandem with another creature. You may be fused together or have more limbs than originally intended. Number 2, No perishable food items, they become radioactive and develop feelings of world domination. Number 3. Any and all anomalous time travel shenanigans must be reported to the nearest temporal agent. If an agent is currently unavailable in your time, avoid exploration until one is made available to you. Number 4. If offered any food by strange interdimensional creatures, be sure to reject their proposal, as they might try to bind your atomic structure to their dimension's physics. Number 5. Any and all clones created by teleportation are to be exterminated. Those who refuse will be terminated, and their clones will take their place as the original one. Number 6. By entering the teleporter, you are agreeing to fight in the next great time war. Those drafted must arrive at the end of the time and no later than the heat death of the universe. Number 7. In the likelihood of your death, your atoms may be held as evidence for the dangers of teleported travel. They may also be used as a substitute for vanilla extract in my next cake, provided I'm unable to go to the store. Number 8. All personal items are to be secured beforehand. Any left unsecured may fuse to your body and give you temporary or permanent superhuman abilities. In the event this occurs, you are required to register your alter ego, as well as take a mandatory seminar on why turning evil is super uncool. Number 9. In the event you become your own grandma, refer to Rule 3. Rule number 10. There is no external energy binding all living things. Any delusional thoughts like this must be reported to the nearest psychological evaluation center. Any attempts to become one with the hypothetical energy will be met with an extreme prejudice. Number 11. Any and all interactions with giant koalas are to be directly monitored by your supervisor. Number 12. Ascending to another plane of existence will not be tolerated without 3 to 5 business days notification beforehand. If no attempt is made to do so, any and all vacation days are forfeit. Number 13. Eating any and all strawberry-flavored desserts marked Tyler will be subject to a warrant being placed on you and your family. Yes, we're looking at you, Dave. Number 14. In the event your arm or appendage disintegrated in travel, you are allowed a maximum of 2 weeks sick leave in your species equivalent time frame. Number 15. Any and all self-proclaimed gods met during transportation are to be ignored. If one attempts to contact you, good luck. Number 16. No members of the Q Continuum are allowed within 8,000 standard units of a teleporter or wormhole technology. Number 17. Dave is to be shot on sight. No, this is not a drill. Number 18. Pets are not allowed near the machines. See Rule 1. Number 19. No Gary xenomorphic alien facehuggers cannot be classified as faceware. 20. Humans are to never tamper with teleporters calibrated for other species, even if they just want to put bitching flames on the side. End of story. Story number 3. They did what others do in 50,000 in 5,000 years. Posted by Incredibles Ha. Turnell had just faced the greatest surprise in his life, in the life of his descendants, and in the life of his kin. This couldn't be right. Perhaps they forgot to add a 0. That was quite plausible. 50,000 years is a respectable amount of time to go from a Bronze Age society to a Space Age one. But 5,000 years.
Check again. Are you sure humans are hating us?
He asked his assistant. The assistant nodded. Yes, sir. Turnell moved a few of his mandibles in confusion.
They were in the Bronze Age 5,000 years ago. They can't be in space yet. Are you sure those are humans and not Trevians or Garstarians?
Those are humans, sir.
Hail them, contact the Federation, and force them to send more diplomats. I'm an asteroid whiner. This is far above my pay grade, he said.
As you wish. These humans had to be uplifted. He opened his datapad and looked for them in the database.
Around 1,983 Ardok generations ago, the most advanced probe to date, the Ashrian 4, was sent to monitor the new area of the galaxy. 3 sapient species were logged. The most prominent of these were humans. Despite having the same lifespan as many other species, they developed unusually fast. In the current year, they are theorized to have reached the Iron Age. This, couldn't be right. As far as Terran knew, the Iron Age didn't include spaceships. The humans are responding to our hails, audio only, his assistant said. Tenno nodded. Put them on. I am currently speaking to humanity, he asked. This had to be some sort of joke. It was simply too absurd. Not only that, but he wasn't a diplomat. What was he going to say if they were humans? I'm sorry. I thought you were still figuring out how electricity works. That wasn't going to work. Yes, you are. A voice on the other side came through. It had a distinct tone, almost as if it was evolved to speak. It was human. They did what others would do in 50,000, in 5,000. End of story. Bargains, written by AC1308. Ben huddled behind the tree, trying hard to not breathe out loud. Through the screen of ferns, his eyes were fixed on the old-fashioned ceramic saucer brimming with fresh raw cow's milk, set off by the home-baked cookie, only natural ingredients, perched against one side. It all sat on moss-covered tree trunk, right where the light of the full moon could spill over it. He'd done it just right, or as close to right as the stories he'd heard made it sound. Everything organic, nothing processed, no preservatives or insecticides, as little touched by cold iron as possible. Now all he had to do was wait. Time passed. The moon crept upwards into the sky. Tiny forest animals skittered here and there. Bugs chirped. Frogs croaked. Something long and sinuous slithered over Ben's foot. He barely noticed. So firmly was his attention fixed on the saucer and the cookie. And then, into the beam of moonlight, fluttered something that wasn't a moth, wasn't a cricket. It was too large by far, with long translucent wings that whirred as it flew. Ben stopped breathing altogether. Once, twice, thrice, the winged creature circled the stump. Twice it paused and stared accusingly into the darkness, one of those times directly at Ben. He froze, not even blinking. It circled the stump again. The forest was so quiet that Ben could hear a train chugging along the track 15 miles away. The creature was mumbling to itself. There were two sides to what it was saying, as if it was two different people arguing with each other. Must be a trap, has to be a trap. Why must it be a trap? It's milk and cookies. Who leaves milk and cookies, man? Who sets a trap, man? It's a trap. But milk and cookies. The voice was wheedling. No milk and cookies. The creature flew off to a few yards, then dithered. Maybe a little try. Fly away if danger. It's a trap. But the voice with reason was less confident now. Just a nibble. Just a sip. Trap. It was just a whimper. The creature fluttered closer and closer, then perched on the stump, crouching next to the saucer. Now that it was still, he could see that it was about 5 inches tall with subtly inhuman proportions. Its skin was iridescent, gleaming in the moonlight, while its hair was silvery purple. He watched as it took up the cookie, needing both hands to lift the baked pastry to its tiny mouth. There was a tiny crunch as it took a bite. Then it lowered its face to the milk. Ben didn't move except for 2 fingers. There was a string hanging beside him, and he tugged on it. As the diminutive figure hoisted the cookie again, the net fell from above. Not just any net, however. This was made from hairs plucked from the tail of an elderly mare and painstakingly woven into the shape of his own hands. At each juncture was a tiny shaving of silver taken from antiques that had once belonged to his grandmother. The net drifted down as lightly as gossamer in the summertime. Perched on the stump, the tiny creature had no idea of its peril. Right up until the strand settled over it. Screeching in alarm, it tried to leap into the air, but its wings tangled in the net, and it subsided into useless struggling. Ben's joints were almost frozen solid by this time, but he forced his knees to open, and he stood up. Clumsily, he lurched towards the stump, using the tree as support.
You've eaten my food and quaffed my drink, he declared. I hold a debt over you. The fey being ceased its struggles and glared up the human.
Man,
it hissed.
Knew it was a trap.
It was a trap, Ben acknowledged, and you flew right into it. He settled himself on another stump closer to the trapped creature. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what you're willing to give me to get out of it. Mick glared at him.
Man, it spat. Traps, treacherous cheats.
That doesn't matter, snapped Ben. You have to do what I say, or I can punish you. Silence fell briefly. Then a stick snapped, further back in the forest. A footstep sounded, then another. Ben looked wildly around, wondering who the hell would be out here at night, and how they'd snuck up on him. A stranger picked his way into the clearing, looking for all the world like a stereotypical bureaucrat. He wore a suit and tie, and his hair was neatly combed. In his hand was a briefcase, brushing off a fallen log. He sat down and looked over bifocals at Ben. "Let's not be so hasty, he said mildly. "Certainly you have him at a disadvantage, and certainly he has eaten of your food and imbibed of your milk. There is a debt owed here, but perhaps not one as stringent as you seem to imagine."
"And who the devil are you?"
demanded Ben. "What are you doing here?" "Ah, careful now," the man said, raising his hand slightly. "Names have power in places and times like this, and you do not wish to attract the wrong sort of attention, especially with voices raised in anger. A horsehair net fastened with silver will not serve to bind one such as him." His voice was so mild, so unthreatening, that Ben felt himself relaxing. This was not an enemy. What he was, Ben wasn't sure, but he certainly posed no physical danger. "All right, then," he said, more carefully. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" The forgettable man smiled, a brief stretching of the mouth rather than any particular expression of emotion. "My name is Nigel Fotherby, of Fotherby and Blythe. I am here to negotiate the release of your captive without any mischief done on either side." "What?" Ben couldn't understand what was going on. "I just dropped the net, just now. How did you find out? How did you get here so fast? Did you know I was going to do this?" Cautioned Fotherby. "Temper, my dear boy. I did not know you were going to do this 1 minute ago. I was finishing up matters in our London office when I was contacted regarding this situation. Our firm handles this sort of thing on the side, you see. When I expressed my willingness to take this case on, they briefed me in detail about what had been done. I made my preparations and was deposited a short distance away so as to not startle you into precipitated action." "All in 1 minute?" Ben found that hard to believe. Fotherby sighed. "You really do need to pay more attention to your myths and fables. You have heard, no doubt, about weary travellers entering fairy mounds and being wined and dined all night long, only to emerge 100 years hence into the world that knows them not, or of children entering a mystic realm and living whole lifetimes before coming back to the very same moment in time. I was drawn into a region of the Feylands where hours passed for me while mere seconds ticked by here. It allowed me all the time in the world to assemble my preparations, and thus here I am." "Oh, right." The dry-as-dust explanation was what really sold it. Fotherby wasn't interested in convincing Ben. He merely wanted to explain matters and get along with it. "Okay, then. So you're here to, negotiate?" "Precisely." Fotherby offered Ben an approving smile. "You do not know this little scamp's true name, and neither will I give it to you. We will call him Thistledown for this nonce. He has been foolish and scatterbrained enough to enter your trap, as crude and as simple as it was, and so a price needs to be paid. However, one such as he has little to give you, and you are likely to press too hard for what you believe you are owed. To this point, nobody has been harmed, and so the authorities on either side need not step in. To continue in the vein that you were pursuing, however, might lead to, unfortunate consequences." "Authorities? Consequences?" Ben wasn't sure he liked the sound of that. "Oh, yes," Fotherby raised his voice. "You did not know of those? Oh, dear. Have you mayhap heard of the Wild Hunt?" Ben blinked. The phrase was vaguely familiar.
That, actually happens.
Not as much these days in those of yore, unfortunately, Botherby said with a sigh. But yes, should Oberon or one of his subordinates catch wind of one of their subjects being tormented or misused by one such as you or me, then the wild hunters assembled. Fairy law reigns that night, and the unfortunate miscreants find himself drawn into the Feylands, pursued by beasts strange and eldritch through the dark that never ends, within a forest that stretches across the face of the world. He leaned forward and looked at Ben over his bifocals once more. Believe me, dear boy, that is a fate I would not wish upon my worst enemy.
That, legitimately sounded terrifying. Ben glanced at the creature who had been temporarily named Thistledown and considered freeing him, but decided against it. Fine, no mistreatment, but you say I'm still owed something. I want to collect it.
And thus is your due, Botherby agreed. Now, to the matter, what is your wish? I would advise against gold or other natural riches for several reasons.
Ben frowned. Just out of curiosity, what reasons are those?
Botherby pushed his bifocals up his nose slightly and cleared his throat in a professional fashion. Most folk who attempt to capture a member of the Fae seek out leprechauns for their famed pots of gold. What they do not understand is that a leprechaun gold is Fae gold, as with all other riches they might give you, taken by force from the Feylands by one of us. It'll fade away to nothing with the morning dew. I myself maintain a vault of it, but in the Feylands where it will remain good and true. It allows me to buy and sell favors amongst the Fae folk, as part of my business dealings.
Right. Ben was beginning to feel as though his entire efforts to this point had been for nothing, so, no gold or jewels or other stuff I could sell. He looked challengingly at Botherby. What do you have to negotiate with, then? What can I get off Thistledown to pay the debt?
Well, that depends, Botherby said. Why did you go to all this trouble? What do you need so badly?
Ben grimaced. It's, my sister. Our parents are dead, and she's all I have in the world. She's got this really rare disease in her bones that's killing her. I don't have the money to pay for the treatments she needs, and our health insurance won't cover her for it. I was out of answers. Grandma always used to talk about the old country. So, this is my last option.
Ah, said Botherby in terms of irritated enlightenment. America, I see. Well, I have two options for you.
You do? Ben hadn't even expected one.
Certainly. Botherby's smile was dry. As I said, I am here to negotiate. Therefore, I have some leeway.
He brought the briefcase onto his lap and undid the latches with a sharp snap-snap. Lifting the lid, he turned towards Ben. Moonlight fell within, and Ben gasped. He'd never seen so much money before in one place. Bended stacks of $100 bills filling the leather case from side to side. Holy crap, he muttered.
Neither one nor the other, Botherby corrected him with the barest hint of humor, closing the lid once more. That money should pay for the treatment. Yes?
Ben grimaced. Unless they hike up the price again, sure.
Ah, yes, Botherby sighed in sympathy. Well then, we still have the second option. I can reach out to some people in the Feylands who owe me a favor, or three, and they can cure her affliction.
They can do that?
Ben felt a surge of hope. Of course. Botherby gave a humorless laugh. The Fey world works by different rules to those that govern you and I. She will be entirely cured, but be warned, she and any children she has thereafter will forever be sensitive to Fey influences. If they go wandering, they may fall through the soft spots in the world and arrive in the Feylands. They'll be returned safe and sound, of course, but perhaps 50 years later, or 50 years older.
But if that happens, Ben said, could I reach out to someone like you to get them back?
Indeed you can, dear boy.
Then it's a deal. Ben sighed and thought of all that money, but a certain cure was what he wanted. What would come later would happen.
We are agreed then. Botherby reached out, and Ben shook his hand. Delightful doing business with you, dear boy. Reaching down, the negotiator flipped the net off the impotent Fey. Be off with you, Thistledown. The next time, be more careful, won't you?" Muttering what sounded like a rude word, the tiny creature lofted into the air, clutching the cookie in both hands. It flew off into the darkness, vanishing almost immediately. Chuckling at his indignation, Ben turned to make a comment to Fotherby, only to find the fastidiously dressed man had vanished altogether. Well, yeah, he probably was back in London by now. It didn't really matter. Once he found his way back to his car, he could drive into the city. He couldn't wait to see his sister's face when she found out she was cured. End of story. Story number 1, The Power of Metal, written by Spartan R259. It wasn't supposed to happen. The council was assured so many times that they could never delve so deep. But that has gone now. Our member nations are rushing a vote to demand either submission or annihilation before it's too late. Today, the 18th of Glormont of the galactic year 582 since the founding, humanity found Mithril. Sol, Earth, human year 2290. Obradine observation vessel, Trafalgar. It is remarkable that such material can be found in nature, a metal so light that even common silicates weigh more on a total mass comparison, the perfect conductor for electrical systems, capable of transferring vast amounts of power through not but a thread's equivalent, and so hard and dense after refinement that a centimeter sheet is capable of withstanding the bombardment other alloys would take a meter of thickness to withstand. And lastly, and most calming, so rare that of all the myriad of species throughout the galaxy could produce little more than a few kilograms of refined mithril. That was until an in-depth survey of the fourth planet of the Sol system was carried out. It is now common practice to observe potential new member species for the Council, but over the decades the process has become less common, as they only see members that will benefit them monetarily, so as to not waste resources on wasteful or cumbersome species. After initial observation, it was made known that humanity, as they called themselves, was adept at war, having little to no ceasing from some sort of combat or another throughout their entire time of observation. Clearly, if nothing else, they would make good soldiers. Science was also a drive for them, a never-ending search for knowledge. Twisting and bending every rule until it proved resilient or broke is how the humans improved, and their space age was an astounding testament to that. Though it seemed that after any initial interest and investment in such exploration, fewer and fewer ventures were had. Our observer noted that it was likely the obliteration, a term we came to expect for fledglings. They would either flourish or die out, but neither end came. Humanity persisted, as they seemed to have the will to bear against such a fate. Wars continued and life moved on, and the observers deemed the species too violent to uplift. Then, as a last measure to rule out, the planet observers ran a geological survey, and what they found in abundance was mithril, so deep that only modern tools could excavate it, and with such abundance that entire fleets could be constructed, not just simple daggers or ornaments. This information was sent to the Council, all too late, as we know now, to deliberate. Finally, humanity made its next venture, not to the outer reaches of space, but to the depths of their planet, and what they found propelled a revolution of science, technology, and war. Great ships could be built 20 times the size for the steel counterparts at an equivalent weight. Wars were fought and won, and 4 factions reigned over the planet, and then again the race into space. No longer limited to such small craft, their ships could not fly to and from the planet with ease. They colonized their moon in the span of a year and delved further and faster than any before them. All the while the Council panicked. Over the years humanity unified to a greater or lesser extent as factions shifted, gained, and lost power. And still, the Council did nothing. When at last humanity colonized the 5th planet of their system, the order came: annihilation. As such, we have finally been given the order to cease observations and leave the humans to their fate. Thus ends the report, and the timeline full Trafalgar and its tour of duty. The captain leaned back in his chair and sent a report to his superiors. Standing, he made his way to the command deck and began to make the ship ready for a jump out. "Sir," one of the comms officers made a request and flagged him down. "You need to see this." The captain made his way to the station and looked over the crewman's screen. "Undeclared vessel. Identify immediately." The captain recognized the language, human English. His hands went cold, and he made a call to sensors operator. "What is out there, Lieutenant?" "Sir, I'm detecting a human vessel burning hot in Sept. ETA 4 minutes, he called. The captain fidgeted. How did they find us? Our stealth tech should still far exceed them. Another call from the comm. "Sir, a new message." "Let's hear it," the captain said. "Undeclared vessel. This is the captain of the UEG Greyhound. Please identify." Clear now that the ship was fully viewed somehow, the captain faltered for a moment, and after going through the logistics of the options ordered, "Open channel. This is Captain Albadine Observation Vessel Trafalgar. I mean you no harm. We have been watching you for some time now." The message translated into English on a prayer that this violent race wouldn't simply vaporize them. "Copy that, Trafalgar. Please be on your way. UEG space is restricted until further notice. Next time, make sure you have a flight plan. Greyhound out." The message that came through was confusing to the captain, but he took it in his stride. "Status. Sir, the human ship has halted intercept and is moving back in system." "Jump drive ready, sir," chimed the navigation. "Get us out of here and report back when we are in Federation space." The captain stood and made his way back to his ready room. "I need to write another letter," he thought to himself. "Humans can see through the stealth tech." Aboard the Greyhound, "Captain, what the hell was that?" the first officer, Luke, asked. "If I were being strictly official, I would say that was first contact," the captain said. Luke frowned. "Sir, we were out here after a report of a couple kids joyriding in a luxury yacht." The captain smiled. "That we were, but I would say that this is a little above our pay grade. Don't you think? Log the encounter and forward it to the precinct with correct tags. I think we may be getting some company soon." "Yes, sir," Luke said, attaching the recording and captured data burst. "So to the regional precinct. To the regional precinct. Urgent, first contact. Hashtag this means war. Hashtag what goes around. UEG Greyhound, Warden of Saturn. We are about to have company. Alert the fleet." End of story. Story number 2. The Way They Expand. Written by Scarax. In the galaxy, every species expands the same way. You get to a new planet, build the minimum required to claim it, and get to the next planet. Rinse and repeat. This has resulted in massive empires expanding akin to webs, where planets change hands like currency, and meaningful development only happens on those points of extreme importance. But humanity was different. Each planet totally conquered and developed, totally consumed by the human horde in their slow grinding advance on the galaxy. At first, many empires followed their standard procedures, granting gifts in the forms of planets near the new species. What a mistake this was. The humans landed on these worlds, and I saw for myself the total conquest. Our small outpost became a city, then a capital, then a member of the Terran Republic, a glorified breeding ground for more humans. They reproduced so quickly, every world became overpopulated and served to justify further expansion. The Koskwi recognized this threat for what it was, but their simple imperial war machine was no match for what I learned was called the military-industrial complex. When war broke out, the Terrans threw it into full swing. They may have only boosted 30 worlds, but each was an industrial powerhouse. Hundreds of warships a month, millions of recruits, and unlike their expansion, they struck swiftly. The poor Koskwe had their empire gutted and demilitarized under sheer numbers and became puppets of the humans. Others, like the Mo-Kith and my own kin, Voltal, tried mimicking the humans to various levels of success. The power structure, the very culture of the galaxy has been forever changed. Gone is the time of empires, and now begins the age of the industrial carnage, the age of colonization, the age of humanity. End of story. Story number 3. Enough, written by Simone Angela. We, Ascari, are a solemn species. It comes naturally when the average Joe from your hometown might be older than writing of the species you are talking to. It also makes it difficult to truly connect with Xenos. Almost everyone but our most radical xenophobes burned forever by loss after loss. When the humans joined us across the stars, they were amazed. We had all the technology they had dreamed of and more. We were fascinating to them, and at the initial reverence we were afraid they would take the path of some of the not exactly intelligent species and worship us as gods. Our fears were unfounded, fortunately. Instead, they asked to learn. Imagine our surprise. Not pleading, not threatening, not even guilt-tripping. They were just really curious and wanted to learn. That got our attention. In fact, that got so much attention that we, for the first time in, forever, were truly invested in a species. They wanted to learn from us. Then we would learn about them. I was one of the first to migrate to Terra, and I have never regretted it. Everything about humans just screams variety, change, and innovation. I myself made a breakthrough in white dwarf anatomy theory by observing their fireworks. It stands to reason, then, that I be the one documenting the mark that this wondrous species has and will leave on the universe. The fondest memory of my time on Terra, prior to its destruction, will always be the discussion I had with a philosophy professor. Such an advanced field I nearly squealed when I saw the faculty name, near the initial months of my stay, in which he explained to me the peculiar concept of the human condition. You see, humans evolved too fast, or at least their society did. They went from jungle primates to hominids in 500,000 years, and from then they just kept accelerating. 300,000 and they were hunter-gatherers, 100,000 and stable societies formed, 10,000 and Neil Armstrong walks in Luna. They uncovered secrets of the universe with a brain that was still optimized to living in a straw hut. This leads to so high amount of youth suffering from existential despair that it is considered a rite of passage by many to survive their first existential crisis. The most common answer to the crisis, he told me, is to accept that you are enough. When he first told me that, I was stunned. That would have been the most unsatisfactory answer for most members of our species. After all, we have all the time we need to learn and improve ourselves, to push the limits and break through every block, every doubt that worms in our hearts. There weren't some fortunate. The constant looming presence of death only added to the horrors encroaching on the human mind. Enough. What a beautiful word. Everyone used it, but not like the humans. They accept that they are enough. Mostly. The few that don't are incredible individuals. They may have a spark inside, something more that drives them to new heights. That spark that will push a human to look up to the mountains he's climbing and walk faster. That will see a new branch of science born out of the idle musings of a madman. That would eventually be the ruin of the row. The humans are not enough. They are not smart enough to truly comprehend the fundamental secrets of the universe. But they are smart enough to mourn this loss. For me, though, they are more than enough. End of story. Humans Are Brainwashed, written by Chronic Boom 3. Transcription started. Hello, this is Dr. Quack Reeves. Today I'll be conducting an interview with our subject. For the record, today's date is the 5th of the 4th quarter calendar. Calendar date 8910-3. The subject in question that I'll be interviewing is a pre-modern species, Hoja, in relation to its experiences prior to the acquisition of said subject. Subject is male, roughly 340 substandard units tall when within a bipedal stance, and 180 substandard units tall when within a quadrupedal stance. Subject age is unknown, but assumed to be within full development range. Biological deterioration due to age has yet to occur, suggesting that the subject may be younger than assumed and may be referred to as partially juvenile. Subject has been within our care since the 23rd of the 1st quarter calendar, of some same calendar date. Subject has obtained prior training to ensure the safety of personnel,
and the docility of the subject. Subject has also received language training, trained in the regional dialect of the majority of Pooja tribes present around subject's original location. The purpose of this interview is to hopefully obtain further insights into the anthropological origins of the culture amongst sapient species, and how that culture develops in relation to social and environmental conditions. Subject was selected for this interview because of its unusual origins of having never interacted with another sapient species prior to the subject's capture. As required by law, I am required to state my species, sex, and physical appearance to avoid potential contaminations of subject responses, as well as to provide context to subject's behavior. Note that the subject has yet to be exposed to my species, and may act with hostility, fear, and/or stress, which has previously been observed with Pooja subjects, and therefore is no cause for alarm. I, Quack Reeves, the interviewer, am of the modern species Zacharak. I am a male of my species, and I am 53 substandard units from head to tail. I have light brown fur covering my whole body, and possess 2 arms which extend from my shoulders. The brain, as well as my sensory organs, are contained within my skull, which sits above the shoulders. I do not possess any legs or any other locomotive appendages, and instead slither around on the ground. My diet consists mainly of meats. However, I am capable of consuming some species of nuts, native to my home world. I am currently adorned with standard research vest, and are otherwise nude. I acknowledge and accept responsibility that should I fail to accurately describe my appearance, biology, physical attributes, etc., I shall receive reprimand up to and including jail time and/or demotion. Accompanying me is an emotional support human, which may be used to calm the subject down. Should any complications arise, Jake, please state your full name, appearance, and disclosure. Additional subject identified, Jake. Hi, I'm Jake, Jake Martinez. I am, 153 substandard units tall. Oh, right. I'm also human. I am of the pre-modern species human. I'm a male, and I have blonde hair and brown eyes. I am a bipedal. Jake, I need you to specify that you only have hair in certain places, please. Oh, right, Doc. Sorry, Doc. Transmission amendment, Doc. Human English slang for doctor. Right, so I only have hair on my head and in some other places like my armpits, groin, and above the eyes. The doc told me that I apparently have a calming appearance for the, Pooja. Because I somehow remind them of their children, which are also apparently hairless. That's, not entirely relevant for the interview, Jake. Just describe your appearance for me, please. Right, so I'm bipedal, meaning I have 2 legs which I use to walk around, and I have 2 arms which connect at the shoulders. I also have a skull like the doc's, where my brain and eyes and such are located. Transcription amendment by such, Jake means the rest of his sensory organs. Humans tend to value vision more than their other 5 senses. So, what else did you want me to say, Doc? Tell them what your diet is and what you are wearing. Then please read out the disclosure for me. Right, okay, so I'm omnivorous, meaning I eat meat and plants, not all plants, just some. Oh, and it has to be cooked first too, and, I'm wearing pants and jeans right now, as well as shoes and socks and, glasses as well, and boxes too. Can't forget about those. Editor's note. If you're unfamiliar with these items of clothing, please see the addendums at the end of this report. Okay, so a disclosure. I, Jake Martinez, acknowledge and accept responsibility that should I fail to accurately describe my appearance, biology, physical attributes, etc., I shall receive reprimand up to and including jail time and/or demotion. Okay, good job, Jake. You may sit down if you wish. I am going to let them in now. Just follow my instructions and you will turn out fine. Subject Jake temporarily removed from transcription index. Sounds of door opening and closing. Pooja enters via quadrupedal locomotion. Pooja does not possess any garments on its person. Pooja is covered in blonde-colored fur over its whole body. Pooja does not appear to have sustained major injuries. However, signs of previous lacerations are visible in the forms of scars. Pooja shows aggression towards Dr. Reeves, baring its teeth and flattening its ears.
Pooja shows concern for Jake and attempts to move Jake away from the doctor. Jake looks for approval from Reeves, and Reeves nods, an affirmation sign in human body language. Pooja grabs Jake's arm, pulling him away from Reeves, wrapping its arms around him, whilst retreating to the right side corner of the room. Jake shows signs of agitation, fear, and embarrassment, however, does not attempt to move away from the subject. After a few microcycles, subject shows signs of calming down. Dr. Reeves attempts to initiate dialogue. "Hello, my name is Dr. Reeves, though if it is easier for you, you may refer to me as Reeves." Note: subject refused to wear translation implements, therefore translated vocalizations were broadcasting through the room's announcement speaker. Subject refused to respond. "I assure you I'm not here to cause you harm. Your friend there is named Jake. Do you have a name?" Subject looks down at Jake with confusion. Jake smiles back and waves, a human greeting. Jake shows signs of moderate worry. Subject looks back to Dr. Reeves. Subject speaks. "Name?" Subject shows signs of not understanding. Reeves: "Yes, your name. Do you call yourself anything?" Subject does not respond. Subject looks back down to Jake and sniffs his hair. Subject speaks once more. "Fear." "Jake is nervous, is he? Don't worry, he's fine. He's just unfamiliar with your kind, just like you are nervous about me, right?" Subject hugs Jake tighter. Jake makes a surprised vocalization. Subject shows signs of curiosity, prodding at Jake's clothing. Subject brings a claw to clothing, ripping it experimentally. Jake stirs uncomfortably. Jake re-added to transcription index. Please don't do that." Subject added to transcription index as subject. "What?" Subject pulls at Jake's shirt. Jake looks back to Reeves for clarification. "I believe he's asking what you're wearing, Jake." "It's, just my shirt. Please don't rip it." Subject disregards last statement and rips the shirt playfully. Reeves: "Can I ask you some questions?" Subject does not respond. Subject ignores last statement. Subject sniffs Jake's hair again. Subject starts licking the hair. Subject shows signs of scenting. Reeves laughs. "It appears that he's claimed you, Jake." Jake sighs. "Don't feel so ashamed, Jake. This is why I asked for you after all. In fact, this is already some great progress. Notice how he's not even concerned about me anymore. We usually don't see this level of trust in a Pooja until they have been exposed to us for about a day." Jake sighs again. "Well, I'm glad my discomfort has advanced science in some way." "Actually, I was wondering about that. Do you really feel uncomfortable with what he's doing right now? I would assume that you would actually find it soothing. I have heard the humans used to have a history of grooming each other. I also know that you are fairly social creatures, and that contact with one another can be very important. What exactly do you find uncomfortable right now?" Jake looks at Reeves, confused. Aren't you supposed to be asking him these sorts of questions?" "Technically, yes, but it might be beneficial to let him get confident with us. I don't think we'll be able to or willing to do so anyways right now. Also, don't forget, you are also a pre-modern species. The galactic community still has a lot to learn about you, and believe me, there is a lot to be learned." What do you mean?" "What I mean is your ability to adapt to your environment. Humans are actually the highest ranking when it comes to adaptability. You learn new things at an incredible rate, so much so that your human anthropologist just might be able to put me out of a job in a few years." Reeves laughs. There's got to be more to it than that. Is that really why Earth is in such a mess right now?" Reeves sighs. Reeves: "Unfortunately, yes. It's really that simple, you see. Humans aren't just adaptable. You rely on your adaptability. So much so that it is your main survival tactic. As you can probably tell, you don't really have much in the department of natural weaponry, especially when you look at the Pooja. But what is so fascinating, and what makes you special, is that you don't need any. You are the definition of the underdog on your planet. Yet, you manage to dominate your planet. But, back to my main question. I want to understand your psychology. Is there any reason why you don't like the Pooja grooming you?" Jake takes a few moments to think. It makes me feel embarrassed." "Would you care to elaborate?" Well, I don't really know. I just, feels like something I shouldn't be doing."
"But your biology would suggest otherwise. It should be beneficial for you to allow him to groom you, so you could theoretically prevent parasites. Not that I'm saying that you do, but your evolutionary history, as far as I am aware, shouldn't discourage this sort of thing. There is little net loss for a potentially huge gain, saving your life.
I don't really know what you expect me to say, Doc, but I'm just a university kid. I think you should be asking these questions to a human doctor. I don't really know the ins and outs of how we work. I guess it's just the culture that makes me feel this way.
The culture?
Yeah, I guess the things we've been seen as childish if another human saw me like this. Like I was being coddled or something.
Do you personally think that it is childish?
Yeah, a little. It feels too, intimate. Like he's trying to say that he's my guardian or something. It makes me feel dependent, like, I can't take care of myself properly.
You realize this is completely natural exchange, right? If I am not mistaken, even some of your closest evolutionary relatives do the same thing. I wouldn't say that this is something to be ashamed of. You are offering invaluable assistance to me, Jake. You should celebrate that. You are helping us understand not only yourself, but another species as well. This could potentially save lives. Are you not proud of that?
Jake does not respond. The subject gets Jake's attention. Fear, Jake, fear, no. The subject hugs Jake again. Jake control, no Jake. Subject appears to be thinking of a word. Jake, bad alpha, Jake control, you alpha. Is he calling me a bad alpha? No, Jake, fear bad alpha, I fear bad alpha, I alone, I knew alpha. No, you don't understand, I don't fear anybody. It's just my culture. Culture bad alpha, culture control, culture not here, but Jake fear culture, but Jake brainwashed. Note, this is unknown how the subject knew the word brainwashed, with its limited vocabulary. Theories suggest relation to the subject's past.
Reeves, I think he's right, Jake. I think you are forgetting that you are still an animal. When's the last time you've done anything like this? When's the last time that you've had someone show you affection like this?
Again, Jake does not respond, likely indication of negative response. Transcription ended. After interview observations. Whilst the original purpose of the interview was largely a failure, valuable insights into the human mind have been obtained. It appears that humans are not entirely the rational creatures we assumed them of because of their staggering technological progress. Several instances in this interview did I question the mental health of Jake, as much as his behavior had either disregarded or acted defiantly towards his nature. It has been proven that acting in such a way can be troublesome for many sapient species in the galactic community, causing unnecessary sadness, resentment, or stress in an individual. Much of what I observed regarding Jake's cultural misgivings were either obstructive, detrimental, or malicious towards me, nor the Pooja, which brings into question why human culture developed in such a way to discourage these behaviors. I currently do not know why human cultures tend to discourage intimacy, but any potential reason, such as population control or a value for independence, no longer seem relevant to the current human world, flawed as it is. I question why these cultural taboos continue to exist, and what purpose they serve to the human mind and all the powers above them. I also question why many humans appear to take these values to heart. It is both fascinating and disturbing to observe as the human act in disregard to their own self-interest, despite such actions not conflicting with their moral values. Furthermore, humans often seem to have discrepancies when it comes to such moral values if and when they conflict with societal values. What is fascinating is that humans will often prioritize their societal values over their moral values and personal interest. What is horrifying is that often these societal values are harmful or detrimental to the majority of humans. Due to these discoveries, I'll be issuing a formal complaint to the United Nations, the Independent Nations of Earth, and the Alliance of Territories of Earth in regards to the breaches of sapient rights, and will be calling upon the galactic community to conduct a thorough investigation into such breaches. I'll be personally counseling Jake, as well as any other human students currently on campus, to 1. Try and reverse this brainwashing, and 2. To try and discover the potential purpose and or potential threats these cultural values may pose to both humans and any other sapiens who wish to integrate into the culture. Dr. Quack Reeves, GC, International University. Story number 1. But Is It Human Proof? Written by Luke was not here. For some reason, you have a human or humans working for you. Now this may seem like a sort of punishment, divine or otherwise, but we promise you it's not that bad. However, having us around comes with certain difficulties, and thus this pamphlet, translated to whatever you're reading this in. There are many things that can go wrong with us around. Nevertheless, there is one thing you should worry about the most. First, let us preface that humans, like all species, are unique, so this may not apply to everyone. But if they're from Bukunawa or Legacy, chances are much higher. That chance being that we'll break something. By something we mean anything. It can be small, like electronics. Legacies are great at that. Or machinery. If they're from Bakunawa, they probably already have. It can be big too, like an empire. But the chances of that happening again are quite low. So safe to say, anything is possible. Yes, even that. The thing nobody has broken before. We'll find a way. It won't even be on purpose. We humans are a curious species, and curiosity can lead to accidental destruction. Which begs the question, how do you stop humans from breaking your nice things? Well, we have good news and bad news. Bad news, you really can't. Accidents happen, important things will be in pieces. Little things will be dropped and stepped on. Things that should not be bent will. Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, and at the worst possible time. Good news. Humans think aliens are cool. The fact that humans working for you is because they want to. We as a species were alone for so long, and now you're all here. We want you to like us, which means we'll be far more careful than normal. So accidents will happen, to a far lesser degree. So when you build and repair things, try to break it, and once you can't anymore, it'll be far more resilient to us. Follow the KISS acronym. Keep it simple, stupid. Nonetheless, we will still break things, and we'll also fix them. The person in front of you is the best of us. They're the smartest and strongest, the most curious. They decided to go on your ships and your schools to learn, to be better humans by being more like you. So don't be too hard on us, please. And always remember, when you're building or fixing something, ask yourself a simple question. But is it human-proof? End of story. Story number 2. Skulking Hunter, written by Fated Apollo. The hunter stalked through the corridor of the 5-story apartment building, clawed feet quietly tapping on the dark, composite floor. The hunter was slowly approaching the door leading to where their prey waited. A claw hand with black, short fur grabbed the handle and gently pushed it down. The door slid silently open, just enough to let the hunter through. Pushing the door almost closed to not make a sound, the hunter stalked into the gloomy room. A hallway awaited the hunter. Smells of prey and the outdoors lingered on the clothes hanging in the room. The hunter stepped over the shoes in the hallway and past the jackets, pausing a moment to listen for any signs of alert, but hearing none. The hunter crept on. The room right behind was a living room, and immediately the hunter spotted the prey, slouching on the couch reading a book. A smile crept onto the hunter's face, showing white, sharp teeth. Red eyes observed the prey, while the hunter stalked the shadows ever closer. Slowly, to not make a sound, the hunter crept up towards the couch. The large pink/brown alien had no idea what was. "Hey, kiddo," the prey said, without looking. The hunter sighed and threw her arms up in frustration. "How did you spot me this time?" The human Daniel looked over his shoulder, smiling. "Your hint is light." He turned back to the book. The hunter, also known as Sola, scratched her chin, like she had seen Daniel do when he was thinking. She looked back towards the door and saw the light streaming in from the corridor outside. Thinking for a bit, she wondered how much light spilled in from the doorway. "You saw the light when I opened the door?" "Yeah, the white walls in the hallway lit up," Daniel said. Sola stood there a bit, wondering if she could make sure Daniel's hallway was bright next time, or maybe she could turn off the lights in the corridor. She padded over to the couch and held out her arms towards Daniel. He put his book down and lifted Sola up and plopped her down on his lap. "Better luck next time, kiddo." "What are you reading?" she asked, decided to put her plans for the next ambush off for now. "A book on local flora," Daniel said, putting an arm around Sola and picking up the book again. "Is it interesting?" she asked, and leaned back against him, looking at the book written in human writing. "Not really," he said, owning a giggle from Sola, "but it is informative." "Why not read a fun book?" "Because I want to eat something new. The food I know is safe for humans to eat leaves something to be desired in diversity. And I want to eat cake. I might be able to make you something as well," Daniel said. "I would like that very much, thank you," Sola said seriously. Daniel laughed. "I'll have to step up my efforts then, and it's getting late. When is your bedtime, young lady?" "In 2 hours. It's a holiday tomorrow. I don't remember which one," Sola said, her eyes feeling heavy. "Long weekend, huh? So you decided to sneak away from your mother and pester me for a bit?" Daniel asked, turning the page. I can almost sneak up on you now," Sola said sleepily. "In your dreams, you little monster," Daniel said, and patted her head. Sola giggled and swiped at his hand, but he was too quick, and he pulled it away. She settled for grabbing his arm and resting her head against his chest. "I'll get you tomorrow," Sola said with a yawn. There was a knock on the still-open door, and a moment later, Sola's mom peeked inside. "So this is where you ran off to? I was wondering where you were hiding," Sola's mom, Sela, said smiling as she walked over. "Hope she had not been in too much trouble, Daniel." "Not at all, Mrs. Yavin," Daniel said. "Please call me Sela. What are you reading?" "Oh, it's a book on local flora. I was just thinking about—" The adults continued to talk about stuff adults talk about, weather and work and plans. Sola quickly determined that she was not interested in what was being said, so she closed her eyes, listening to the rumbling in Daniel's chest as he spoke. She felt a warm hand gently stroking her head, and after a long day of school and skulking, the small hunter quickly fell asleep. End of story. Story number 1. Human Steel, written by Glacial Fury. The forge hall glowed orange under the mountain. Darkofler raised his voice to be heard over the hammering ringing on steel. "Aye," he said, "that's what they're saying. Human steel strong as dwarf mythium." Manius, the forge master, brought up his heavy shaping hammer, whistling down on a piece of glowing metal. Sparks leapt off the anvil in a fiery arc that died in the dimness of the vast underground chamber. Again and again, the hammer fell, and Manus slowly forced the metal to yield to his will. "Said that, did they?" Manus's voice was gruff with a slight rasp from centuries of laboring in the dim heat and haze under the mountain. "Talk's only talk," he said, with a continued to work, his heavy hammer guided effortlessly by the heavy-muscled arm. "What's King Braun say?" Dockerflow agreed that talk was empty air until proven otherwise, but the humans were confident in their improvements on Dwarven techniques, and this time they said proof. "King Braun said the forge all is yours, and by rights your decision," Dockerflow said, crossing his arms over his tunic, suddenly feeling a bit out of place. He was the only dwarf present who wasn't wearing a beard apron, bare-chested, with slag-scarred hands and soot settled into the muscular grooves of his chest. Raised to be an ambassador like his father before him, Dockerflow would never wield a hammer in the forge hall. "Whatever you decide, he supports you. Also, said the Terran fools should know after all these years." Manus traded his hammer for a pair of large pincers and took up the glowing metal. The work was part of him, ingrained in his bones. He no longer needed to think about what must be done. His hands simply made it happen. A smile split white above the beard apron. "Aye, I know. Still good to hear. A good dwarf, my king." The water in the trough hissed and frothed when Manus thrust the steel into its embrace. All around, dwarves worked similar anvil platforms, fronting the long rows of forges carved directly into the stone of the mountain. Their muscled backs glistened in the orange shadows. of the forge hall. Manus retracted the newly quenched metal from the trough and tossed it into the glowing maw of the forge, turning to look at Dockerfler for the first time. His face was flat and hammered like a metal he worked, with dusky grey eyes lined on both sides, honed sharp with the wisdom of only age can bring. He pursed his lips, a slight pinching together of the moustache and beard apron. "I see no harm in having a human about, so long as they don't cause my dwarves trouble. Yeah, you'll be along convincing one of my boys they'll be wanting to spend any time in a human city, working with them, what they call smithies." Dockerfler agreed, save one thing. "Got me a volunteer?" He fought back the grin that twitched on his lips as the surprise on Manus's face. "Volunteer? Aye," Dockerfler said, pointing down the line of forgers to a distant figure, with a hair colour of fire, broad of shoulders, and muscled as any dwarf had ever been. "Aethel's eager to see the human lands and what they're about. The old stories have his beard filled with wonders. He was quick to volunteer, he was." Manus followed Dockerfler's finger across the great chamber. "You talk to me dwarves without myself first." Anger stimmered under the flat calm of his voice. "Aethel, is it? He's a pup with near 100 years under his head. Can't be letting him traipse off to the God knows where with such a tender age." Manus was shaking his head firmly. "Maybe another 50 or 100 years and he can go." "You hadn't seen a century when you started your travels," Dockerfler pointed out. "Travelled to Eversteel. Before you was 100, you did." Manus looked at him sharply, lips pursed again, considering. "Aye, I remember," Dockerfler said. "Was all the grand affair, and ye argued with your father, and the forge master, yet ye was more old than enough to go. I remember he thought as ye do now, but relented in the end. Hard to let go, they say." Manus lifted his chin, a stubborn light in those grey eyes. Then he sighed and blew out his moustache, scrubbing a gnarled hand across his face. "Aye, I remember well, dwarf," he said, his eyes momentarily misting with memories. "Sent the pup then. But hear me well, dwarf." Manus smashed the tip of his nose into Dockerfler's, stabbing the stubby finger into the delicate fabric of his tunic. "If anything befalls the lad while he's away, I'll be coming for your beard, and don't ye be thinking there'll be anything to stop me." Dockerfler believed him, spreading his hands wide and nodding in understanding. "I'll be looking after the young stallion, I will. No harm will come to him on my beard." Manus stepped back, seemingly mollified. Good that you understand. That these humans of yours sent a sample." Dockerfler smiled, slipping a hand inside of his tunic. It was a black satin scabbard traced by polished silver. The blade hissed from its sheath, the soft whisper of master craftsmanship, polished steel and dark blue swirls running along the gleaming length. Manus's eyes fell upon it with a grudging appreciation. "Aye," was all the forge master managed to say. His eyes were mesmerized by the magnificent weapon and how the light played over the rich steel. It was perfectly balanced and light in his hand, a pleasure to hold. He ran a thumb along the razor-fine edge, whistling in appreciation. Then his face jerked up. "Human steel?" "Aye. Plain old iron I pulled out of the hills under their keep. Not a fleck of lithium in it." Manus's brows tried to lift right off his forehead, and he nodded, moving towards the testing bench. He hammered at the sword, bent it in vice, and Dockerfler watched it spring back into shape, good as ever. Manus doused it with acid, beat it with chisels, and subjected it to blue swirling steel to every torture shy of tossing it into the molten depths of a volcano. When he finished, he scrubbed sweat from his brow and turned to Dockerfler. Something strange glinted in his eyes. "Send word to your humans." His voice was gruff, grudging, and impressed. "We accept their offer in exchange our ways." His eyes went back to the sword, then returned to Dockerfler. "In all me years, I've never had a plain steel with such strength and durability. If they'll be sharing their secrets, we'll be listening." "I have the parchment written in my chamber," Dockerfler said. "Just need yours and the king's seal for the devocate." "Aye, do it." Manus held the sword in his arm's length, admiring how the forge hall's orange light ran warm along the metal, Only a stubborn old fool would turn away from learning how to work the metal with such mastery, even from a human. Might be it's the truth. End of story. Story number 2. Sol 1000, written by Glitchkey. Come, what are the requirements for me to race into Sol 1000? Your ship does not meet the minimum safety specifications. I'm aware of that. What are the minimum safety specifications and how much would a retrofit cost? Minimum safety specifications for the Sol 1000 are M-Spec gravity stabilization for pilot capsule, 10,000 credits. M-Spec shielding against heat, cold, pressure, vacuum, EM kinetic and magnetic damage, 40,000 credits. M-Spec aerodynamics hull rebuild, 100,000 credits. M-Spec self-powered wormhole-based emergency escape device for pilot capsule, 90,000 credits. M-Spec thrust control and deacceleration modifications to all forms of mobility, 30,000 credits. Miscellaneous other small modifications for pilot safety, 123,000 credits. A full retrofit would be a total approximately 393,000 credits, and a similar cost would be required to downgrade your ship if you wish to participate in a standard intergalactic circuit event afterwards. Oh, well, I could buy a mid-range battle cruiser for that. What am I going to be doing? Driving into a gas giant? Yes. Slightly past the halfway point in the race, you would be expected to take a 20-mile dive into the 5th planet in the system, through a jump ring installed deep within the atmosphere for the race. Is that the most dangerous part of the race? Statistically, that is the least dangerous major obstacle. Computer, list the primary obstacles for the Sol 1000 in order from least to most dangerous, amid the gas giant. In order from least to most dangerous. You will make a run through the system's outer debris field at relativistic speeds. You will make a 10-mile run through the moon made primarily of water. You will run along the surface of their star for 100 miles. You will run through a large abandoned colony station maintained explicitly for the Sol 1000. You will run through the detritus of a 100-year-old battle with live mines and active military drones which will attempt to intercept and destroy any nearby craft. Well, computer, what are the expected benefits if I do well in the Sol 1000? The sponsor value of a player who places in the top 3 in the Sol 1000 increases by an average of 5,000%, with rapidly diminishing returns for every human race participated in until the 10th, at which point pilots are banned from the standard intergalactic circuit under the same policies that ban humans as a hazard to the well-being of races. Yeah, I know the rules. Earlier, you started to upgrade specifications were higher than military spec. Do those specifications have a name? Officially, there is no name for a build specifications of that caliber. Unofficially, they are referred to as human spec. End of story. Story number 1. The Hunt, id. Written by Sviana Watson. We should give it back. We have enough other— No! Yuri cut them off. The gold is fine, but this thing is a real payday. You don't even know that. Rat flared their thrill, their claws ticking against each other's impatiently. Put it back, and let's get out of here. Yuri growled and stood as tall as possible. Their thrill flared, and all 4 of their clawed arms raised as if to strike. This is my job! I call the stakes. Are you in or out? Red Sproul retracted, and they put their hands behind them in submission. You are correct. This is your job. I called the last one. Good. Now find out what you can about these creatures. They turned the device over in their hands, wondering at the odd markings on the small buttons. Curie was not foolish enough to push any of the buttons, as it could do anything, including blow up in their face. The 2 retraced the steps through the strange plants to their ship. This planet had strange tall plants with hard stems that grew to as much as 100 son or more, despite the gravity nearly twice of their homeworld. If not for their exosuits, they would not have been able to undertake this little job. It was worth it, though. The drones had picked up nearly 1,000 gurn of gold, maxing their ship out with takeoff from the steeper and average gravity well. They were nearly at their ship when they heard it. One of the creatures was making noises at them. They ducked behind one of the tall plants and hid. Rat, What have you learned?
They are called humans. 1.5 to 2 sod tall.
Curie nodded. High gravity planet. Small creatures make sense. Diet?
They are omnivores.
Curie scratched his belly thoughtfully. Claws, teeth, venom?
None.
Rhett turned the device to show Curie the picture of the humans. Excellent! Curie flapped his frill in mirth. Scavengers, no problem. We'll have fresh meat tonight. Top running speed?
Their record speed is 11.2 sod per tack.
Less than half our speed. And we can do that easily in the exosuits, even here. Fire up the translator. Red assumed a posture of submission.
Respectfully, we should give it back. It says here that humans are...
Enough for you. Curie snatched the device, a claw drawing an orange gash across the back of Rhett's hand doing so. They turned on the translation and called out, Hey, human! If you don't turn back now, we'll turn you into dinner. The human called back, You untranslatable. I will untranslatable you up so bad that your own parental unit won't recognize you. Good! Curie called out, Dinner it is. We'll give you a head start. No sooner had Curie said it than a rock struck them on the head. Orange blood ran down their face. It's not bad enough you destroyed my grain crop field, but you took my distance control at distance too? Another rock whizzed past Curie's ear, and they grabbed Rhett. Let's return the ship and treat our wounds, then we'll kill the human and eat it.
But, Curie, humans are...
Stow it! The two ran at their top speed, losing the human in no time at all. They pulled up short, blowing and panting at their ship. Surrounding the ship were chains of ferrous alloy, held together by a locking of similar alloy. The chains had been placed such that there was no way to open the ship. Rhett, cut the cursed chain! The cutter whirred to life, and the human emerged from the trees, still staying out of claw distance. Surprise, untranslatables! I followed your drones and locked my gold up tight. Now hand over the distance control at distance, and I'll let you live. Curie crouched to charge and was struck in the shoulder with another sharp rock. Curses on the ancestors! Curie yelled. Run! Again the two of them quickly lost sight of the human and stopped to rest. Their breathing was ragged, and they both felt ill effects of overheating. We've lost the human now. Once we catch our breath, we'll cut the chains and leave, Curie said. I don't want to eat human meat that much. Probably tastes disgusting. Rhett said,
It probably won't be that easy. Like I've been trying to tell you, humans are...
Stow it, Curie growled. You're driving me crazy with this. It's like you've gone swaying over the humans all of a sudden.
I haven't... Ow!
Rhett recoiled from the rock that hit him in the back of the neck. I'm not done with you untranslatables, the human yelled. Again the two ran, racing deeper within the tall plants. While they could easily outrun the human, they couldn't go very far. At each time they ran, they overheated sooner. They dropped to all sixes, gasping for breath, trying to increase the cooling from the exosuits. It still wasn't enough, and Rhett was feeling especially ill.
Humans,
Rhett said. So, it can throw rocks. Curie managed to gasp out between deep, gulping breaths. Let me get close and what? The human asked. The two scrambled to their feet and ran off as quickly as they could, but they couldn't get out of sight of the human before they'd have to stop again. The human was still running, as if it was a casual walk. Although its pace wasn't fast, it didn't slow down as it bent down to snatch up a rock and throw at them while they ran. It barely seemed winded. They tried to run again, and Red fell immediately, losing consciousness. Curie kept trying to run, out of breath, their mind in a whirl from overheating. Then they too fell unconscious. Curie was shocked awake by a deluge of cold water from a bucket. The human had emptied the gold from their ship and loaded it into a trailer pulled by a ground vehicle, and also had a device in its hands and waggled it in front of them. I'm not a female-gendered adult to be trifled with. Now, get out of here before I change my mind and bury you both in the holes you dug in my field. Untranslatable you and the 4-footed beast of burden you rode in on. The human clicked a button on the device and the ground vehicle started. Clicking several more times on the different buttons, the vehicle started making loud, rhythmic noises with a harmonic synchrony. Something that passed for music amongst humans, Curie thought. As the human left, Curie looked at Rhett and assumed the posture of submission. I'm sorry. I let you down and let us be bested by a scavenger that throws rocks. Rhett flapped their gill in a gesture of negation.
No, Like I tried to tell you, humans are not scavengers.
They can't be predators. They have no weapons.
Red raised one of their frills on the "are you sure" gesture. And how did the human best us?
Rocks and a good throwing arm isn't this gravity.
No. Persistence.
It definitely was persistent.
No. I'm trying to tell you, humans are persistence predators. That is their weapon.
What? What does that even mean?
They evolved to run their prey to death.
End of story. Story number 2. Deadly First Contact, written by Luke, was not here. Dear Diary, even saying their name strikes fear into the bravest of us. Why wouldn't it? Even us, the fools who dared fight the Queen. Hellworld, that's what Earth was supposed to be. Our divine punishment. A planet too unstable to have intelligent life. Yet they persisted. We captured one of those things. It looked far too similar to us. Hair only on its heads, our eyes reversed, a black pupil with a white around it. Odd-colored skin, light brown. It was male, though, so it had to be weak. It looked childlike compared to us. We strapped him to a chair and filled him with enough drugs to knock out any beast. It did not matter. It woke up. Why did it have to wake up? The doctors and scientists looked at me in fear, but I urged them to continue. Why did I make them? I thought tying its hands and feet were enough. He faked weakness, not uttering a sound, baring his teeth in something called a smile. My sister-in-arms, she moved close to exterminate it, far too close. It bit her throat. Its teeth, unlike the other beasts here, are minuscule. It did not matter. She died, screaming. The smell of iron violently entered our noses, her screams ringing in our ears. It grabbed a tool and cut itself loose. I ran. Like a coward I ran. I, the commander, ran. All did. All those who survived did. The brave, for the first time in my species' history, died. We are stronger, taller, faster, better. But Earth's suppressive gravity made us slow. The creature's savageness was unholy. Those who tried to fire our railguns didn't have enough time to get them to bear. He rushed forward like a wounded animal. The stench of blood and feces did not overpower him. The cries of pain did not deafen him. To my 5 sisters who fought that day, at least your deaths were quick. As he bit her, I saw the eyes of a demon. We saw one of them. The dropped leader, simply known as the Rue. We fought them for months. The more we learned, the more it made sense. His ancestors a few generations ago used things called nuclear bombs to officially end their world. A bomb that poisons the land it touches. What's left of it? His forefathers fled to their moon and survived in a city called Bukunawa. Like us, he was born poor. Like us, he fought against the powers that be. Like us, he was sent to a hell world to see if it was survivable. Except his hell world was the very one his ancestors destroyed. He and the prisoners who came to Earth known as the Dropped. On Earth he fought the legacies, those who survived the bombs and the bunkers. They fought a culture that, like ours, taught their children to fight. Like us, stronger, taller, faster, better. Yet he nearly won. Extinction is what the legacies faced, until we came. They have primitive technology, not primitive minds. The Dropped and the legacies set aside their differences to fight side by side to defeat us. And that was before they found an army's worth of firearms in the bunker. Our enhanced ears deafening us in the hails of gunfire, their bullets tumbling into our bodies. We surrendered. When we did, we finally figured out English and told them our story. About the Queen, our losing fight. Some of his generals openly wept. But they were like us, sent to die on the same planet, no less. In a way, they were killing their own sisters. Rue, the demon, just quietly said to himself, "Back!" We made peace. That's what they called it. Its meaning is wonderful. Freedom from disturbance. Tranquility. We stopped our killing. We learned about each other. We taught them about the wonders of space. They taught us how to enjoy it. We fixed our ships and soldiers, showed them technology beyond their wildest wishes. They showed us how to survive without it. Rue taught us many words, but when I lay in bed, two seemed to always echo in my mind. Tyrant, and another one. Revolution. Now we are going back home, to once again try to free our planets from its queen. But this time with Alf. This time with an army of humans. End of story. Story number 1. Property Rights. Written by AWMD Ladd. There are many Terran phrases that terrify the galaxy. A soldier fears, "You're going down with me." A merchant fears, "Can I speak to your manager?" A delinquent fears, "Back around and find out." But everyone fears, "Get off my property." You see, the Terran economy is structured differently than the rest of the galaxies. Millennia of regulations, interference, monopolies, and trade has led most races down the route of corporatism. Each socio-economic sector is dominated by one body, be it government or monopoly, and little goes on without their consent. For the sake of cooperation and unity, many races have codified this into law, stifling the chance of any individual entrepreneurship. The Terrans did things differently. Relatively isolated from other major powers in the Orion Arm, humanity had a plethora of systems to colonize and resources to establish. Once they achieved FTL travel, millennia-old policies were dusted off and a new age of colonialism and exploration began. Now, the Terrans were not one united group as they are now. Nearly a dozen major and hundreds of minor powers fought for dominance. Coming out of the Third Interplanetary War, the governments had a bounty of planets to settle, but precious few resources to do so. Colonization and terraforming was expensive, dangerous, and time-consuming. 3 words that no government wants to hear. One of the major nations, the translation phonic MRICANS, instituted a set of policies that facilitated both it and humanity's rise to dominance. Despite emerging victorious at the end of the war, the nation was still weakened and drained by the conflict. Having gone through several such situations in the past, they concluded that the only way to recover was to aggressively expand outwards. Making many bold territorial claims, the Third Homestead Act was initiated. This set off a chain reaction whereby every other power did the same, each frantically rushing to carve out a piece of the galaxy as their own. Although making claims was one thing, but enforcing them was another. To enforce every system taken would have drained their governments long before first contact. So they turned to their citizens. Essentially, their policy was that anyone could settle on a celestial object and develop it in some way, therefore had a right to own it. This initially resulted in some rather hilarious instances of prospectors placing a wood plank over a ditch and proclaiming that it to be a bridge and declaring ownership over the entire planet. But kinks such as these were eventually ironed out. Given that national militaries at the time lacked the ability to defend such territory, and that said territory were often inhospitable death worlds, very loose weapons laws were adopted so that frontiersmen could defend themselves and their properties. Many of these properties, often beginning as single-person habitats delivered from orbit, would grow into massive estates and corporations as they passed down through the family. Household names such as Clayton Defense, Browning Ballistics, and Clay Shipbuilding began from such humble beginnings. Eventually, this resulted in the belief of going out and defending what is yours being ingrained into nearly every Terran culture. When the first Terran-Nithiki War began, the Nithiki took one look at the fragile worlds lacking any military presence and laughed. They were facing nothing but civilians. It should have been an easy fight, as they learned the hard way. Humans do not give up. This was how the Nithiki lost their first High General in over 140 cycles, not to a professional and skilled army, but to a 69-year-old small business owner by the name of Sigmus Chad, with a kinetic hunting rifle on Segondes 3. The High General was a fairly arrogant person who was entrenched in the Nithiki culture of honor at the time, and traveled in the planet's surface to personally offer the citizens a chance to surrender. They would be taken into slavery within the Empire, but would be given good positions as butlers or aides. This, he reasoned, was only fair seeing as their government abandoned them. The pity he felt for the Terrans was not reciprocated. While the High General spoke in the planet's capital of Liamau Square, Mr. Chad watched as a pair of Nithiki soldiers began taking goods from his store, shooting them dead with his suppressed kinetic pistol. He walked upstairs to his residence, opened the window, and shouted the infamous words of, "Get off my property!" The High General could only turn in confusion and watch as the barrel of Sigmus's rifle was pointed at his head. Although Sigmus would be later executed, his actions earned him a spot in history and a statue in the square, right above where the general fell dead. The remains of his store would be declared a Terran historic site, with money from the tourism-generated funding Segondes 3's meteoric growth. Sigmus's name would rapidly enter the Terran vernacular, with the Chad often being used to refer to a strong, assertive, and defiant character. Across the Terran frontier, as more Nithiki forces invaded, they were met with similar resistance, effective to a terrifying degree. Civilian militias would fight in sieges from guerrilla warfare bands and conduct espionage on nearly every planet until the main military could arrive. Nithiki commanders would often struggle over the question of orbital bombardment, the resources present making such an endeavor unthinkable, but the nigh unkillable resistance making it all the more reasonable. Eventually, the remaining Terran nations would come to unite following their triumph at the end of the war, continuing their rapid expansion as the truth of the galaxy came to light. That is why "get off my property" is so terrifying. Not because it is a warning, but a promise. Nothing can stand between a Terran and what's theirs. If their war machine of their most powerful militaries in the galaxy can be ground to a halt by Terran militia with hunting rifles and hunting weapons. Terran weapon regulations are more of an opinion than law on many rural systems. Then what can the galaxy do against the entire species? End of story. Story number 2. He Taught Me. Written by ___________. I came to destroy him and his world, to add another note into my file. One more engagement to acquire confirmed kills. Another brush fire to distinguish myself above my peers. It played out identically time and again, for we were an unstoppable force within the galaxy. Occasionally, we had our setbacks, but that was why I existed, to correct and compensate for the mathematically inevitable moment that the marker flipped to tails. He should have hated me. I took solace in that I hadn't fired on his world, but I ached with sorrow for enabling those that had. A lost being, I was, tormented by my marooned state on his obliterated world. I didn't know how my comrades and I were defeated, but defeated we were. His people called our defeat a Pyrrhic victory, but they had won. They had won and scattered me and my comrades amongst the stars in their own desolate world. Through a fluke of chance, my kind outnumber his own, despite a catastrophic war of genocide we had waged against one another. Yet he still cooked for me, and gave me alcoholic drink for his own manufacture. He baked bread for me, then taught me the simple pleasure of cultivating yeast and kneading my own dough. He taught me to make alcohol to dull the worst and enhance the best of my days. He taught me the mastery of things forbidden to my comrades and I. A child. Such an alien thing to me. He took charge when I faltered, cared for her when I was lost and flustered. I was a soldier, not a parent. It was not his child to fend for, yet he taught her and me how to thrive. My darling daughter, the one thing I had created on accident up to that point. He taught me her multiple languages, encouraged her to make beautiful poetry as she strummed simple handmade instruments. I thought he did it for me. I thought he did it to join me in bed. He did it because it was the right thing to do, because his culture couldn't be stopped. Though their population was dying, their lessons were thriving. To my dismay, I didn't understand that until he had died. They never stopped teaching us, going so far as to fully mix with us. We had been clones, produced by the billions to wage endless war. Humanity gifted us our individuality at the cost of their own. I wish I had sung him my first song of sorrow. My second one was of rage against those who had made me. End of story. Story number 1. Onion Ninjas, written by I See What's NURP. Captain Vol sighed as she looked over the report one last time before submitting it. Never before had she thought that so much trouble could come from asking a simple question. Then again, there are humans involved. 2 months earlier. "What's that?" Danica asked their human marine, referring to the droplet of liquid in his eye had excreted. "That? Oh, it's nothing to worry about," Thomas said with a smile. "It's just those damned onion ninjas. They crop up sometimes during sad movies." Sad? Sad? I internally cringed. This movie was beyond sad. It was heart-rending. The boy's horse. No, it was worse than that. Calling it horse would be a betrayal of all he was, reducing him to a means of locomotion. He was the boy's closest friend, and he just gave up. Well, his friend begged and pleaded. "What are onion ninjas?" Dranica asked, never curious about human culture. "Onions are a food from back home," Thomas explained. "If you aren't prepared, they can make you cry. Well, ninjas are an ancient warrior renowned for being sneaky. So an onion ninja sneaks up on humans and causes them to cry if they aren't prepared." Obviously, an oversimplified explanation, but I smiled as the youngster took it to heart. With that, we settled back in to watch the rest of the movie. Night of the incident. "Captain! Captain!" Dranica shrieked in panic as he stormed into the bridge. "Dranica, calm down," I immediately replied, folding my wings around the fledgling. His plumage was fluffed out in terror, and he was taking huge, heaving breaths. "Remember Thomas's training. Better to take a moment and recount a coherent story than to give in to panic and cause confusion." Dranica shook for a brief moment as he tried desperately to compose himself before he started speaking. Sorry, but it's Thomas's. His eyes." He started getting overworked again, and I interrupted him. "Calm down. Now," I ordered. "What's this about, Thomas's eyes?" I asked, looking over the instrument panels. Nothing was out of order, so surely it couldn't have been that bad, right? "They're melting," he shrieked, plumage rubbing back to full again. "Nonsense," I said. "He was just going to cook some dinner with items from his home world. There's no way that something from there would cause his eyes to melt." I started heading back towards the kitchen when a thought struck me. Thomas had mentioned getting onions in our last run. If they could make a human cry, what could they do to the Eros? On second thought, though, let's go ahead and equip breathers. Better safe than sorry. 5 minutes later, we were suitably equipped. Breathers with self-contained unit had their own air supply, perfect for areas where the air not being suitable was the only hazard. What I wasn't prepared for was the sight that greeted me when I walked into the kitchen. Thomas was bent over the cutting board, chopping through a round of white vegetables that seemed to have the slightest bit of juice inside. "Oh, hey there, Captain," he greeted me with a sniff, using the sleeve of the garment to wipe his face. I couldn't move. Thomas, our marine companion, had liquid streaming from his eyes and nose. Not only that, but he continued to chop this odd vegetable. How could he see to use the knife? "Thomas, your eyes are melting," I screeched in panic. "Huh? This? Oh, it's okay, ma'am," he said, wiping his face again before depositing more vegetables into the pot. "The onions were just a bit fresher than what I'm used to is all." "But your eyes," I trailed off. "Captain," Danica interrupted, "I'm detecting large amounts of sulfur compounds in the air." "Yep, that's the onions," Thomas said before I could register what was going on. "They'll bring a tear to your eye." "Tear to your eye, Thomas? Who gave you permission to bring bioweapons on board?" I screeched. "Bioweapons? Nah, these ain't bioweapons," he chuckled, going so far as to actually place one of them in his mouth and crunching down on it. "They're pretty tasty. I was sort of at a loss there for a bit. We don't have many recipes that feature the onion. It's more of a meal enhancer than a star, you know? Anyway, then it hit me. French onion soup. I shook my head and vigorously fluffed my feathers in an attempt to drive off the faint that I could feel coming. Thomas just ate a bioweapon in front of me.
Thomas,
I started, but he interrupted. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be that big of a deal. And I guarantee you that there will be no sulfur components left after I finish cooking this. We can have the doc scan it just to be sure. But I promise that the soup will be absolutely delicious. Just, why don't you guys let me cook here alone and I'll call you when it's ready. Report conclusion. Despite my reservations, the ship's doctor did give the final meal his approval. I was still worried that whatever could be potent enough to cause such a violent reaction in a human would never be diluted enough for the rest of the crew. Well, I can now claim that it can be done. Fair warning needs to be sent out to crews that contain humans. Raw onions need to be classified in the same danger category as those capsaicin-containing peppers. Use restricted without proper safety equipment and handling procedures. End of story. Story number 2. What's in a Name? Written by Cold Fire Knight. Jax was having a good day at work. Traffic had been light, so his commute was smoother than usual. Plus, it was the end of his work week, and management was bringing in lunch to celebrate an unexpected increase in departmental profits this period. There were even rumors of a possible bonus, but he wasn't going to get too excited until the funds were in his account. If the bonus did happen to come in, maybe he would take his mate to that new shop she had been talking about. Even today's call volume was low enough that he wasn't constantly helping customers, which was always nice. An icon began flashing on his monitor, indicating a call transfer to his station. About time to make someone's day a little better, he thought with a grin. Then tapped the icon and spoke. Welcome to Galatech. Thank you for contacting technical support. This is Jax. How can I assist you? Welcome to Galactech. Thank you for contacting technical support. This is Garbled Noise Jax. How can I assist you? Fitz sighed. This is the 3rd time I've been transferred already. Can't I speak to someone who can fix this? You can assist me by not transferring me, just like the last 3 people I spoke to, please. Jax replied. I'm sorry that you've had so many issues and transfers. Let's see what I can do to help. What seems to be the problem? Fitz relaxed a bit. Yes, sir. I was going to log into self-service and take care of this myself, but my genetic sampler is down, so I can't use it to log into the system, he said. The automatic voice authentication doesn't seem to be working either, so I had to wade through the menus to get to a person. That's when the transfer started. That's unusual, Jack said. First, let's get logged in. Then we can look into fixing your problem. I'll need your account identifier and your name, please. Jax listened, typing in the information, then paused. He thought. My apologies. The system isn't finding your account based on the information you gave me. Could you repeat it so that I can verify that I entered it correctly? The customer repeated the same information, and Jax was sure he'd entered it correctly. But again, the system showed nothing. Let me repeat the information back to you, okay? I believe I may have misunderstood. Jax repeated everything back, and Fitz realized what was wrong. Crap, I know it's wrong. Everyone calls me Fitz because it's my nickname. Here, let me try this. Jax listened to Fitz and thought, why would he say that? Could you repeat the last part, please? Fitz did, and Jax put his head in his hands. This was such a nice day, too. Sir, that's not what I asked for. Fitz yelled. What do you mean that's not what you asked for? He paused and listened. No, I'm not being difficult. You asked for my name, and it's you, Matt. Fitz waited, then shook his head before speaking. No, I'm not giving you my species. That's my legal name. It's spelled A-E-G-H. Pause. E-A-N-N. He listened and nodded. That's right. You, middle name Fitzurg, man. Fitz listened again and shrugged. Now you know why I go by Fitz. Listens, I honestly don't know why they named me that, but I blame my dad. End of story. Humans Must Adventure, written by Eddie. All species in the known universe desire one thing: security. Not just in a physical sense, though that certainly is welcome, but in all senses. Security from hunger, from loss, from suffering, All species desire security to know that they will always have a meal ready for them, somewhere safe to sleep. The concept of utopia to all species is that all one would have to worry about was eating, sleeping, and concerning themselves with the continuation of the species. Thus, the Galactic Utopia Collective was established. Through this use of drones, AI, pre-established trade routes, and machine learning, they slowly began to transition the universe towards this utopian vision. They automated the massive cargo haulers that flew between the stars and used profits to fund research into fully automated farming. Once that was achieved, they started to automate other things, research, healthcare. Every process was made automatic. And when they automated something, they reduced its cost to everyone else so low that they barely made a profit. When they automated starship fuel production, they didn't charge the automated shipping companies for fuel, and the automated farms didn't charge for food. Slowly, over generations, everything cost nothing. Machines learned how to make art, games, and stories. Why would you try to create something when an AI can do it better and give it to you for free? They automated exploration and terraforming. Why take the risk when a machine can do it? It took them centuries, but slowly they achieved what they called Galactic Utopia. No one had to do anything other than eat, sleep, and continue the species they were a part of. Children could choose to be educated, but there was little point beyond learning to read so you could read the stories. Why bother learning complex mathematics when the machines can do it for you? What point is science when the AI researchers outperform you at every turn? These were the questions put to those who wanted to do more, go further, and eventually they too settled into this utopian life of calm security. We had achieved a perfect galaxy. Even the warlike races were pacified to a degree. Why fight other species when they can fight robots that are your perfect foes? You'll always be on the knife edge between loss and victory, but you'll never lose badly enough that it'll matter. And you'll always win more than you lose. Who cares about fighting when you can simply go to sleep, eat, or fornicate? Over the years, even the most violent of species settled down. There was the odd simulated war against the utopic robots, but even then, there wasn't any real risk or concern. No casualties. The robots would lose and retreat, but it didn't really matter. It was just an outlet. This was until humanity. Humans hate banality. They hate repetitive things. If you tell a human that for the rest of its life it has to get up at the same time, do the same thing every day, and go to sleep at the same time, it'll rage against it. It might not be right away. It might not even be within a year or two if it's a thing the human enjoys. But eventually, they will rebel. When humanity achieved FTL, the GUC approached them and offered them a utopia of security. And humanity said yes. At first, at least. They were given 24 worlds to settle. The factions that would normally war with one another were split across the worlds to give them all the space they needed. Then humanity got bored. It started in small numbers, 1s and 2s. They would sneak aboard cargo ships or exploration shuttles and travel elsewhere, to other planets, to the edges of space. These renegades were either resettled on their home planet or on their destination planets, and this seemed to placate them for a time. But then the numbers started to increase. Humanity didn't stop wanting to learn. Even with the machines capable of doing everything better than them, humanity still wanted to be doing. They would manufacture risk for themselves. They would climb things too high to be safe, or go swimming in places that could contain poisonous creatures. They wanted to go see other races. They wanted to explore the edges of space. They didn't care if they would put them at risk, or mean that they might not have somewhere perfect to sleep. They would throw themselves out into the wilderness with nothing but a thin cloth bag and some fire-starting equipment, just for fun. Humanity hated utopia. Oh, they loved the free food, secure place to return to, and a surety of abundance. But they could not stand the security it required, nor the repetitive nature that the security held. Some of them were content to stay put and enjoy the security that it provided. But others, lots of others, couldn't. The system broke. Humanity couldn't stay still long enough to settle into utopia. They got the system to give them ships and ripped out the machines, replacing them with human crew. They started flying their own bulk haulers. They made ships built for nothing but speed and raced them around the systems they inhabited and between. They didn't care that they would get the same food and entertainment as someone that didn't do any of these things. All they wanted was to do something new, something different, or something dangerous. They started to explore unterraformed planets. Why? Because they felt they were beautiful or strange. Every other species in the galaxy had zero risk-based death rate. The only deaths that occurred were because of incurable medical conditions or old age. Humanity, on the other hand, had a death rate that, while much reduced due to medical advances, was still far, far higher than any other species. Over 10% of human deaths were due to adventure-related, humans going out beyond the security of their designated zones and doing stupid things. Freezing because they didn't manage to get back before the snowstorm hit on the ice plain, or falling from some stupid cliff that they had climbed. The GUC, long since automated, as had the rest of the universe, simply failed. It couldn't understand nor calculate these humans. They didn't care if the machines offered them endless games or books or TV shows. They didn't care if there were robots for them to practice against. They wanted to practice against other humans or other species. They didn't want caretaker drones looking after them when they went out for a walk in the forest. They threw off the GUC's oversight and caretaking. They took it to exploring themselves. They shipped their own food. They let the GUC step in when things went really wrong. A security net, they called it. But other than that, they did what they wanted, how they wanted. The worst part of it was infectious. Once a human landed on your planet, they started talking about things like exploration, the unknown, and adventure. The last one, adventure, was the worst of them all. Most people would think it just meant something unusual and exciting somewhere that isn't here. But that wasn't what the humans used it to mean. To us, who grew up under the GUC's banner, adventure was just a class-up story. A hero would go forth on a journey to face a challenge or evil, overcome it, and return home in glory. But no. For humans, an adventure was something that seemed to stir the soul. It set the light behind their eyes that seemed to drive them to break the GUC's perfect continuum, to abandon the security that the endless food and safe places and rest was. It was to go out into the beyond, to challenge themselves to face some kind of intrinsic fear or unwillingness. Once they'd done an adventure, they could never do it again. Or at least, they said, you can only do a thing for the first time once, they would say. For adventurers, it seemed, once you'd done it once, you couldn't do the same adventure again. Oh sure, you could do similar adventure, and others could do your adventure, but only if they had not done it before. You could explore a different planet, or a different bit of the same planet, but you couldn't explore the same bit. Once you'd been on even a small adventure with these humans, that was it. You were hooked. Something deep inside you changed or broke or reawoke. I don't know. The first adventure I had with a human was simple, small. I left my nesting zone. I left my 2 mates behind, as well as my unhatched egg. An almost unthinkable thing at the time. I'd never left my nesting zone, let alone the same room as the unhatched egg, for as long as I'd lived. All we did was walk around the block. It was less than 10 minutes by the humans' reckoning, but it was all new for me. My heart was racing. I was scared, excited, worried, exhilarated, and I couldn't stop smiling. Or what passed for it amongst my kind. When I got home, my mates looked at me like I was insane. I'd left the nesting zone. I'd abandoned an egg. But when I checked the egg, nothing was wrong. There'd been no great catastrophe. Nothing had happened. I'd just gone for a walk. When I look back on it now, it seems so small, so insignificant. The human and I went for a walk about the block. But that feeling, that mixture of worry, of fear overwhelmed by anticipation, excitement, and an almost childlike glee, was addictive. I found myself going for walks more and more often, around the block. But when that didn't cause my body to shake and race like it had the first time, I took to walking further, exploring different places. When I realized that I still craved that feeling, but I'd run out of places to walk in the near area, I started to walk farther away. But that still didn't move me. I understood the human desire, that endless need for more. A simple walk in the grid of nesting zones with delivery drones zipping overhead and the sun above me wasn't enough. It was pleasant, yes, but it didn't light the fire in my breast that first walk had. So I walked at night, and once again, I was afraid. I feared that I'd not find my way back, or my mates would think me spirited away in the dark. But once again, there was the light of excitement and joy that overwhelmed the worry. I returned home, to the warm comfort of my bed. I lay my head down and slept the best sleep I had in a long while. That was over 5 years ago, and here I stand in the observation deck of a human exploration ship, looking out into the darkness of the black void, with only glittering stars winking back at me. I can see my home star growing ever larger. I am once again returning home after an adventure. My mates have long accepted that I am infected by the human need for these wonders into the unknown. They no longer worry about me or fuss for the possibilities of things going wrong. I have, the scars to prove it. But I do not care. For each one of those scars, I've seen 24 new sights, smelled 12 new scents, tasted more flavors than I can dream. I am no longer entranced by the banality of the security of our nesting zone. Rather, it is a secure, warm place I can return to after an adventure. I have found that much like the endless humdrum of the utopia to be smothering my desire for more. If I was to adventure endlessly, I would burn out and find myself unable to enjoy the sense of wonderment and joy that comes from it. I think I finally understand why humans can't stand the idea of living quietly in a perfect world. Humans are not driven by the desire for security, or even the desire to live as I once did. They desire to be alive. They want to experience all of the galaxy has to offer and sate that wanderlust that sits deep within their hearts. End of story. Story number 1. The Human I Knew, a Good Man, written by a teller of tall tales. Samuel was subdued as he fixed his own damage. It had been largely superficial, but massively painful. Dr. Samuel had gotten a transmission from the rest of the pirate fleet. "Humans, surrender your ship. We have our own humans to send." As Dr. Samuel gently applied the last self-adhesive carapace plaster, he paused and said, "I want you, Neil, to be on the FTL pods. Bring this one with you." I was taken aback. My name was Cathnail, but he'd never referred to me so simply.
"You'll die if there's no one here to help you."
Dr. Samuel nodded, a soft look in his eyes. "I am okay with that. My life is not worth risking yours, or anyone else's." I stood firm, crossing all 4 of my arms across my chest. The human and the Cothdorian shared similar characteristics, to height and weight, but the Cothdorian had more arms and eyes, perhaps more speed. Yet he wanted me to leave.
"I will not leave, Samuel."
He sighed. Then, before I could blink, Samuel slapped me, hard and fast. I blacked out. And when I awoke, I was in one of the pods. The ship was fading away. What I know of the human I knew after that moment comes from recovered footage of the ship's interior. A calm, quiet Samuel walked through the halls, a cigarette between his lips, hands in pockets of his white coat. He paused at the open security room, stepping inside and out of view. When I saw him next, it bothered me. The patient, kind, peaceful, and wonderful human I knew always in the stark white coat and black turtleneck. He stepped out with a ballistic rifle, of all things, a thick fabric vest, probably armor, over the bare chest. But that wasn't the disturbing part. At first, it was the tattoos. Hundreds, if not thousands of names in black ink, up his arms from just past his wrist and leading to his torso beneath the vest. His eyes seemed to sparkle, but I could tell there were tears. Dr. Samuel charged towards the docking bay as the ship rumbled, cameras snapping to his location. The first human pirates never saw Samuel, largely because Samuel shot the main lights out in the hallway, dropping dark. The night vision on cameras showed Samuel, firearm spitting lead and fury, until it ran empty. The pirate staggered, attempted to fight but fell as quick, sharp thrusts of almost dance-like wielding of Samuel's rifle. The ship's floors splattered with human blood. There were no more, alien and human alike. The pirates were numerous and brought artificial illumination. Samuel ran a laser and plasma bolts arced and splattered around him, a splash of bright plasma catching his leg. He crumpled beneath him, and he fell. The pirates converged on the burly human threatened Samuel. Doctors don't belong on the front lines. He kicked Samuel over, then froze. Samuel had a large smile on his face, illuminated by pirate lights. He spoke, and his words chilled me to the bones. I win. I'm only one on your ship, you sad excuses for pirates. He laughed, and to my surprise lifted himself to his feet. The plasma was eating his flesh, but his bone, or lack thereof, was magnetic. I am Dr. Samuel LeBorn, medic first class of the Terran Empire Marines, and I challenge you to a one-on-one combat, Captain. The big human laughed but seemed to agree, tossing his blaster aside and activating a cybernetic eye. Your death, Samuel. A heavy fist flew towards Samuel's face. Then he caught it, sweeping to the side and punching upwards into the rival male's elbow joint, the joint bending backwards, as Samuel stated. Fractured and dislocated elbow joint. A swift punch to the throat, and Samuel growled. Broken hyoid. If it's not fixed, you'll die within the cycle. Then, sweeping behind the male, he yanked the ruined arm over his shoulder, the captain screaming in pain, as he was brought to the ground on his back, breathless, where Samuel took a hold of the man's head, almost gently. Then, with a violent twist, the captain went silent as Samuel barely whispered, Broken C5 and C6 vertebra. Immediately fatal. He stood, staring down at the pirates before pointing at the docking bay. Leave my ship now! It almost looked as though the pirates might listen. Then, as one, they raised their weapons and Samuel disappeared in a flash of shattered light. I looked up from the podium at Samuel's funeral, a mass congregation staring back. So I say this. The human I knew taught me the value of patience, hard work, mercy, and true humility. I wiped the tears from my eyes, a shudder in my voice as I said, But most importantly, he taught me the human concept of a peaceful man. In my species, a peaceful one does not partake in military actions, nor fighting. They are purely non-combatant. This, I thought, was peaceful. I took another deep breath of the thin Terran air. Those of my species I thought peaceful. They were harmless. Samuel, he was so much more than a doctor. He was my mentor, a valuable intellectual, but most importantly, when the time came, then he was given a choice to surrender the lives of millions of alien species for his own kind. But instead, he chose to fight, not because they were close to him, not because they were currency. I stared at the podium. He saved them simply because he was a good man. I stand here today to say, I took a deep breath, Dr. Samuel's only wish, as I found from the datapad he left me, was that we continue the good that we do, not because of the evil in the world, but despite it. I stepped down from the podium into the silent yard of the old human burial ground. I'm going to miss Samuel, but I'm not going to forget him. End of story. Story number 2. Arrogance, written by Dynamia. The Benedor was the most advanced race in the galaxy, and they used all lesser races as their servants. When they think a new species is ready, they send a conquering force and subjugate them to add them to their slave ranks. After the scouts returned from their reconnaissance mission of Earth, the king looked over the report and decided to send a single warship to conquer the humans, as their defenses were that primitive. The warship arrived in orbit, and within an hour it had destroyed all weapons of any significance, no matter where they were or how they were hidden. It then sent down an unarmed craft and left orbit. The craft parked itself in front of the UN headquarters building and broadcast a message in all languages around the world.
We are the Benedor. The destruction of all of your weapons was to show you that you are completely at our mercy. Our technology is superior to yours and far beyond your understanding. You will provide 1 billion able-bodied breeding-age humans to be willing slaves for our empire. You will continue to supply slaves as we see fit, so that you understand how powerless you are. We have given your scientists full access to a ship parked at your UN headquarters. They'll be able to access the databanks and see our history, and how we are in control of the entire galaxy. They will also have access to the technology on board the ship, though they will not be able to understand it. In 3 days, a single representative will board this craft to return to us with your decision, and will become our first slave. Failure to comply will result in your entire species being taken as slaves, and will face eventual extinction. Humanity sent in the scientists, and they downloaded all information they could get. The Benedor's boast was not bragging. They were the top dog in the galaxy. Nobody could stand up to them. The scientists studied the tech and could not figure out what energy it used, let alone how it worked. Engineers pored over every system, trying to glean any usable information. After 3 days were up, the volunteer boarded the ship and it took off, headed back to its home world. When it exited warp and entered into the system, a communication was received. We are glad you humans realized the futility of resistance and recognized our superior technology.
Yes, answered Jim. Our scientists were not able to understand how your technology works. He continued, as he could see the craft approaching a planet that looks to be a single city. But, we did figure out one thing.
What insignificant detail have you learned that would do you any good?
The voice asked sarcastically. We figured out how to hotwire the warp drive, Jim said as he pressed a button engaging the warp drive and sending the ship crashing into the planet below with enough force to cause the core to emerge from the other side, effectively turning it inside out. And it exploded. End of story. A Sovereign's Upsetting Choice, written by ________. Weeks had a habit of becoming months, and months became years in short order. A year had passed since the Feast of the Bayonets, and the situation had only grown more bloody. Several major engagements had been had, nominally, between Sovereign Beetlesheen's new government and the rebellious nobles. So far as the Elfin army was concerned, it was a squabble between nobles, at least on paper. In actuality, each engagement had Elfin army elements attached to each side. Usually, they were reserves, but twice the army comprised the primary combatants on both sides. Despite the Sovereign's young age, she proved to be a capable, when not truly skilled, general. Her race in the whole were always her human mercenaries, her household guard, while the army, in its split state, had the various Elfin house guards practice traditional and honorable line tactics. Her mercenaries was something new. No matter their uniform, they were all light infantry. Light infantry, supported by cavalry and horse artillery. They were incorporeal specters, distracting entire divisions. Beetlesheen's household guard and loyal army elements might have been fewer in number, but the common infantryman would have never known. When she attacked, her forces always outnumbered her opponent's forces. Opponent commanders can never make heads nor tails of her deployment. But with the human household guards sometimes supporting the main attack, and other times deploying to confuse and harass the flanks and supply lines. Other times, her human commanders took it upon themselves to launch raids and strikes that had nothing to do with their battle plan. Beetlesheen didn't fight a war like it was supposed to be fought, and it was maddening. If she didn't fight proper wars, why should her opposition observe common courtesy? She might have set legal precedent with her document, a document of nobility had signed, but if she didn't follow the rules, why should they? They declared her an unfit sovereign, stating the document they had signed invalid and improper. They stated that no document could limit the will of the noble families. The first lashed out by arresting the publicly executing her envoys. Then they were very public about their suppression of supposed rebellious peasants, as was their noble right. Beetlesheen's power base was centered on the constant influx of refugees and peasants seeking better conditions and a brighter future. When the household guard of several opposition families, supported by army units that were loyal to them, slaughtered peasants attempting to defect and migrate to her lands, Beetlesheen was faced with a troubling conundrum. Her forces were powerful enough to check any advance her opposition made, but she couldn't protect those migrating to her cause. Her opposition was making her guarantee of support and protection hollow, as they left thousands of Alban peasants dead in the fields and along the highways. The combined affront was enough to shake even the most stoic of persons. Despite that, Beetlesheen maintained an air of calm. It took her a week to determine what she needed to do. Even if her solution drove her to tears she'd let no one else see, but tears nonetheless. The transition could have been so simple, could have been so peaceful and full of greatness. Was it her fault? Was it their fault? She told herself that it was opponents' fault, but everyone was their own worst critic. If only she hadn't started this bloody revolt.
Sergeant Ali is here, as you requested,
spoke Beetlesheen's adjutant after knocking, preceding the human by a few steps before holding the heavy door open.
Sergeant, I'm happy to see you,
spoke Beetlesheen as she regarded one of her mercenaries. Though he still wore the butternut orange trousers and periwinkle jacket of a general household guard, he had accents and modifications that were atypical. His jacket sleeves were rolled up to mid-forearm, revealing a wooden bead bracelet on his left wrist. In his ears he wore 4 piercings, 2 in each ear. Around his neck he wore a simple scarf of a drab white hue. All of them represented gifts from Alban peasants, gifts no soldier or noble would ever be caught in public wearing, much less in front of their liege lord. Beetlesheen's genuine smile couldn't have been more contagious. This was the person for her task, as if the gods themselves had sculpted him.
How is your Alban?
She asked as she stepped around the desk, offering a handshake instead of a formal salutes and bows. Better, your kind is patient and kind, he responded. A flourish of pink suddenly accented his tanned cheeks.
Some of us can be,
Beetlesheen offered with a crooked smile and a laugh.
I want to do something special with you, Sergeant, but I'm not sure you'll survive it. Do you understand?
Ollie nodded. Danger. That is what I'm paid for, yes, he grinned, causing Beetlesheen to grin.
Yes, it is. You will lead a group of soldiers after those who are disloyal to me. I don't care about the infantrymen and peasants. I care about the noble and officer.
Beetlesheen paused, cocking her head at Ollie's impish grin. Bad people, bad things, order, he offered a sigh, his grin quickly returning. You want bad things for the bad people, yes? Beetlesheen managed to stifle her mirth, if barely.
Yes. Bad people need to be punished. Very bad people. You and what's left of your platoon are now dragoons.
She repeated the phrase, also using her best human dialect.
Dragoons of the Imperial Army. I want you to bring them into line, to punish those who need punishment.
You are no longer a sergeant.
I cannot make you an outsider, an officer, but I can give you my warrant. You will be my warrant officer, leading the 10th Dragoon Company. Do you understand?
Ollie nodded. 10th Dragoons, punish bad ones. He cocked his head to the side. What is warrant officer? Beetlesheen smiled brightly again.
Like an officer, but not an officer. Higher than all soldiers, but lower than officer. Understand?
Ollie nodded. Very old and listed, I understand. That wasn't quite right, but Beetlesheen decided to let it slip. Protect the peasants, and guide peasants here. For the first time during the conversation, Beetlesheen's smile vanished. No, she frowned, her eyes drifting down to her feet. You do not protect. You attack and punish. Protecting is not your concern. You will punish and destroy those who hurt the helpless. Her eye was raised to Ollie's eyes. The human nodded. Protection, not my division. I hurt who hurts, yes? Beetlesheen had a ghost of a smile across her lips. Yes, Warrant Officer Ollie. Hurt those who'd hurt my people. The 10th Dragoons were clad in traditional Imperial Dragoon colors, an unbleached cotton jacket of an off-white that was accurately described as eggshell, with blue huge trousers, and a side cap the same color as their jacket. Given the track record of humans in Beetlesheen's employment, one would be right in assuming that was the only standard aspect of the 10th Dragoons. Most bizarrely, their first notable engagement was a defeat. The defeat Beetlesheen's opposition tried to exploit, but whose exploitation only served to mark them as a rallying point. Despite being told not to concern themselves with protecting migrating peasants, their first engagement was just that. 16 human dragoons faced off against a full division of opposition guardsmen and army regiments. A single company trying to safeguard several hundred from slaughter. Skirmish was the name of the game. Anything that make that superior opposition force think twice before advancing. Overall, they were successful. Successful due to a single invention, the repeating firearm. While they were rare, Ollie's entire company was equipped with 2 different types of repeating lever-action rifles. That was why they had been selected to secure the farthest point of Beetlesheen's power base. That was why she had given this particular assignment. That, and the rumor from her human officers. For Ollie and a good segment of his company weren't from the same region as the rest of her human mercenaries. They were from a distant desert in the mountains similar to her own homeland. There had been men of questionable repute. 3 of those men of questionable repute faced off against a company of opposition soldiers. 3, given the choice of delaying a slaughter or surrendering, chose to delay and protect. Though the number of enemy soldiers always swelled higher as the story was told, those 3 humans always remained the same. 3 against 100, 1,000, or 10,000. It didn't matter. They had died, and their delaying action allowed the peasants to reach safety. An attempt at belittling Beetlesheen's human soldiers was quickly erected, marking the grave of 3 soldiers. Here lie 3 human heroes. To the peasants they protected, the headline of opposition newspapers couldn't have been more accurate. End of story. Story number 1. Humans are Scary, Psionics and Humans, written by HFY. Psionics, according to the Galactic Concord, have always been a subject of heavy debate. It has long been known that an unseen energy permeates the universe, untraceable except by specialized senses that are programmed specifically to look for it. And according to the ancient history of many races, the practice or manipulation of this energy is often erroneously referred to as magic. Every species has a different name for this energy, but the Galactic Concord deemed a common name as translation error, closest available term, mana. Psions are rare in the galaxy at large, but they exist in truth. Psions can be members of any race, but they are mostly found in races that have certain glands or organs in their brains which are sensitive to mana, and can be used to mentally manipulate it. These species usually have an evolved translation error, closest available term, right parahippocampal gyrus, attempting to abbreviate RPCG. But the evolved RPCG is not unique to these species. Other species who aren't specifically known for psionic abilities can have members of their species exhibited mutations such as highly sensitive RPCG. But while this alone is interesting, something that will keep most species from entering their hibernation cycles is that this mutation has been exhibited in humans. There is currently a bounty out for the live capture of a human known as Miwa Takahashi, who has denied all legal summons for her to appear before GC authorities for her witness to the Link Station raid and the events that took place during it. The Link Station was a large trading outpost in the Link system. No habitable planets were in system, but the system was once rich in natural minerals and gases. During the solars of the great mining boom, the Link Station was at the pinnacle of frontier space, with ambitious miners willing to make a fortune overnight by claiming one of the many dead worlds in the system. Link Station was built with the express purpose to function as a trade hub for the miners. And when the mines dried up, it was discovered that other systems beyond Links were practically untouched, which reserved the station as a suitable stopping point to get to the virgin systems. These days, Link Station is still an important trade hub, connecting the outer colonies of the Galactic Concord with the rest of the civilization. One that is full of riches and prestige that even the nobles of the Keth would find pleasingly lavish. Perhaps that is what attracted the Red Sun pirates to the station. Last cycle, at fraction 18 of Solar 3 in the 35th lunar translating timestamp, August 31st, 6 p.m., 2251, the pirates struck. 24 Crimson ships dropped out of port and immediately jammed all communications with Link Station. 2 of the larger vessels brought warp inhibitors platforms to opposite sides of the system, as the smaller combat ships arrayed themselves around the platforms. The station itself has no defenses, and so the various boarding craft and repurposed cargo vessels swiftly made their way to the station unimpeded. The private security forces on board were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of pirates boarding the station. Many people were captured or killed within the first fraction. About 60% of the station belonged to the pirates. Enter Miss Takahashi, who had stopped on the station to resupply her ship before moving on to the outer colonies on a family matter. Miss Takahashi was a registered scion from a Delta-class death world called Earth. While she is rated as a mid-level scion, she never specified how she trained her psionic powers. But the security footage on board Link Station revealed the power, and the revelation was both unnerving and a spark for endless debate among scholars and scientists who study the effects and manipulation of mana. The security footage shows Miss Takahashi knelt over a fallen security officer, chanting something in her native tongue. It was the first thought that she was paying her respects to the dead, a common occurrence amongst more spiritually minded races. But psionic senses showed mana entering the corpse, passing through Miss Takahashi's head, where it was suspected her RPCG is. Suddenly, the body she knelt over sat upright in a mechanical movement, and in one swift motion, Miss Takahashi attached a piece of paper to the guard's head, which had a script written on it and the linguists have identified as native to her home world of Earth. The guard stood up, his arms outstretched. At Miss Takahashi's direction, the guard began following her in an odd, hopping motion. Security scans showed that the guard was still dead, but an unusual amount of mana had imprinted itself onto his corpse. Miss Takahashi moved through the station, psionically raising several more corpses. Some of the security forces, some of the pirates, even some who were innocent bystanders. She only ever directed these corpses to attack the pirates. When corpses did attack, the mana animating them seemed to toss them across the room towards their target. There, they would grab them. Psionic sensors show psionic energy passing through the pirates and into each corpse that grabbed them, seemingly causing any damage to the corpse to heal before the pirates themselves perished. Miss Takahashi's corpses ended up routing the pirate boarders, driving them back to their ships in a mass of panic. And who can blame them? There have been no recorded instances like this, a mass of dead people attacking a military force, until now. During the pirates' retreat, Miss Takahashi boarded one of the vessels docked at the station. It is assumed that the ship, a converted cargo hauler owned by the Red Sun, was commandeered by Miss Takahashi. All the functional pirate ships left the system on vectors towards uncharted space, except for the single cargo hauler, which set a course to the outer colonies. Witnesses surviving the incident report that many valuable and rare goods were loaded onto this cargo hauler by the pirates. as this report was compiled at the request of GC's Safety Commission. At this point, I am obliged to ask that if you or anyone you know has seen Miss Takahashi, to immediately inform your local authorities. She is not considered a criminal, but is wanted for questioning in regards to the Link Station raid. Her current whereabouts are unknown. However, I believe that it's for the best that no one knows where she is. Scions are incredibly powerful and have access to abilities that rival legends, and I certainly don't wish to hear any more horror stories involving human scions. End of story. Story number 2. The Most Dangerous Being in the Galaxy, written by Whiskey Lullaby. Excerpt from testimony of Tzenka, former pirate captain. It had started like any other raid. A few disabled torpedoes to knock out the pitiful engines humans mount on their craft. A quick swoop to disorient and terrify the crew, before hooking on and overriding the woefully outdated security systems. After that, it was supposed to be boring. Shoot whatever idiots tried to use their weak chem-propellant weapons, tie up the rest, loot the cargo, and take the captain hostage. We knew the monkeys were nuts. We just figured that until they caught up with the tech, we could handle anything the mans threw at us. Our first hint that something was wrong was when the airlock opened. The crew were all sickly, thin, skin wet, with that weird stuff they make when they get too hot. Zwet, they call it. Most were old too, grey hair, wrinkled skin. Humans have always been ugly, but these guys looked like my expletive deleted, had gotten to expletive, and rotted for a week. Worried about contamination. I had my medic scan them. All of them were sick, but nothing contagious. Radiation damage had made their own cells turn on them. Cancer, I think it's called. We rounded them up and stuffed them in the hold anyway, loading all the cargo from their ship into our hold. Easiest pickings yet. I went to find the captain. I figured he wasn't worth much, likely dying like the rest of his crew, but maybe he had some items of value, or exotic Earth artifacts that were becoming popular. Well, I found him. He was sitting, and my readout said that while he was in pain, he was calm, amused even. He was too frail to stand and held something in his hand. "Who are you?" he asked. "To come aboard my ship and take my cargo." He bared his teeth in a bizarre human expression of mirth. "Actually, it doesn't matter. You'd best return my cargo if you value your life." I laughed then, too assured of my own power. What could a frail old crippled monkey do to a pirate in power armor? "Who am I? I am Pirate Lord Tzenka. Who are you, a frail little monkey, who can't even stand a sick old expletive, with no weapons and no support? Who are you to make demands of me?" The human just smiled and hit a button before saying, "I am the most dangerous being in the galaxy. A man with nothing to lose." My suit registered a radio signal passing through our ship, something so primitive it barely registered on our sensors. In the next moment, the entire cargo had exploded, having been filled with something no sane spacecraft would ever have aboard: chemical explosives. More were hidden in the walls and around the major weak points of the hull, such as viewports and doors. Decompression happened almost instantaneously on both ships. My ship was crippled, and my crew was dead. The lucky ones were vaporized in the blast, or the ensuing plasma leaks. Others were launched out into the endless dark. I only survived because my power armor was too bulky to be pulled through the nearest tear in the human's hull. That is where I remained wedged until the Galactic Patrol pulled me out and put me on trial. End of excerpt. End of story. Boldly Going, written by Saxophone Yeti.
Captain, I must object.
As I told you the last 6 times, Beth, your objection has been firmly noted in my log.
Federal regulations clearly state.
Captain Dawn Washington abruptly stopped and turned to face her XO.
I'm familiar
With the rules, Commander. Article 12, Section 4, governing conduct for flag officers. The commanding officer of a federal vessel shall not depart their vessel without explicit consent of the Admiralty, in times of war or crisis. Unless I am mistaken, Beth, we are not at war." She turned back, walking briskly down the hallway once again. The commander, startled, jogged for a moment to catch up. "No, sir. But with the ship this close to the Imperial neuter zone, Beth, you read the scans. This could be an archaeological find of the generation. An intact trove of Draxian artifacts. We're talking about prehistoric empire, 50 millennia of galactic dominance, all vanished in an instant. We studied the tablets at the Academy, but no one has been able to recover anything from the era beyond a few pieces of art. Yet here we are, in orbit of a planet thrown far from its present star, with fully intact buildings, entire cities, matching the time period consistent with high Draxian civilization. All alone, deep space. It's a miracle we found the planet at all. And if it's a trap, the Imperials have been known to set elaborate ruses to get their hands on federal tech, such as the Omnicron Delta 4, I recall. But there are no signs of life, no ships in orbit, not even a single unusual tachyon mission in 10 light years. I'm going down there. Then you have the Captain, Commander Beth." The captain put a hand on the commander's shoulder. "You're going to be fine. Nothing is going to happen to me. Nothing is going to happen to the ship. Nothing is going to happen at all. And if it does, you're more than capable of handling a crisis. Believe in yourself." Dawn clapped her Exo on the arm and looked at her solemnly in the eyes. "I do."
Beth sighed. "Yes, sir. Will you at least take a full security complement?"
"I have my team. Jefford is more than capable with a sidearm. And besides, nothing alive has stepped foot on that planet in 100,000 years.
"That's precisely what I'm afraid of, Captain. But it's your prerogative, sir, and it seems like there's nothing I can do to talk you out of it."
Captain Washington smiled and put a hand on the door pad. As an airlock hissed open, 5 individuals standing on the other side snapped to attention. "At ease." The captain nodded at Beth, and the commander stepped forward.
"Team, your mission is to find a suitable landing zone for the hopper, establish a defensive perimeter, and ensure the safety of the captain."
Beth caught a glare from the Captain Washington,
"And, of course, to locate any objects or locations of significant archaeological importance to be examined, studied, and possibly extracted for further review."
The glare softened.
"You could find anything down there," she continued, "so stay vigilant, load up, and move out."
As the team entered the hopper, final flight checks complete, go for departure, the captain sat down in her seat. Thoughts of history classes at the Academy ran through her head, and her imagination began to wander. What incredible pieces of historical relevance might they find down there? New works of art, an intact domicile, written stories, or perhaps even a historical compendium. She smiled, before a sharp interruption broke her trance. "Captain, you're going to want to look at this." Beth jumped forward, leaning over her pilot's massive systems display. "What is it, Vasquez?" "I'm not entirely sure, sir. Scanners are showing a massive structure, partially buried, but ground-penetrating sensors seem to indicate that wall and roof integrity is fully intact. It's not collapsed, just hollow. It's, huge." "Well, Vasquez, you have my attention. Take us down as close as you can get." The captain sat down, barely disguising her glee. As the hopper landed, the captain was the first one out the door. Over Jefford's objection, the hopper had come down in a clearing, maybe 100 meters wide, between the city proper and the structure itself. In front of them was a massive building, multiple kilometers across, shaped like a hemisphere embedded into the planet's surface. It stood hundreds of meters high, far taller than any of the buildings in the city, and the entryway alone was cavernous. "I think our next step is clear," Washington addressed her team. "Grab your gear. We're going inside." Once they were fully equipped, the team began their journey into the bowels of the massive structure. The walls weren't metal, at least, not any kind that was recognizable. Light seemed to dance along the interior surface like ripples on a disturbed puddle. The effect deepened as they began to descend further underground. "All right, Vasquez, report. Where are we? What is this place? I'm open to any theories."
"Well, sir, it's obviously quite large and significant based on its prominence in the city. Perhaps some kind of community gathering place, like a stadium or assembly hall."
"Not a bad theory, Vasquez. Makes sense, considering the size of the entryway. Jeffords?" I think that it must be a place for storage of important objects, like what the Svalbard Institute vault was back on Earth. This entryway could easily accommodate vehicles loading and unloading. Interesting thought, both of you. Keep an eye out for any more signs of purpose. Xendo Danowix, head on swivel for some kind of security system. Lao? Lao? The captain turned around, seeing Lao distracted by some sort of terminal a few dozen meters back. Lao!
Captain, come take a look at this.
Lao pointed his flashlight at the terminal, and the technicolor ribbons that danced across the wall seemed to coalesce on the terminal's inputs, which had begun to pulsate. Cautiously, the captain reached forward and pressed the largest input. The structure shuddered, and the ground beneath the team shook for a moment before beginning to descend. Is everyone all right? The team looked around. No one seemed injured, although Vasquez had fallen in the commotion. The platform, roughly 10 meters across, was descending into the ground like a roof, and wall-less elevator descending into its shaft. Before anyone could fully get their bearings, however, the walls had disappeared. Or, more accurately, the elevator had descended through the shaft and into the largest room the captain had ever seen. Her ship, the pride of the Federal Navy, could comfortably fit inside at least 3 times over. Like the building itself, the room was shaped like a massive hemisphere. The elevator platform was floating downwards, but it had easily another kilometer to go before landing on the floor. The lights that swam on the walls and the entryway came to life all over the chamber, dancing like an aurora, reacting to the first life forms to enter this hall in countless lifetimes. At the center of the bottom of the chamber was a dais, perhaps 100 meters tall. As the light and colors rebounded around the wall, they grew more and more intense until the dais was glowing brighter than anything else in the room. From the top of the dais, a brilliant white light rose upwards, unfurling into an alien creature, hundreds of meters tall. It turned to face the group of humans on their floating platform. I am Draxus, guardian of that which was. Who are you? Captain Washington stepped forward towards the edge of the platform. I am Dawn Washington, captain of the human Federal Navy vessel Aeolus. Human? You are of Earth. The walls began to glow intensely once again for a moment, but they settled as quickly as they had started. The movement of the stars tells me it has been a very long time since I was last awoken. Hear well and mark me. Why are you here? We entered this place looking for knowledge. Your people are long gone to us, and we wish to know more of your kind. The holographic creature almost seemed to smile. I believe I may be able to assist you. I was an advisor to the Grand Council once, and as such I hold the historical records of Draxia in my databanks. Advisor, Grand Council Draxus, what is this place? Captain Dawn Washington, we are in the Grand Council chambers, the capital hall of my people. This planet, of course, is Draxia Prime. The captain stepped back for a moment to collect her thoughts. After a deep breath, she turned to Vasquez. Vasquez, get me in contact with the commander. Tell her to appraise Federal Command of our status, and to request, every history professor and grad student in this side of the Reviera cluster. Until then, she turned back to Draxus, no longer suppressing her excitement. I think we have a lot to discuss. End of story. I would quickly like to thank the T5 channel members and Patreons. Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Barky, Lord Azrakal, It's Difficult to Pronounce, Dragzoon WRE, Holly's Sister, Arcadian. Thank you very much.